Age of Elves Super God Trainer Chapter 101-150. Chapter 101. Conquer Doran Baruto. After Doran Baruto who performed the dragon dance, Doran Baruto shot directly. The two dragon arrows formed by the dragon messiah shot out quickly and attacked in the direction of the fast dragon. Fortunately, the fast dragon's response was not slow. The fat body seemed to have no weight, and moved directly, dodging the attack of Doran Baruto. Boom! The dragon arrow directly hit the forest behind. Two large pits appeared on the ground, the flames filled the air, and some elves ran out in fright. Set fire to the mountain and sit in jail. Of Rotom's mobile phone made everyone's eyes widen. I didn't expect this elf to be so strong, and it really deserves to be a quasi-god level elf. Quick dragon, Kyu. But seeing the flames ignite, Suche also said, 4, 2, 3. Frowned slightly and gave his order directly to Kuailong. Roar! Kuailong's dragon horns bent slightly and roared towards the sky. Suddenly, dark clouds covered and it started to rain. The tricks Kuailong used made the residents of Linhai City into a panic. Most of the people sitting at home quickly put away their clothes, and the sudden heavy rain broke the silence of the city. Longdu was also watching the live broadcast. When Kuailong used Kyu, his eyes widened. What a joke, it would start to rain in the whole city, even if it was his own Kuailong, he couldn't do it directly. To such a degree. Roar! Doran Baruto roared again in midair. A bright yellow lightning spurted out of his mouth, and the strong current attacked directly in the direction of the fast dragon. I go, such a huge 100,000 volts, my Raichu can't do it. The above, not only your Raichu can't do it, but my electric dragon can't do it either. Fortunately, there is no need to use thunder. If thunder is used, even Dr. Suche's fast dragon is probably enough. Quote. The audience in the live broadcast room didn't dare to come out even in the air, and they commented in surprise when they watched the battle between the two sides in midair. Frozen light. Kuailong heard Suche's order. He directly chose the 100,000 volts to meet the opponent. The ice blue light in his mouth lit up, and an ice blue light attacked the opposite Doran Baruto. Boom! Chi-chi! The voltage of 100,000 volts directly penetrated the air and collided with the freezing light of the fast dragon. The high temperature of 100,000 volts and the freezing light collided with each other, instantly burning the surrounding humid air into water vapor, making a sound of water vapor being evaporated. The violent explosion sounded, and Baruto and Kuailong directly retreated, each other. Look at each other. Roar! Doran Baruto roared, and a powerful dragon energy burst out, wrapping Doran Baruto's body, and finally forming a dragon-shaped energy. Finally, Doran Baruto moved his body, the dragon-shaped energy wrapped around Doran Baruto, and quickly attacked the opposite fast dragon. It was the dragon's profound skill, Dragon's Bow. Fast dragon, Dragon Claw. Suche's eyes lit up when he looked at Doran Baruto on the opposite side. Sure enough, this Doran Baruto understood his own profound skills and used his own profound skills directly. Roar! Kuailong heard Suche's order and acted quickly. To directly condense its own power, the claws of the fast dragon are directly wrapped by the dragon energy. A dragon-type energy wrapped around the claws of the fast dragon, forming a green claws, and greeted the opposite Doran Baruto. Boom! The two spirits collided with each other. The dragon claw of the fast dragon and the dive of the dragon Baruto collided with each other, and a dull voice sounded. In the eyes of all the audience and Suche in the live broadcast room, Suche's fast dragon's dragon claws and Doran Baruto's dragon dive collided with each other. Boom! After a stalemate for a while, a violent explosion suddenly sounded, and the explosive dragon-type energy exploded directly. Suche subconsciously covered his ears. The audience in the live broadcast room also turned down the volume. The media was loud, and some audience members with headphones almost died. I see through. I almost died. The power of the dragon's dive and the dragon's claws is truly extraordinary. Amazing, Dr. Suche's fast dragon. He actually used dragon claws to directly block the opponent's attack. between Kuailong and Duolong Baruto, and expressed their opinions one after another. Duolong Baluto looked at the opposite Kuailong at this time, but also relaxed, and flew in front of Suche with his head bowed. Suche expressed his surrender. Welcome to join, Doran Baruto. Looking at Doran Baruto in front of him, Suche also smiled and said to it. Roar. Duolong Baruto nodded to express his happiness, and after turning around Suche, he looked at Suche again. Go, Pokeball. Took out a high-level ball that was exchanged for one and threw it at Duolong Baruto. After shaking the high-level ball a few times, it stopped shaking, which symbolized that Duolong Baruto was conquered by Suche. Congratulations to Dr. Che. Congratulations to Dr. Suche. Congratulations to Dr. Suche. Quick dragon, let the sun shine. Looking at the high-level ball in his hand, looking at the surrounding weather, Suche is also facing his own fast dragon path. The pre-evolutionary form of the fast dragon is the Hakron, the crystal-like bead of the Hakron, which contains the power to manipulate the weather. When it is enveloped in aura, the surrounding weather will change completely. Therefore, since time immemorial, the Hakron has been revered by the people engaged in agriculture as the one in charge of the weather. 6. Worship. In the lake where it perches, offerings are always flowing. The evolved fast dragon also preserves some of these special functions, and the fast dragon can also control the weather. Roar. Hearing Suche's order, Kuailong's dragon horn moved again and roared loudly. An invisible wave of energy dissipated, and the sky began to clear. Dark clouds disperse, the fierce sun shines on the earth, the warm temperature directly makes the moist air gradually disappear, and the air begins to become dry. The huge rainy day was directly changed by Suche's fast dragon clearing, causing everyone in the live broadcast room to exclaim again. Okay, let's see what spirits there are. Suche and Rotom's mobile phone turned around together, and Kuailong also returned to his master's side. Chapter 102. Fight against Lily, the master of the grass department. After watching the entire abandoned power plant and making sure that there were no rare elves, Suche went directly outside, took out his Bangira, and asked Bangira to use his power to repair the broken walls. Bongi pull, come out. Use the power of the earth. Roar. As soon as Bangira came out, she roared violently. After she understood what she was going to do, she directly used her power. Bang! The right fist was clenched fiercely and instantly hit the ground, and a khaki light spread out along Bangira's fist. Under everyone's astonished gaze, the soil on the ground softened instantly. Without destroying the foundation here, Bangira manipulated his power to repair the damaged wall. Then, Bangira exerted her strength again, the khaki energy spread instantly, the soil instantly hardened, and the wall was directly repaired. Come back, Bangira. Well, let's broadcast here today with everyone. See you next time. Looking at the extinguished flames and the repaired walls, Suche directly withdrew Bangira, turned off the live broadcast and prepared to leave here. Quick dragon, let's go. Roar. Suche came to Kuailong's back, patted 21 Kuailong's neck, the latter agreed, and took Suche to the resting hotel. At night, Suche looked at the high-level ball in his hand, and his eyes appeared go out of the exploratory eye, and give the information of Doran Baruto. Name. Duolong Baruto Attributes. Dragon, Ghost Qualification. Purple Grade. Quasi-King Peak Height, 3. 5 Weight. 60. Features. Penetration, unique skill to increase intimacy. 100 to subdue and agree with me to pass this Doran Baruto fake. Aren't these two features a foul, and what the hell is this feature? Penetration. Can penetrate the right barrier, or the avatar to attack. The elves with this characteristic are not affected by the opponent's reflection wall, light wall, mysterious guardian, white fog, avatar and aurora curtain. Unique skill upgrade. Similar to Naysayer, but different from Naysayer, the original skill to enhance the attribute's effect is increased by 1 level on the original basis. Of the original trick, attribute reduction has become an increase in the attribute ability value. I understand, this characteristic is a bit perverted. The characteristic performance of the naysayer is that the reversal of the ability will decrease when it is originally increased, and it will increase when it is originally decreased. The penetration feature is already very powerful, plus the new trick up feature. Suche can predict that when Duolong Baruto's constellation goes up, the special attack will be greatly increased, and the next tricks will be a bit interesting. 100,000 volts, shadow balls are all capable. When the time comes, Duolong Baruto's the double attack can be said to be terrible, and the speed of Doran Baruto is also not slow. Combined with the physical strength of the quasi-god, Doran Baruto is a 4th level elf. With a general understanding of Duolong Baruto's future direction in his mind, Suche also put his mind at ease and thought about tomorrow's game. However, Suche was still in a state of being unable to fall asleep. The characteristics that he did not have in the past were encountered by Suche, which made Suche sleep well. If Doran Baruto learns the power of Primordial and directly increases all attributes by 2 levels, that would be a terrible thing. With this thought in mind, Suche took out his portable notebook and quickly write and draw quickly, and write down Doran Baruto's later training in a notebook. Unconsciously, time passed quickly, and Suche didn't know when he fell asleep. The next day, Suche of the Magic City Stadium came here early in the morning, showed his qualification certificate to the staff, and then walked into the venue one step ahead. After today, the final 2 games will be decided. Famous trainers, only the best trainers can win in the end. Therefore, today's game is full of tension, and it also means that the trainers participating in the League Open have only the last time left in their competition. Whether you can get a good result or get tickets for the finals of the conference depends on today's game and your own efforts. Hello everyone, I am your long-awaited host, the trainers here today, the contestants who will win the final. The climax of the game is coming. Let's cheer for these trainers. On the host commentary stage, the commentator slowly came here, picked up his microphone and adjusted it, and started his own commentary. Dong 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 dong. Ooh. As soon as the music of the game played, the audience began to applaud and cheer. They knew that today's game would be very exciting. Okay, let's watch the game players, and their opponents, let's cheer them on at last. Come on, come on, come on. Clap la 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 la. The host commentator looked at the audience and explained the game very dutifully, arousing the emotions of the audience. The contestants reappeared on the 444 big screens, and their opponents were once again finalized. Looking at his opponent, Suche couldn't help showing a hint of a smile. She was actually right. His opponent was Lily, a grass-type gym trainer, showing a strong fighting spirit. Then, let's invite the trainers from both sides to enter the arena. The first match is contestant Suche, against Lily, a grass-type gym trainer. Oh 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 oh. Hearing this, the audience all looked forward and cheered with wide eyes. Next is the competition between Suche and Lily, a grass-type gym trainer. Please take the place of the contestants of both sides. The referee on the side looked at the players on both sides and announced according to the rules of the game. Finally, I really want to have a good match with Dr. Suche. Dressed in a green kimono, looked at Suche on the opposite side and came to her own position. Me too, I want to know that you and other pavilion owners have different ways of fighting. Let's fight with all our strength. Suche also came to his own competition position, looking at Lily on the opposite side, also earnestly. The form of the game is a one-on-one game. When one of the elves loses the ability to fight, the game ends. Now, please send out their own elves. The referee looked at the players on both sides of the game and issued an order directly. Chapter 103. Start the fight. Go, Frog Flower. Bana. The Pokeball was thrown, a figure appeared in front of everyone, and the audience began to cheer. It can be said to be an iconic elf, not to mention the wonderful Frog Flower, the ace elf of gym trainer Lily. The grass attribute gym is located in the Linxia Ethnic Autonomous Region, where there is a primitive forest, and the grass attribute gym is just in a city at the entrance of the forest, there is an aromatherapy city known as the Perfume City. Similarly, this is also the grass attribute trainer, the favorite city, here is rich in some leaf stones. Some grass attribute elves want to improve their strength, there is no problem coming here. The data of the wonderful frog flower appeared directly in Suche's eyes. Name, frog flower attributes. Grass, poison qualification. Red level, heavenly king midterm height, 2. 0 weight, 100. Features, prosperity intimacy, 155 can evolve. It is worthy of being the elf of the master of the gym. The strength is really different. It's a bit troublesome. Most of the tricks of the wonderful frog flower come from the plants on its back, and the power becomes more powerful. Because of having a stronger body after evolution, Meowhuahua can also master more powerful physical moves. The large flowers on the back can absorb sunlight and convert it into energy, making the color of the petals more vivid. The flowers on its back can also release a pleasant fragrance, which can calm down the elves in battle and soothe their mood. The fragrance of flowers will be more intense on the second day after the rain, and many elves will be seduced. Therefore, the frog flower should also have some disruptive skills, but among the tricks of the frog flower, some such as paralysis powder and some interference tricks should be paid attention to. Looking at the frog flower opposite, Suche is also thinking about the suitability in his heart. Own fighting style. Oh, the owner of the Lily Pavilion sent out his ace elf, frog flower. How will Dr. Suche choose his elf? The host commentator looked at the playing field below, and also explained the game guessing. Frog flower. Frog flower is a footed, reptile-like elf, and its body size is much larger than before evolution. Its skin is blue-green in color, and instead of the dark patches of pre-evolution, it is replaced by bumps that resemble wart grains on the back of a toad. There are a pair of ears on the top of the head, the inside of the ears are red, the eyes are orange, and there are teeth in the mouth. The bud on its back, the now blooming flower, has 6 red petals with white spots, supported by a brown trunk resembling a brown palm. Its claws are divided into 3 toes, and its legs have become thicker. Go, fast dragon. Looking at the wonderful frog flower sent from the opposite side, he threw his elf ball directly, and sent his own elf fast dragon. Because of the strength of the fast dragon, even if the wonderful frog flower can evolve, the dragon also has a certain strength to fight against the power-boosting frog flower. So, after thinking about it, Suche sent his own fast dragon. Roar! The white light flashed, and the figure of the fast dragon was once again appearing in the arena. The audience cheered as they watched Suche's fast dragon. Master Lily sent his own frog flower, and Dr. Suche also sent his own elf, the fast dragon we are familiar with. Let's wait and see what kind of sparks the two sides will explode. Listening to everyone's words, the host commentator was also excited to explain, making everyone look at the center of the arena excitedly. In the huge field of competition, a huge frog flower was releasing its aura, causing Suche to change color directly. The green light visible to the naked eye quickly spread to the surroundings. Suche turned his gaze to the wonderful frog flower in the center of the competition. His calm and unchanging voice finally showed a hint of amazement. The Heavenly King level wonderful frog flower is indeed extraordinary, and by virtue of his own strength, he has opened a simple the green grass field. Kuailong looked at the wonderful frog flower, felt the breath from its body, and couldn't help narrowing his eyes. The wonderful frog flower in front of him, the energy in the body is very powerful and immovable, but as long as it attacks, it is a devastating attack. Fantastic, the battle against the frog flower must be another battle. The previous attitude was taken away by Suche. At this time, he was very serious and looked at the frog flower on the opposite side. The competition, start. Fantastic frog flower, vine whip attack. After listening to the referee's order, Lily gave the order to attack her own frog flower. Bana. Listening to Suche's order, the frog flower in the competition field subconsciously rushed out 6 vine whips. He quickly drew towards the opposite dragon. Fast dragon, move at high speed. Dodge the attack. Hearing the referee's instructions, Suche's expression was sharp when he saw the movements of the wonderful frog flower, and he also quickly issued an order to his own fast dragon. Roar! I saw the fast dragon heard the order roar, shouted, and flapped its wings quickly, act directly, quickly dodging the attack of the wonderful frog flower. Kuailong's body turned into afterimages in the midair of the competition arena, while avoiding the vine whip of the frog, looking for the opportunity to attack the frog in the competition field. What a fast speed! Look at the situation in the field of competition. Lily looked at the fast dragon in the midair, and couldn't help but exclaimed in admiration. The fast dragon, use the jet flame attack. Finding a time to attack, Suche directly gave an order to Kuailong. Roar! With a loud roar, Kuailong used his skills directly, and a thick flame spewed out of Kuailong's mouth, attacking the wonderful frog flower below. Crazy frog flower, crazy plant blocks the attack. Looking at the movements of the fast dragons in the arena, Lily on the other side of the arena quickly gave the order to attack her frog. A powerful grass-type energy is condensed in the body. Just listening, the wonderful frog flower roared, and the two front and back feet stomped on the field again. The big flower on the back of the flower, the green light flickered, and the green light energy was transmitted to the earth. Boom boom boom. Chapter 104. The Wonderful Frog Flower of Mega Evolution. The next moment, thick and sturdy plants emerged from the ground, and a large number of dark green plants greeted the direction of the opponent's attack. Crazy plant, use a big tree to attack the opponent, and you will not be able to attack in the next round. Move. Bang bang bang. Caw caw caw. The jet flame of the fast dragon erupted directly, a strange sound rang out, and the high temperature of the jet flame directly turned these plants into dry wood, and finally slowly turned into gray fragments. Sure enough, it's not so smooth. Meow hua hua, use the flying leaf knife. Looking at the fast dragon in the midair of the arena, Lily frowned and said a quick sentence. Then, immediately, to his own wonderful frog flower. A new competition order has been issued. Barna heard his master's order, and the frog flower in the competition field screamed and used his skills. Both feet chopped hard on the ground, and shot a piece from the big flower on his back. A leaf attacked the fast dragon in mid-air directly. It's fast. However, you can still see it. Fast dragon, just avoid it. That was strafing over. Suche in the arena, watching the trajectory of the flying leaf knife, and directly issued his order to the fast dragon. Roar. 423. The fast dragon who heard the master's order shouted, quickly moving sideways, directly and smoothly dodging the skills of the frog flower. I didn't expect that your wonderful frog flower, Master Lily, has a good skill. The strength is really strong. At Lily's wonderful frog flower across the field of competition, Suche took a deep breath, smiled and looked at Lily's pavilion owner and said solemnly. It's an honor. Dr. Suche's fast dragon is also good. The fast dragon who escaped the frog flower skill with ease and returned to its original place, Lily also smiled and said to Suche. Okay, you don't need to try. Let me see the true strength of your frog flower. Suche looked at the wonderful frog flower in the arena, and then said to Lily on the other side of the arena. I think so too. Frog flower, energy ball. Lily nodded when she heard Suche's words, and issued a new attack order to her own frog flower. Bana. Frog flower heard Lily's order, roared, and stomped both feet at the same time. Green energy quickly condensed in front of the mouth of the wonderful frog flower. Finally, the grass energy directly turned into a one green energy ball, and hit the direction of the coming fast dragon. Avoid. Use the dragon's fury. The speed at which the skill is released is so fast. Suche looked at the energy ball that was attacking and thought a little dignifiedly. Similarly, Suche's actions were not slow, and Kuailong issued the latest order. Roar. Hearing Tianyu's order, Kuailong moved quickly, avoiding the skill attack of Meowhuahua. At the same time, Kuailong was in a blue dragon's anger condensed in front of its mouth, and it attacked the opposite wonderful frog flower directly. Bang! Bana! The fast dragon in the arena quickly dodged the attack of the frog flower, and the blue dragon's anger hit Lily's frog flower, making the frog flower scream. Meow frog flower, it's okay. Let's go. Looking at the state of the frog flower, Lily asked anxiously. The speed of Kuailong is really too fast, which makes Meowahua suffer from the speed loss. It is not impossible for me to avoid this shortcoming. Meowahua, let them see how powerful we are. Evolution. Looking at the fast dragon in midair, Lily directly raised her brooch, and on the brooch, there was a one-color evolution keystone. Bana, are you here? All the audience looked at the wonderful frog flower with excitement, and their eyes flashed with excitement. The phenomenon of evolution transcends the evolution mode of the original elves. Some of the spirits that were originally thought to be unable to evolve again break through their original limitations and obtain further temporary evolution. The super-evolved spirit can release the hidden power in a short time, and exert the power that ordinary evolution can't match. Of evolution currently only appears on certain elves. The evolution keystone on the brooch of the master of the lily pavilion emits light at the same time as the body of the frog flower, and the evolution keystone emits rays of energy, linking towards the flower of the frog flower. A red-green stone appeared below the huge flower, emitting a dazzling light, and also stretched out a series of energy rays, facing the rays of light behind them one by one. Finally, a large amount of energy wrapped around the body of the frog flower and injected it into the body of the flower frog. The body of the frog flower emitted 7 colors of light, and began to change slowly. Finally, after the colorful light, the new look of the wonderful frog flower appeared directly in front of everyone. What appeared was the form of the frog flower, the evolved frog flower, and the flowers on the back grew even larger. Growth in flower weight. The waist and legs that support it also become stronger and the flower stem becomes, like a squat brown palm tree. In tree trunk. A circle of green leaves grows in the middle of the petals. A white triangular mark appears in the middle of the petals, and the top corner points to the center of the flower. 2 6-petal pink flowers bloomed on its forehead and back respectively, and a diamond and 2 triangles, 3 dark green marks appeared on its forehead. Oh, the owner of the lily pavilion has improved his power. The frog flower has evolved. Dr. Suche's fast dragon has not found an evolutionary form. How will the fast dragon and Dr. Suche face the wonderful frog flower with increased strength? The host commentator looked at the competition venue below and directly fed the audience to comment, making everyone nervous. At present, in the elf world, there is no situation where the fast dragon can evolve, so the fast dragon is very disadvantaged in the face of the increase in attributes and strength. Under such circumstances, everyone's eyes were fixed on Kuailong and Meowhuahua, and the atmosphere did not dare to make a sound. The audience in the live broadcast room analyzed the strength of both sides. There are still many people who support Meowhuahua, and many people support Kuailong. Let's start the second game. Frog flower, use Da Qingtian. Looking at the fast dragon in midair, Lily gave an order directly to frog flower. Bana Meowhua shouted. A white energy ball quickly spewed out of the Meowhuahua flower, flew high into the sky and exploded suddenly. Phailu reminds you. 3 things to read. Chapter 105, Fight. Meowhua, a sunny day. Bana Meowhuahua shouted. A white energy ball quickly spewed out of the Meowhuahua flower, flew high into the sky and suddenly exploded. The originally gloomy weather was instantly blown away. Dispersed, the air is full of hot feeling, the sun is high and it is a sunny day. The owner of the lily pavilion changed the weather and let the frog flower use the sunny day. In this way, the power of the fire element will increase, but it is also favorable weather conditions for the frog flower. The host commentator looked at this situation and directly explained the game. Fast dragon, shoot flames. Looking at the hot weather, Suche was not polite, and directly gave orders to Kuailong. After all, seizing the opportunity was the most important thing. Roar! Kuailong turned around after hearing it, and the flame power instantly condensed, and a thick flame spewed out of Kuailong's mouth, attacking the wonderful frog flower on the ground. Oh, under the effect of a sunny day, the power of the jet flame is also not to be underestimated. How will the owner of the Lily Pavilion respond? The host commentator looked at the power of Kuailong's tricks. His face changed directly, and he quickly explained the situation of the game. It's so hot, don't you feel so hot? Yes. Waiter, do you have water for sale? This sunny day, plus this jet of flame, I really can't stand it when I go. The spectators in the auditorium, looking at the situation in the competition venue, felt the scorching temperature, and expressed that they could not bear it. Some spectators looked at the mobile vendors and shouted that they wanted to buy water to drink. It was originally a July day, and with the effect of a sunny day, it was really hot and unbearable. Some water trainers take out their elves and let their elves spray some water mist to cool down. Everyone in the auditorium was fighting against heatstroke, while the center of the competition venue was in full swing. Wonderful frog flower, meet with the sunbeam. The face of the fast dragon's jet flame, Lily was not wrong at all. She appeared on a sunny day, just for this skill of the wonderful frog flower. Bana. The flowers on the back quickly condensed the power of the sun, and a yellow-green light sphere was instantly formed. The last yellow-green light burst out of the air and hit the direction of the jet of flames. The sunbeam skill is the sunshine flame. The first round collects full sunlight, and the second round 22 launches a beam to attack. However, when the sun is full, the charging time will be shorter, and under the trick of a sunny day, this trick is an instant skill, just like now. Shoo! Boom! A sunbeam bursts directly out of the sky, towards the side that sprayed the flames past. The attacks of the two sides collided with each other, and an explosion sounded suddenly. The explosion carried a large amount of smoke, and everyone subconsciously looked at both sides of the game. The jet flame and the sunbeam are not both due to the relationship between the sunny days, and at the same time increase the power of their own unique skills. The weather used by the master of the Lily Pavilion is greatly enhanced by the power of the flames directly injected by Dr. Suche. Host commentator is obviously also a trainer. He can clearly see the game and psychological warfare between the two sides and directly for the audience. Explaining. That's amazing. Is this the strength of the gym owner and Dr. Suche? I really want to play a game with them both. The power of the unique tricks on both sides is so powerful. If it was me, I'm afraid it would not be so smooth. Quote. The audience in the auditorium, and some audience members in the live broadcast room, looked at the situation in the competition venue, and they all discussed the situation of the competition. Grass field. Looking at the fast dragon in midair, Lily also frowned at the fast dragon, and directly issued an attack order to her wonderful frog flower. Barna. I saw Lily's order and mobilized the strength of her whole body. A green light radiated from the body of the wonderful frog, covering the entire playing field. After the evolution, the green grass field is directly opened. Wonderful frog flower. Magic leaf. Looking at the fast dragon in midair, Lily did not dare to be careless, and directly gave her own order to let the wonderful frog flower continue to attack the opponent. Bana. The wonderful frog flower roared, and from the flowers in the back and the surrounding environment, leaves flew out one by one, suspended in the air. Finally, it formed a series of blade knives and attacked the fast dragon in midair. Fast dragon, move at high speed and dodge directly. Looking at the attack from the opposite side, Suche directly gave his order to Kuailong. Roar. When you heard the order, come quickly and circle directly in midair, quickly increasing your speed, but still dodging the attack of the frog flower. Look at the tricks used by the frog flower in the competition arena. Suche couldn't help but have some headaches. You must know that this skill of green grass field is extremely abnormal. Regardless of it's a grass type move, or the release speed of the skill. All rise. Ah, this skill is really poisonous. Fast dragon, use air cutting. Roar. When Kuailong heard Suche's order, he immediately moved and started flapping his wings. Irregular wind energy forms powerful wind blades, which are directed towards the wonderful frog flowers in the field of play. If they can't escape, all the roads are blocked. Lily looked at this scene on the field of play, his face changed, and he quickly ordered to the wonderful frog flower in the field. Meow hua hua, magic leaf attack to protect yourself. Bana. The wonderful frog flower screamed, and a large number of leaves began to emerge around him, and greeted the incoming air cutting. Swipe. The magic leaf was cut by a sharp air cut, and pieces of purple powder fell as the leaf shattered. Oh, yes. Are the magic leaves and poisonous powder mixed together? Yes, the fighting consciousness of this wonderful frog flower, well trained. Ah, I actually used grass-type skills to block flying-type skills. This wonderful frog flower's skills are really amazing. Commentary stage. The host commentator watched the collision of skills in the competition venue and explained to the audience excitedly. Not that the skills are originally strong, but after the blessing of the grass field, the power of the skills of the wonderful frog flower has been strengthened by many thousands. Please download Philo to read the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 106. Fierce Fight 2. Fast Dragon, use the storm again. Looking at the tricks used by the wonderful frog flower, Suche gave his order again. Roar. Hearing Suche's order, Kuailong's wings flapped fiercely again. The powerful force formed a violent storm, blowing towards the wonderful frog flower on the ground. Meow frog flower, use the guard to block the attack. Seeing the incoming storm attack, Lily knew that her own frog flower could block it, but it would definitely be hurt, and her face changed. Looking at her own frog flower, Lily immediately. Facing her own frog flower, she issued a defense order. Bana. Under Lily's order, the frog flower quickly stomped the ground, and then a green light lit up on her body, protecting herself and blocking the attack. The storm. Crash. 423. It's a pity. Suche looked at the wonderful frog flower, successfully resisted his skills, and shook his head with some regret. Meow frog flower, parasitic seed attack. Looking at her own frog flower, Lily quickly issued a new order to her own frog flower. Woo! I saw frog flower's eyes flashing, facing the fast dragon in midair, seeds from the flowers on its back appeared, and attacked the fast dragon in midair. I accepted this trick of parasitic seeds. Fast dragon, use the storm to return the frog flower. Looking at the movements of the wonderful frog flower, Suche shook his head directly. This is the real world, not the game, and the parasitic seeds may not be able to hit. Roar. Hearing Suche's order, Kuailong's eyes gleamed. Wings flapped again, aimed at the incoming parasitic seeds, and quickly fanned out a strong storm. Bang bang bang. The strong wind pressure bounced all the flying seeds back, and quickly shot towards the wonderful frog flower below. With an unparalleled storm, the fast dragon directly broke the parasitic seeds, and the strong storm was directly directed towards, and the wonderful frog flower in the center of the competition field attacked. No, the wonderful frog flower stops and attacks with the flying leaf storm. Looking at the powerful attack of the fast dragon, Lily was a little anxious, and ordered her own wonderful frog flower. Bana. The frog flower in the competition field has received a new order, and quickly gave up the attack of the parasitic seeds. With the addition of the green grass field, a powerful grass-type energy is formed, and the grass-type storm formed by the huge leaves is fast. To greet the storm created by the fast dragon. Bang! Kai! The storm in midair carried a large number of parasitic seeds and attacked him, and the storm brought some damage to the frog flower. The storms that came out collided with each other. Some blades formed by grass-type energy were in a state of pieces under the strong wind pressure. Although they blocked a part of the storm attack, there were still many storm blades that hit the wonderful frog flower. Meow Hua Hua only felt that her body was paralyzed for a while, and then the powerful wind pressure attacked her body. The powerful force made Meow Hua Hua scream. Bana! Bang! Scream, accompanied by a strong wind pressure. I saw the wonderful frog flower retreated half a point by the strong wind pressure, forming a mark on the ground. Trace. Meow Hua Hua, are you alright? Looking anxiously at the frog flower, Lily confirms the state of the frog flower. Bana. Slowly get up to stabilize her body, and the frog flower tells her master that she can continue to fight if she is fine. Okay. Seeing this scene, Lily was also happy in her heart, and clenched her fist fiercely. You can still stand up, but it's too late. Fast dragon, destroy the deathlight emission. To Frog Flower when she suddenly heard a voice. I only heard that Su Che's order was issued first, and when he looked up, he saw that Kuailong had condensed an orange ball of light in his mouth. In the form of a beam of light, the light ball hits the direction of the wonderful frog flower on the ground. The wonderful frog flower, the sunbeam. Looking at Kuailong's attack, Lily also looked at Kuailong in surprise, but her pupils shrank as she gave her own order. The wonderful frog flower directly exploded its own power, and a yellow-green light beam directly burst out of the air, and some flowers were also exposed in the surrounding green grass field, and a small solar beam burst out of the air, attacking the opposite fast dragon. Boom! Roar! The two beams collided with each other, but under the effect of the green grass field, they directly broke out of the air and attacked the fast dragon. The black smoke lingered, the fast dragon was broken by the sunbeam and attacked, and the hit fast dragon suddenly emitted a scream. The violent explosion was accompanied by a scream, and Kuailong flew out, covering his stomach and looking at the wonderful frog flower below. Even a champion-level fast dragon suffered a certain degree of damage in the face of the attack of the king-level wonderful frog flower. Master Lily's sunbeam hit, and the fast dragon suffered a lot of damage. After the evolution of the wonderful frog flower, the attack is really extraordinary. The host commentator watched the situation of the game and quickly explained the situation of the game. Although, under the effect of the green grass field and the sunny day, the sunbeam of the wonderful frog flower is so powerful. The strength of the King of Heaven, the wonderful frog flower, combined with the strength after evolution, is it so powerful. Dr. Su Che is really powerful, but the master of the Lily Pavilion is really too powerful. Did the master of the Lily Pavilion win? Quote. The spectators looked at the situation in the competition venue, and they all came back to their senses, discussing the competition track. Fast Dragon, High Speed Movement 3. 6. Approaching the frog flower, freezing the light. Looking at the wonderful frog flower below, Su Che looked at the situation of Kuailong and gave his order again. Roar! The fast dragon roared violently, moved quickly in midair, and instantly came to the front of the wonderful frog flower, and an ice blue light beam attacked the wonderful frog flower. Bam! Bana! The ice blue freezing light hit Meowahua, and Meowahua also screamed directly. The biting chill was actually unpleasant. At the same time when the freezing light hit, the limbs of the frog flower were suddenly frozen, and it was directly unable to move, becoming a standard target. Quick Dragon, Blizzard. Looking at the state of the wonderful frog flower, Su Che would not give up the opportunity, and directly issued his own order. Roar! Chapter 107, A Narrow Victory. At the same time when the freezing light hit, the limbs of the frog flower were suddenly frozen, and it was directly unable to move, becoming a standard target. Quick Dragon, Blizzard. Looking at the state of the wonderful frog flower, Su Che would not give up the opportunity, and directly issued his own order. Roar! Hearing Su Che's order, Kuailong roared violently again, a powerful force condensed in his body, and a cold blizzard attacked the frog flower directly. Bana! The icy biting blizzard brought lasting damage to the frog flower, causing the frog flower to scream subconsciously. However, due to the big sunny day, the effect of the ice element is still limited, and the damage that the fast dragon brings to Meow Frog is not ideal, but is this really what Su Che thinks? Quick Dragon, Storm. Su Che looked at the state of the wonderful frog flower, and directly gave the order to attack the fast dragon. Roar! Hearing the command, the fast dragon looked at the state of the wonderful frog flower, his eyes flashed, his wings quickly flapped, and a huge storm attacked the wonderful frog flower. Boom! Bana! Boom! The violent storm trick overturned the huge frog flower 21. The fast dragon storm-like attack directly hit the Meow Frog. A dull sound rang out, and the Meow Frog was blown away. Go to the back. Fragrance, Crazy Plant Attack. Looking at the movements of the fast dragons in the arena, Lily on the other side of the arena quickly gave the order to attack her frog. Quickly condensed powerful grass-type energy in the body. Just listening, the wonderful frog flower roared, and the two front and back feet stomped on the field again. The big flower on the back of the flower, the green light flickered, and the green light energy was transmitted to the earth. Boom boom boom. The next moment, thick and sturdy plants burst out of the soil, and a large number of dark green plants greeted the opposite direction of the fast dragon. Boom, roar, a violent sound sounded, accompanied by a scream, quickly. The dragon was hit by a hardened plant and was hit in the playing field, sending a large amount of smoke and dust. Quick dragon, don't lose to the opponent, shoot flames. Seeing his fast dragon being attacked, he seemed very anxious, but he still gave orders quickly and encouraged the fast dragon. Roar. Listening to Suche's command, the fast dragon opened instantly, and a jet of fire quickly attacked in the direction of the wonderful frog flower. Boom. Barna. Frog flower. The wonderful frog flower was immediately hit by the jet of flames and let out a scream, causing the owner of the lily pavilion to subconsciously shout out, and some of the audience also stood up because of this. Oh, you come and go, the crazy plant and the jet flame hit each other. What is the situation on both sides now? Looking at the situation in the competition venue, everyone's eyes widened subconsciously, and the host commentator of the competition looked at the densely smoky competition venue below, and also widened his eyes subconsciously. Bana. Roar. In the arena, the smoke spread out, revealing the fairies of both sides, and the fast dragon and the wonderful frog flower appeared in everyone's eyes. It is worth mentioning that the wonderful frog flower and fast Longdew was already scarred, but they all looked at each other with expressions of disobedience. Bana. In the end, Meow Frogwa also changed her face, showing a look of pain, and fell directly into the field of play. The colorful rays of light flickered, and the wonderful frog flower directly withdrew from the state of evolution, and fell to the ground and lost its fighting ability. Meowhuahua lost the ability to fight, and the fast dragon won the final victory, so the winner is Suche. The referee looked at the situation of the elves on both sides, waved his own referee flag directly, and announced the final result of the game. The winner is decided, and after a fierce competition, the two sides are also decided. It's unbelievable, all the abilities of Frog Flower have improved in the state of evolution. Under the increase of weather and venue, it is still directly defeated by the fast dragon. One of the fast dragons was seriously injured because of this. Anyway, let's give warm applause to the two trainers who brought us such a wonderful game. Wow 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 wow. The whole venue was full of whistles and applause, and the audience was very satisfied with this game. Everyone completely remembered Suche's name, and some of them from the big family also shuddered when they looked at Suche's fast dragon. Kuailong can actually win. It is incredible for them to defeat the evolved elves head-on. Phew. Suche also looked at his own Kuailong with a sigh of relief, met Kuailong's gaze, and compared it to him. Thumb. Roar. Kuailong also smiled honestly, and finally let out a venting roar, as if declaring his victory again. Come back, Frogflower, you're doing well. Bana came to the center of the playing field, took out the pokeball. Lily encouraged her Frogflower and put it back into her pokeball. Kailong, they done a good job, and you have to work hard. Roar. Hey, 423 hertz. Kuailong also roared happily, and hugged Suche again, but the expression on its face was a little stiff, probably because of the injury. Dr. Suche, you are very powerful, and the bond with the elves has also reached a new height. Hope you can be the final champion. Came to the center of the competition arena, took back her wonderful frog flower, looked at Kuailong and Suche opposite. Lily stretched out her hand to Suche. Thank you for your compliment. I will try my best to win the championship. After shaking hands with Lily's owner, Suche responded with a smile after listening to Lily's blessing. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the wonderful frog flower. The system reward. Super Power Crystal 3. Zisui Dan 16 Super Power Crystal. The crystal condensed by the mysterious Super Power Law. both humans and elves can use it. Humans can use it to comprehend powerful superpowers. Elves' use can improve strength and qualifications. Divine beasts cannot be used for cleansing pills. It can remove impurities in the body, and both elves and humans can use it to improve aptitude and dark wounds in the body. Ness can be used for divine beasts, good things. These things can be used by themselves, are used for the promotion of elves, and they are also useful things. Chapter 108. Undercurrents are surging. Battle begins. Now the elves in Suche's hands are Team 1, Zoroark, Xaniduo, Lucario, Fast Dragon, Bangira, Fire-Breathing Dragon. Team 22, Scaled Dragon, Fossil Pterosaur, Fire-Spotted Meow-Colored Flash, Mystical Beasts, Latias, Zeraora, different colored flash if you count Lycongza and Lugia. There are 15 elves in total, just 1 elves for 1 Washmarrow Dan. You can also take 1. If you have a super crystal, you can keep 1. Maybe after the giant gold monster is unlocked, the super crystal can be used. Damn it. It's all that. Doctor, damn it. How could a child be so powerful? I am the strongest of the younger generation. As long as I catch it. As long as I catch it. I will. In a villa in the magic capital, a young man was furious in his room, watching Suche on TV. His tone was full of resentment. Then he looked at a picture on the computer desktop with greedy eyes in his eyes. In the picture, it was a white elf like a big bird. Looking at the elf, the young man couldn't help but tremble. Jingle bell, have you caught it? I'll be right here. At this time, the mobile phone on the table suddenly rang, and the young man in the room answered the phone instantly, and was excited to hear what the other party said. Picking up his backpack and a few advanced balls, the young man rushed out the door and headed for the agreed location. Suche had already arrived at the hotel at this time. At this time, he looked at some news on his mobile phone and Xiaopo Wu, and the private messages on the station, hoping to get some inspiration, otherwise it would be too boring in the hotel. The Sea Hotel is completed, and it will start tomorrow. In the trial operation, you can also see some elves on the seabed in the basement. If you are lucky, you may see Lugia, the god of the sea. Looking at the news on the phone, Suche sneered. The god of the sea, Lugia, was not in the sea area. If he was really in the sea area, the sea god mark on the back of his hand would definitely shine. Take a 10,000 steps back and say that the god of the sea is still there. In this area, it is unlikely that anyone will find it, and if it is found, it may not necessarily be the real god of the sea. Suche obtained the silver feather. It is intuitive to see Lugia and intuitively feel Lugia's strength. 2 steps worse than Lycongzai's, but with this strength, it is not easy for Lugia to surpass Lycongzai. Unless Lugia comprehends her own laws, Lugia's strength is far inferior to Lycongzai. Think of Lycong sitting a few hundred years ago 1 against 2, beating Kyogre and Groudon violently like a son, and now that he is strong, he can one-on-one with any of the virtual ones. Some distance away from the 444 bosses, that is, the 3 dragons of the space Pluto, and then the alpaca. The strength distance between Lycongzai and Kyurem is estimated to be not much different, and they can even be a pair. Fighting Kyurem is not cowardly. But Kyurem has, after all, the title of the strongest dragon elf on Earth, and it should be the strongest among all dragons. Arceus Lycong sits up 1 more rank, and he should be able to defeat Kyurem, but in the hands of Suche, Suche should also be able to increase his strength a lot. Thinking of this, Suche also took out the superpower crystal that was rewarded. Suche widened his eyes and began to ask about the system in his mind. Dog system, how do you use this thing? Tell the host first. The awakening of superpowers represents your spiritual power, and the expansion of spiritual power will expand your spiritual sea and cause headaches. I hope the host is ready. Let's start. Isn't it just a headache? Ding. Start using it. __. The next day, Suche came here early in the morning with dark circles under his eyes. The sequelae of his awakening of superpowers caused him to have a splitting headache and insomnia. Showed my qualification certificate to the staff, and in the surprised eyes of the staff, I walked into the venue one step ahead. After today, the final champion trainer will be decided, only the best training, only then can we win in the end. Therefore, today's game is full of tension and excitement, and it also means that the champion of today's League Open will be born here. Quote. Hello everyone, I am your long-awaited host, and the trainers here today will be the final champions. The climax of the game is coming. Let's cheer for these two trainers. On the host commentary stage, the commentator slowly came here, picked up his microphone and adjusted it, and started his own commentary. Dong 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 dong. Ooh. As soon as the music of the game played, the audience began to applaud and cheer. They knew that today's game would be very exciting. Okay, let's watch the game players, and their opponents, let's cheer them on at last. Come on, come on, come on. Clap la 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 la. The host commentator looked at the audience and explained the game very dutifully, arousing the emotions of the audience. The players appeared again on the 444 big screens. Unlike the previous game, only 2 players appeared on it. Looking at his opponent, Suche couldn't help showing a smile. As expected, he was the gym trainer of the Demon City Gym. That's right, his opponent was Wang Jun, the trainer of the Point System Gym. Suche looked at the other side, and the other side was also looking at Suche, and the eyes of both sides showed strong fighting intent. Then, let's invite the competition trainers from both sides to enter the arena. The first match is contestant Suche, who will fight against the master of the Magic City Gym trainer Wang Jun. Oh. Hearing this, the audience all looked forward and cheered with wide eyes. Next is the competition between Suche and Mr. Wang Jun, the trainer of the Electric Gym. Please take the place of the contestants from both sides. The referee on the side looked at the players on both sides and announced according to the rules of the game. Chapter 109, Electric Dragon vs. Bangira. Finally, I really want to have a good match with Dr. Suche, who was wearing a yellow gym uniform, looked at Suche on the opposite side, came to his own competition position, and watched Suche earnestly. Me too, I want to know that you and other pavilion owners have different ways of fighting. Let's fight with all our strength. Suche also came to his own competition position and looked at Wang Jun on the opposite side, also earnestly. The form of the game is a one-on-one game. When one of the elves loses the ability to fight, the game ends. Now, please send out their own elves. The referee looked at the players on both sides of the game and issued an order directly. Go, Electric Dragon. Electric. The Pokeball was thrown, a figure appeared in front of everyone, and the audience began to cheer. Sure enough, the last trump card is the Electric Dragon. Electricity. A somewhat arrogant voice sounded. I saw Wang Jun on the opposite side of the playing field release his Pokeball. The Pokeball opened, and then a white light flashed and replaced it with another Pokemon. A little kangaroo-like elf appears in the field of play. It has well-developed hind leg muscles that allow it to stand on 423. It has a yellow body and a red orb at the end of its tail and on its forehead. It is slender. There are black textures on its neck, ears and tail. Feeling its momentum, Suche subconsciously opened his probing eyes, and looking at the data of this elf, Suche's face instantly became solemn. Name: Electric Dragon. Attribute: Electric. Qualification: Red Grade, Tianwang. Senior height: 1.9. Weight: 69. Features: Electrostatic intimacy, 155. You can see the light of the Electric Dragon from the universe. In the past, people would use the light of the Electric Dragon to communicate with distant partners. Is it really a little troublesome for Tianwang to be advanced? Suche looked at the Electric Dragon that appeared in the arena, and muttered to himself a little dignifiedly. Sure enough, it's an Electric Dragon. Mr. Wang Jun released his trump card from the very beginning. How will Dr. Suche face Mr. Wang Jun's Electric Dragon? Who hosted the commentator field in the competition venue, said with some excitement. Go, Bangira. Watching the opposite party send his own trump card. Che also took out his high-level ball and watched the electric dragon on the opposite side throw the high-level ball out. Roar. A roar carried a powerful momentum, which caused everyone to narrow their eyes subconsciously. Looking at the elves appearing in the field of competition, everyone applauded excitedly. Sure enough, it's Bagheera. Come on, electric dragon. Come on, Bagheera. Come on, Dr. Suche. Wang Jun, don't lose to him. Dr. Suche sent Bandera. A few days ago, Bandera defeated the evolved Gengar without evolving. Will its legend continue today? Let's wait and see. The mood of the audience skyrocketing. Looking at the elves on both sides, they also roared excitedly. Even the host commentator seemed to have lost his usual calmness, and stood up and shouted in excitement. Competition, start. The referee felt the atmosphere of the game, and directly waved his own referee flag to give the order at the beginning of the game. Let's say hello first. Electric Dragon, use 100,000 volts directly. Looking at Bagheera on the opposite side and listening to the order given by the referee, Wang Jun first wanted to test it out, and directly ordered the electric dragon to attack. Although 100,000 volts is an electricity-type skill, Bagheera looks like a ground-type elf, but does not have the attribute of ground-type. Instead, Bagheera is a spirit of rock and evil attributes. Therefore, although 100,000 volts does not cause much damage, but there is still a certain amount of damage. Electricity. After the electric dragon heard the order, the bright yellow current on his body flashed continuously, the red beads on his tail lit up directly, and a bright yellow current burst out of the air, towards Bagheera's attack in the direction of the past. 100,000 volts come and go without indecent assault. Bagheera, directly use the wave of evil. Looking at the 100,000 volts attacking from the opposite side, Suche didn't panic at all. Bagheera's defense was not. Just kidding. But in order to prevent a lot of damage, Suche still gave orders to Bagheera. Roar. The powerful evil energy condensed in Bagheera's mouth, and a chain of purple-black energy rushed towards the direction of 100,000 volts. Boom. The unique moves of the two sides collided with each other. The attack of 100,000 volts and the wave of evil collided quickly, the huge smoke and flames lit up, and the sound of explosion sounded. The unique moves of the two sides cancelled each other out, and a shock wave spread into the distance, causing everyone to narrow their eyes subconsciously. Smoke dissipated instantly. The audience stared at the two elves in the game. Bagheera and Dianlong looked at each other with serious eyes. 100,000 volts collided with the ultimate trick of the wave of evil, and neither Bagheera nor the electric dragon took advantage. How will the two sides attack next? Looking at the two elves in the arena, everyone looked at the electric dragon and Bagheera in amazement, and the commentator was excitedly explaining the game. Electric dragon, signal beam. Looking in the direction of Bagheera, Wang Jun narrowed his eyes slightly and gave an order directly to the electric dragon. Electricity. The red bead on the tail is like a signal light, and at the moment when the red bead flashes, the electric dragon launches its own attack again. Hearing the order, the electric dragon moved again, condensed colorful energy groups on its mouth, and finally attacked the opposite Bagheera in the form of beams. Bagheera, rock defense. Seeing the electric dragon's attack, Suche also had a way to deal with it, and immediately gave an order to Bagheera. Roar. Bagheera smashed into the arena with a fist and lifted up 3 rocks. With a flick of his tail, he hit the signal beam directly. Signal beam was blocked by the rock, which directly shattered the rock, but also blocked the attack of the electric dragon. This time the attack was easily resolved by Bagheera. But is Bagheera's attack over? Suche won't be in the stage of being beaten all the time. Chapter 110. Emergencies. Bagheera, earthquake. Roar. Bagheera let out a loud roar and stomped the ground with her foot. The khaki yellow energy under her feet spread, and the entire stadium began to vibrate frantically. Audience also began to sway from side to side, and some of the audience who stood up unsteadily fell to the ground and let out a cry of pain. Oops, it hurts. My God, this kind of earthquake can change the terrain. Damn it. It's this trick again. The audience in the auditorium felt their own situation and looked at Bagheera in horror, because they had seen the power of Bagheera earthquake a few days ago. Dr. Suche's Bagheera blocked the electric dragon's signal beam with a rock, and then used the earthquake, but the power of the earthquake was still very powerful. The earthquake is the most effective trick for the electric dragon. Wang Jun, how will the owner respond? Facing the earthquake in Bagheera, the host commentator also held the table and looked at the playing field below, dutifully explaining the game to the audience. Electric dragon, jump up and use the electric ball. In the face of Bagheera's attack, Wang Jun's reaction was very fast. Because of the earthquake, the electric dragon must not be hard attached, otherwise he will definitely be seriously injured. Looking at his electric dragon, Wang Jun didn't have time to think carefully, and directly ordered himself. Command. Electric dragon, jump up and use the electric ball. In the face of Bagheera's attack, Wang Jun's reaction was very fast. Because of the earthquake, the electric dragon must not be hard attached, otherwise he will definitely be seriously injured. Looking at his electric dragon, Wang Jun didn't have time to think carefully, and directly ordered himself. Command. Electricity. Hearing his master's order, the electric dragon moved directly, jumping up quickly. A bright yellow electric ball condensed in his hand, and attacked directly in the direction of Bagheera. Waiting for such an attack, Bagheera rushes straight up. Seeing the action of the electric dragon, Suche's eyes lit up and he directly gave his order. Roar. After Bagheera heard Suche's order, she gave up the earthquake's attack and ran in the direction of the electric dragon. That is, at this time, the electric ball quickly attacked in the direction of Bagheera. How could Suche allow Bagheera to be attacked? So he directly gave his order to Bagheera. After dodging the electric ball's attack, use the explosive punch. Roar. Don't look at Bagheera's huge size. His speed was also not slow. After hearing Suche's order, Bagheera dodged the electric ball's attack sideways, and finally Bagheera continued to charge in the direction. Bang! Boom! In everyone's eyes, Ban's fist glowed with the electric dragon that was directly hit by fire, and a violent explosion sounded, and the electric dragon was knocked out by Bagheera. Electricity. The electric dragon that fell on the ground was thrown into a state of chaos by Bagheera's blasting fist, causing Wang Jun to clench his fist subconsciously. Oh, the electric dragon has entered a state of chaos. Bagheera escaped the electric shock. The dragon's attack directly gave the electric dragon a burst punch, making the electric dragon enter a state of chaos. How will Master Wang Jun solve this dilemma? Looking at the electric dragon in the competition venue, the host explained the game nervously, making everyone sweat for Wang Jun's pavilion owner. Bagheera, don't give the opponent a chance, use earthquake again. Looking at the electric dragon who was clearly in chaos, Suche directly ordered Bagheera to attack. Roar. Bagheera let out a loud roar and stomped the ground with her foot. The khaki yellow energy under her feet spread, and the entire stadium began to vibrate frantically. Audience also began to sway from side to side, and some of the audience who stood up unsteadily fell to the ground and let out a cry of pain. It's over, I'm going to have a heart attack. I'm going dizzy. Dr. Suche, don't start the earthquake, I'm going to vomit. Quote. The audience felt Bagheera's trick and expressed their discomfort. This is the first time I have seen such a powerful earthquake. An earthquake of this power is definitely not something that an ordinary elf can show. The earthquakes produced by ordinary elves will at most shake the field of play, but Bagheera is too powerful, the entire stadium shake directly. Electricity. The electric dragon that was attacked by the earthquake also made a scream. Although he did not lose his ability to fight, he also suffered a lot of damage. The electric dragon that was attacked by the earthquake. Although he did not lose his ability to fight, the chaotic movement stabilized and he exited the chaotic state. Electric dragon endured the earthquake in Bagheera. Although he did not lose his ability to fight, the electric dragon also suffered a lot of damage. But the chaos of the electric dragon was also played out. How will the two sides attack and defend next? The host commentator looked at Bangira and Electric Dragon below and explained to everyone excitedly. Boom! At this moment, a huge explosion sounded, and the ground trembled fiercely. Everyone stopped discussing and cheering, and looked around with a surprised expression, not knowing what happened. The battle music in the competition stadium also stopped, and the game fell into an eerily quiet state. Look, what is that? At this time, a beam of red light rose into the sky in the distance, and all the audience subconsciously looked at the place where the red beam of light rose. At this moment, the big screen of the stadium lights up, and the news broadcast on it surprised everyone. Now an emergency news is broadcast, illuminated by a mysterious red light. The water elves at the port of the magic capital began to riot, and now the staff is expedited. Boom! Another explosion sounded. This time the explosion was louder than the previous one, and everyone looked at the big screen in the arena in surprise. On the screen, there was a violent explosion in the port of Modu, and after the explosion, an elf like a big white bird appeared, but the elf's eyes flashed red light, and the mouth began to condense its own strength. The yellow-white energy ball condensed instantly. Looking towards a direction at the port, a destructive death light was sprayed out directly. The explosion sounded again, and the entire port was suddenly in flames. Some tyrannical carp dragons and water-type elves also gather their strength and attack human buildings one after another. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read and collect. Chapter 111, Lugia's Strength. That is. Lugia, you can't go wrong. Did the superheroes attack humans? What are you still doing? Run. The face of the super beast. Everyone's mood is tense, looking at the figure on the screen. I don't know who said a word, all the audience immediately. Get restless. They all left their seats and ran towards the outside of the stadium, and suddenly the stadium began to be chaotic. Go, go, go to a safe place. Modu Port is not too far from us. With Lugia's strength, it will come here soon. Let's go quickly. Come on, don't push, don't push. Mom, Mom. Cries and chaotic pushes of 4, 2, 3. Sound of shoving sounded, and the entire Magic City Stadium was in chaos. At this time, the pale explanation was useless, and everyone only thought about their own safety. After a short period of confusion, some Alliance staff also stood up and released their own spirits to assist a large number of spectators to retreat. Come back, Bangira, Master Wang Jun, it seems that our game is here. It's over. Came to the center of the arena and looked at Wang Jun on the opposite side. Suche also nodded his head to signal to the other side. That's right, when Dr. Suche retreats, you must be careful. The electric dragon will come back. Looking at Suche's actions, Wang Jun also took back his electric dragon. He was going to the port to assist him. This was his duty as the gym owner. Why is Lugia so angry? Who the hell pissed off the Lugia rockets? The end of the world is here. Came to the Elf Center. Some trainers concentrated here and looked at Lugia on the screen, with a look of despair in their eyes. Some trainers who were not determined were even more pale and despairing. In the Pujang River, some water spirits affected by the red light surfaced, looking at the high-rise buildings, one after another attacked towards the distance. Boom boom boom. Countless explosions sounded, making the originally unsettled trainers' face even more ugly. Now for an urgent news. Now for an urgent news. All citizens please evacuate quickly. Under Luo's attack, half of the magical port has been occupied. Lugia will attack the city immediately. I hope everyone can evacuate soon. In the TV screen, Lugia was totally intimidated by the elves of other trainers, and a large amount of air was condensed in his mouth, an air cannon roared, and all the elves were blown away. Then, Lugia quickly flew into the air, spread its wings, and several air masses suddenly appeared, attacking the elf on the opposite side. It is the exclusive trick of the Lugia clan. The powerful cyclone attack can be said to have played tricks in the control of the Lugia clan. Under the injection of the power of the powerful law, the invisible air has become invisible. Substances of high quality directly attack people and elves. Boom 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 boom. Several cyclones quickly hit the port, and the powerful cyclone exploded directly. All cargo and some ships exploded directly. Thick smoke and flames shot into the sky, and the situation at the port was very unsatisfactory. As the largest trading port in Modu, the port of Modu has been occupied by most of the city, and it will soon spread to the urban area. On the edge of the port of Modu, a young man watched enthusiastically. Lugia was in midair, and beside him, there was a big push of black uniformed personnel. Lugia, sure enough, this is its strength, if you have it, if you have it. Wow. Just when the young man was thinking, the trainer who organized Lugia in front was beaten directly, which changed the young man's expression. Master Zhao Bai, Lugia is too powerful, let's retreat. Looking at the young man in front, the people behind reminded the young man in front. How can we retreat? After conquering Lugia, whose face will our Zhao family look at? Give it all to me. Yes. Listening to Zhao Bai's words, the people behind Zhao Bai released their elves and wanted to fight against Lugia, but when they released their elves, Lugia moved galas. Lugia in midair, all the power exploded directly, and the powerful momentum caused the glass of the surrounding high-rise buildings to shatter directly, and the sky instantly became gloomy. What? Zhao Bai looked at the sky that turned into a torrential rain in an instant, with a terrified look. Is this the power of a god? Galas. Lugia roared in the air, and the blue light scattered from Lugia's body. A magical blue light appeared on the sea in the distance, as if echoing Lugia's appearance. Finally, a huge wave rose, covering the sky and covering the sun towards the port. Everyone looked at it with ashen faces, and there was a look of fear in their eyes. Is this the power of the gods? What are you and the others doing just now? The huge waves fell, and the entire port of the Magic City was instantly submerged by the tsunami, and all the trainers below were killed. But there are still some trainers who reacted very quickly, directly took out the elves of the flight system, and evacuated the area. The city is now covered by a vast ocean, because the water elves seem to have been stimulated and directly used some powerful tricks. Even some overlord elves appeared, directly commanding their tribesmen and using the unique trick of surfing. Even if the magic has an excellent waterproof drainage system, it can face the Phantom 3. The full power of 6 is still too small. Some alliance staff and joint trainers wanted to stop these elves, but all the concentrated forces couldn't handle it. Unless there is a super strong elf trainer with the same strength as Lugia's trainer, but in such a situation, it's easier said than done to find a trainer with the same strength as Lugia. Yo, it's really spectacular. At the top of a building, Suche looked at Lugia in the distance. The power of his superpower formed a blue light, which separated the rain from the rain. Suche was so quiet and looked at Lugia on the opposite side. And by Suche's side, Zeraora had been ready for a long time, and if Lugia dared to touch Suche, Zeraora would explode. Chapter 112, Little Lugia being chased. Hey, my luck is really back. I don't know why I keep encountering this kind of thing, I'm over it. Suche looked at Lugia in the distance, his face was also very helpless, and he sighed directly. The eyes are red, and the attack is extremely powerful. Although Lugia is not a priest, such an attack is too terrifying. Zeraora heard Suche's analysis, and nodded solemnly. Although her own attributes restrained the opponent, if they really fought, it really wasn't sure who would lose or who would win. Because both Lugia and Zeraora have understood the law, and the strength of the two sides can be said to be comparable. If Zeraora really fights, it may not necessarily win the other side, because the cyclone attack of the Lugia family is too abnormal. However, the opponent's strength is also the pinnacle of the second-level god, and depending on the situation, there is still a chance to attack the first-level god, and it is also a Lugia that has the opportunity to compete for the Patriarch. However, what Suche is most concerned about at the moment is why the other party is angry. Could it be that his home has been stolen? Suche also thought about it in his heart, shook his head and smiled. How can there be such a coincidence in the world? He just needs to wait and see how things change at it. At this moment, Suche's powerful spiritual sense heard a voice, which made Suche subconsciously look in the direction of the voice. I'm going. Suche, who has been trained with superpower and the power of vibrant, immediately saw the figure struggling in the rain, and his eyes widened. What am I? Is this the poisoned milk that won? The belly of the elf is light blue, the mask-like structure around the eyes, the protrusions on the back are blue, and the rest are white. In such a form, it is properly a small Lugia. Nima, who is looking for something to do, Latius, go help little Lugia. Looking at the elf in the distance, he opened his eyes and quickly released Latius, giving Latius an order. Woo! Latius moved quickly and rushed in the direction of little Lugia. Mio, catch it, don't let it run away. Behind the little Lugia, several men in black stood in the rain, looking at the little Lugia in front of them with playful and greedy eyes. Although the acquisition of little Lugia made Lugia go mad, it was more caused by the red beam of light emitted. When the Alliance checked it out, it would be treated as an accident, and they would not be suspicious of them. If the little Lugia is caught, some of them can be carried out smoothly, and some research can also make great progress. All in all, little Lugia and the others are bound to win. When they gave the order, a blue dragon-shaped light rushed straight towards them. This blue dragon-shaped impact made everyone unable to react. Some elves stepped forward to stop it, but the result of stopping it was a boom. The water splashed, a violent explosion sounded, the smoke burned directly, and those black the people in clothes were knocked out. Who? Captain, look. What abominable. Looking at the empty scene in front of him, the figure of little Lugia. It's gone, everyone looks gloomy, but they don't have time to pursue it. Due to the sound of the explosion just now, some water-based elves have been surrounded, and half the city has been submerged at this moment. It is very difficult for them to break through. Damn, don't let me know who it is, disrupting our plan. Mio, on the tall building, Lugia looked at the two powerful spirits beside him, and then looked at the human in front of him. Although it felt strange, from the front in the human body, little Lugia did not feel malicious and unruly mentality. Therefore, little Lugia calmed down and looked at the other party with pleading eyes, hoping that the other party could treat his injuries. At the same time as he was just chased, the other party's elves also brought damage to him, because it was a relationship in his infancy. Little Lugia will not have many tricks, but it is still reluctant to parry the opponent's attack. The consequence of this is that little Lugia's body has been injured to a certain extent, and it is precisely because of this injury that little Lugia cannot move, and now she can only ask for help from the humans in front of her. Tisk tisk tisk, you're still a divine beast. Although he complained about little Lugia, Suche didn't dare to delay. If there were any sequelae, it would be troublesome. He stretched out his hand, and the powerful vibrant power exploded instantly, quickly recovering little Lugia's injury. Little Lugia felt the rapid improvement of the injury in the body, but also stabilized his emotions and stretched his body. The end, Suche also recovered little Lugia's injuries. Although there is still a certain distance from recovery, an injury like Lugia's physique is nothing. Yo. Little Lugia felt excited after her body recovered, and wanted to flap her wings and fly to Lugia's side. Where do you want to go? Your injury is not completely healed yet, where do you want to go? However, how could Suche, as he wished, directly grab the little Lugia by the tail and lifted Lugia upside down, causing the little Lugia to struggle constantly. Suche's words sounded, causing little Lugia to stop her struggling movements, stop her movements resignedly, and look at Suche pitifully. It's useless to pretend to be pitiful, just wait, it's estimated that your family will calm down soon. Looking at the red light that was gradually fading in the distance, Suche said to little Lugia. Yo. Back under the roof of the rooftop, Suche looked at little Lugia next to him. Little Lugia obviously understood Suche's words. Looking at Lugia in the distance, he stopped talking and replied to himself. Physical strength. Galas. The red light in the distance gradually disappeared, the emotions of Lugia and those water elves began to become stable, and the blood, red eyes gradually became dull. Phew, seeing this, Suche is also relieved. Sure enough, that red light is the culprit. Lugia must have been deliberately calculated by someone. If you want to come, the other party is fully prepared. As long as the Alliance investigates get up, you can definitely pass the buck off. A bit interesting. Compared with human calculations, elves are really simple. And collect. Chapter 113. The Arrival of Longdu. Lugia calmed down and looked at the situation around her, with a look of regret in her eyes. But soon, a blue light appeared on Lugia's body, and it spread out directly. The majestic rain gradually weakened, and the sky began to become clear. It became clear, but things went so smoothly galas. After Lugia lifted the weather, he began to hover in the air, looking for the one in his memory. Small figure. Under the influence of Lugia, some water elves began to leave towards the Wangpu River and the sea farther away. Under the shock of Lugia, some elves also left the city in an orderly manner. Now an emergency news is inserted. After the red light in the distance disappeared, Lugia and some water elves recovered their sanity. Looks like that red light. The culprit behind this situation has stabilized, but Lugia doesn't know what to look for at the moment. Wait, that. The elf is a fast dragon, with a red cape and a dragon totem, really a champion. It's our champion, Mr. Longdu. At this time, the host on the TV suddenly became excited, because a fast dragon appeared in everyone's field of vision in the distant sky. On the back of the fast dragon, there is a red cloak and a dragon-shaped back with black gold rim, chapter, which symbolizes the identity of the person who comes. He is the regional champion of the region, the dragon. The purpose of his visit this time is to solve the problem. The commotion that Lugia brought, and the mood to appease the people, but Lugia had regained her composure when he came. However, Lugia still had a worried look on her face. Wandering in the huge city, Lugia seemed to be looking for something. That is, at this time, Haruga, the wave of evil. Nula. Coyote. Waves of evil 2 inches. On another high-rise building, the voices of several orders sounded, and several lines of purple-black chain energy quickly came out of the elf's hands or mouth, and attacked Lugia in midair. Bang! Facing this level the energy attack, Lugia just shook his head disdainfully, looked at the direction of the attack, wrapped a white energy all over his body, and successfully resisted the opponent's attack. Galas. Then, Lugia looked at the trainer who was attacking her, condensed strength in her mouth, and a huge air mass exploded instantly, attacking the elves of the trainers in front of her. However, this wasn't the end. The trainers who were attacked directly retreated, and then in several other buildings, some people in the same black uniform launched the attack again. Gengar, Shadow Ball. Hoodie, Petrochemical Power. Electric Beast, 100,000 volts. A Gengar appeared from the Pokeball, and after hearing the master's order, a purple, black energy ball quickly appeared and attacked the opposite Lugia. Beside Gengar, a Hoodie also appeared on the spot, holding 2 spoons and drawing with a single stroke. A blue light appeared in his eyes, briefly blocking Lugia's attack. And another electric shock beast, under the command of its master, also burst out a terrifying electric current, attacking in the direction of Lugia. Such a coordinated attack is not something that ordinary people play, at least it is a routine created by a team of trainers who often perform tasks. Shadow Ball attacked, the petrochemical power blocked the trick, and the electric shock beasts caused heavy damage to the opponent again. It was a proper routine. Suche nodded when he looked at the attack in the distance. Such an organized attack, if it was taken off the shelf for a long time, it would definitely be good for Lugia. It brought harm, but now it's different, because Longdu is here. In the animation, Du was born in Yanmo City, and is the cousin of Xiaozhuang, the owner of the Yanmo Taoist Gym. Title of the Champion of the Four Kings, the world's leading trainer, the Invincible Dragon Messenger, in Xiaoji's mouth. At the same time, they are also members of the Elf Investigator, and their mission is to investigate people who use elf inappropriately everywhere and bring them to justice. Previous appearances, Du appeared in front of Xiaoji and his party as a potential undercover agent. In the animation, Do can be said to be an absolutely positive character. He not only cares about all the elves, but also treats trainers very kindly. Putting himself in the shoes of the elves, Do attaches great importance to the relationship between the trainer and the elves. He is a calm, kind and friendly trainer and a dedicated official. And in this world, Do is replaced by someone from Longdu. Although he has Du's shadow on him, Longdu also has his own character, so Suche will not be indistinguishable. Quote. Fast dragon, destroy the death light. Seeing these people attack Lugia, Longdu was directly angry, and immediately. Let the fast dragon attack. Roar. After the fast dragon in mid-air heard the order, a beam of destruction and death burst out of the air and attacked in the direction of the trainers. Hold on. And those trainers were not slow to respond, and directly issued orders to their elves, forming a protective shield that enveloped everyone. In the distance, Du sat on Kuailong's body as if walking on the ground, and released his elf again. A fossilized pterosaur appeared directly, and Longdu calmly commanded his elf. Expected of a champion spirit, while Longdu was commanding the spirit, Kuailong deliberately avoided all attacks to ensure Longdu's safety. Galas. Roar. In the distance, a few elves moved quickly and attacked. Occasionally, the release of the ultimate trick could be seen in midair, and the members of the Elves Alliance also came to this area. Team Rocket, you won't be allowed to act recklessly, fossil pterosaurs, air blades. Longdu looked at the two groups of people on the roof, intentionally or unintentionally helping Lugia to resist the attack, and Longdu also recognized which force the trainer below belonged to. Damn it, why did that guy from Longdu come so fast? And the people he sent are useless at all. Aren't they the elite of Team Rocket? In a hidden corner, Zhao Bai looked at Du in midair, and the people from Team Rocket hated. Master, let's retreat quickly. The people from the Alliance have arrived. Looking at the Alliance teams from far to near, that subordinate also faced Zhao Bai. Withdraw. Zhao Bai glanced at Longdu resentfully, and immediately evacuated from here. Chapter 114, Sea God Lugia. In the city, due to the power of Lugia, the torrential rain has stopped, and the underground drainage system of the whole city has not been overloaded, and has begun to operate quickly. Dozens of minutes since Longdu came, the entire flooded magic city has gradually returned to normal, and this time the situation has calmed down. The fish that slipped through the net are caught. I believe that the Alliance will knock out some useful information from the mouths of these personnel. The whole city also gradually regained its vitality. The water on the road was restored to normal by the work of the urban drainage system. The rest are some low-lying parts of the city, which have not returned to normal, but believe it is only a matter of time. Galas. In mid-air, Lugia looked anxiously at the whole city, her superpower poured out, trying to find her child's breath. After searching for a long time, Lugia didn't find her child's breath, and suddenly became anxious, and it seemed that she was going to run wild again. At this time, an ethereal voice came from a distance, and Lugia in midair was 42, looking in the direction of the sound, and hurriedly came to the port of the magic capital, her head lowered slightly, looking towards the position on the sea in the distance. A huge vortex appeared on the sea in the distance, and a waterspout rose into the sky and quickly rose to connect with the sky. Some Alliance trainers and Longdu looked into the distance. Mingwu Galas. I saw that the waterspout formed a huge water ball in midair, and finally exploded suddenly. A powerful momentum and an ethereal voice sounded, and a figure appeared in front of everyone. An elf with the characteristics of dragons, plesiosaurs and birds. Its body is silver in color, but its dark side is a gradient blue tone. Its protruding mouth is similar to its beak, its lower jaw has fangs, its head has a tip that protrudes toward its back, and its eyes have blue or black spikes. It has a long, slender neck and a smooth, streamlined body with dark blue or black flaky protrusions on the back and tip of the tail. That appeared in everyone's eyes was Lugia, the god of the sea, and the protrusion on Lugia's back could speed up Lugia's movement. Lugias are genderless, but there have been reports of sightings of juvenile Lugias, which suggest that Lugias are a breeding population. The same way, the Lugia clan are very loving cubs. Lugia leads the legendary bird spirits, and when they fight, Lugia is the only spirit that can suppress their endless battles. Some legendary elves, Lugia has the ability to create and calm storms. Of Lugia's wings can cause the destruction of cliffs. When Lugia flaps its wings, it can cause a storm that lasts 40 days. Lugia is full of wisdom. Because of her great ability and great influence, Lugia will sleep alone in the trench. However, there is some discrepancy with the legend, that the legend, but lived in a prehistoric ruins. Rumbling. As soon as the sea god Lugia came out, thunder roared again in the sky, and the originally sunny weather became again gloomy, and the storm seemed to come again. Longdu and the trainer of the alliance are facing the enemy, looking at Lugia in the distance. The strength is not comparable to that of Lugia just now. This is the authentic god of the sea, the one just now. It's just his ethnic group. Longdu felt the opponent's aura all over his body, and in the face of absolute power, some it looked very small, and some of the elves released by the trainer showed fear. With relatively high strength have their own arrogance in their hearts, and they still bite the bullet and look at Lugia on the opposite side. Humans, you are too much. There was a lot of blue light in Lugia's eyes, and the powerful superpower directly communicated to all the people in the magic city through telepathy. It was also these unsalty words that surprised everyone. Some trainers looked pale and looked in the direction of Lugia. Name: Lugia. Attributes: superpower, flight qualification, legendary level, divine elves. The initial peak height of the beast, 7 weight, 308. Features: sense of oppression, intimacy. 155. I agree with Suche and make Suche a divine beast. Strength rating: 3 gods, second level gods, first level gods, super god beasts. This is indeed the god of the sea. The first order peak strength of the super divine beast's strength is about to break through. If it really wants to do it, he can only invite Likong to sit over. Suche clearly sees through the eyes of exploration. When we arrived, all the data of Lugia, and sure enough, the Lugia in front of him was the Lugia with the vocation of the god of the sea. However, why it appeared here remains to be verified. Sent interference radio waves to control the elves in the ocean, attack my clan, and snatch away the cubs of our Lugia clan. Do you want to experience a wrath? Lugia's words changed the expressions of some older trainers, recalling an incident several decades ago. Then, just like now, someone provoked Hu of the Hu clan. At that time, one of the 3 holy beasts, Sujin, was also attacked by humans, resulting in Sujin's death. At that time, a sacred flame broke out in the king of Ho-Ho, and the area was covered with scorched earth. A city at that time was directly destroyed, and hundreds of thousands of people were displaced. Now that Lugia's old story has been brought up, everyone feels the pressure. Longdu is also looking at Lugia with a nervous expression. If Lugia really attacks, he can only block the opportunity for others to evacuate. Simply, I can feel that the little guy is still alive and in good condition. You are only allowed to put the little guy back in the port in the evening. I will forgive you for the past, otherwise. Bang! Ka! Lugia said, the superpower in his eyes suddenly soared. All the glass of all the high-rise buildings in Modu shattered, and some trainers in the buildings also panicked. However, while destroying these glasses, it can also ensure that humans are not harmed, which allows everyone to have an intuitive understanding of Lugia's strength. Phailu reminds you. Read 3 things to collect. Chapter 115, China's Actions. Humph. With a cold snort, Lugia took the first smaller Lugia, and with a move, she left here and plunged into the sea. Wow! The water splashed, and Lugia disappeared from everyone's eyes. After watching Lugia leave, some elf trainers were also relieved. Now there is an urgent news. The situation in the Magic City has been temporarily controlled, and the lost elf has also returned to the sea, this time to us a profound lesson. Even the super divine beasts that we don't usually see, Lugia also came forward, but the first Lugia was obviously under control. Who is controlling Lugia? The most obvious is the red beam of light. When the red beam disappeared, Lugia and the elves all return to normal. All this, who is controlling those elves behind it? The Alliance Special Administrative Investigator, the Alliance Champion Mr. Longdu has come here, hoping that under his investigation, the truth of the matter will surface. TV, the newscaster of the Alliance's special line was earnestly broadcasting the news, and the situation in the magic capital made people all over the country worried. Some foreign countries looked at the state of the capital and the appearance of Lugia, but when they knew that there were already a large number of Chinese troops on the border, they all died down. After all, the Chinese country is not something they can invade. Follow them. There are 8 legendary elves in China. Although I don't know if they have any God Masters, but they blindly invaded China and caused them. It is not a contradiction between countries, but a disaster for the world. Discerning person can see that the first Lugia that appeared in the magic capital is far inferior to the second Lugia, no matter what. Whether it is size or momentum, the second Lugia is far stronger than the first Lugia. This is also the first time after a lapse of many years that the strength of the divine beast has been demonstrated, which makes people understand the strength of the divine beast even more. Beijing, China's highest council, in response to what happened in the magic capital, I think the number of casualties will be confirmed as soon as possible, and some medical supplies should be distributed to the magic capital. And, to confirm the direction of other countries, we must resolutely strike down countries that have evil intentions in our country. In the speech of an old man in the conference room, looking at the people around him, he expressed his thoughts and suggestions. I will add that this incident of Lugia has sounded a wake-up call for us. In order to avoid the problems of these super divine beasts in the future, we should completely eliminate the evil forces. An old man in a military uniform stood up, looked at the people around him, and knocked on the table. General Zhang, sit down and say slowly, we are right, but the most important thing is the matter of the magic capital. Besides, the rockets are not completely eliminated. If we want to be completely eliminated, we have to plan slowly. An old man in the first place looked at the old man who stood up and said softly. Yes, I understand what you mean. There is news from Du, that Lugia's control this time is not a coincidence. It's because Lugia's cub was caught, and because of the red light, it was directly controlled. A member of Alliance Clothing looked at the news on his mobile phone and directly told Du's investigation. Do you have a heart-wrenching emotion to protect the calf? Having said that, everyone understands the situation of the matter. Which of the people present is not a human being can guess the general situation of the matter with a little thought. A Lugia is fine. The problem is that now that the god of the sea has come forward, this matter is complicated. Of an old man made everyone nod their heads. Indeed, with the words of a Lugia, everyone could stabilize each other's emotions. However, it was a little troublesome for the god of the sea to come forward. According to some historical records, when some priesthood elves were angry, some small countries could not bear the power they released. Tell Longdu, no matter what. How, be sure to find little Lugia and quell the wrath of the sea god. Magic City Ferry Center. Longdu, it's really Mr. Du, I saw the real person. Idle. If it weren't for the current situation, I would have asked him for an autograph. Demon City Elf Center. Some trainers who stayed here looked at Longdu who came here, and their eyes widened in disbelief. Longdu is in a chaotic mood at the moment. Although the Elf Alliance has issued an announcement to look for little Lugia, how could he find little Lugia in such a big place? Thinking of what Lugia said, Longdu is in a great mood at the moment. The chaos wants to beat people, and cut those who did this kind of thing into 8 pieces. If you want to subdue Lugia, you must subdue it with dignity. Are you looking for this little guy? In the center of the elf, a voice sounded, causing everyone to subconsciously look in the direction of the voice. I saw a man in black clothes, black sunglasses and a black mask walked in, holding a little Lugia in his arms. You are going to scare me to death. Do you know that the god of the sea almost destroyed the city? Longdu looked at the person who appeared in front of him, and the little Lugia held in the other's hand. His eyes widened in shock, and he subconsciously screamed, about to say Su Che's name. Fortunately, Su Che raised his hand directly and gestured to Longdu, and Longdu came back to his senses and breathed a sigh of relief, but still complained about the other party. Immediately, he directly grabbed the shoulder of the person who came, and kept shaking it. And little Lugia, who was in the arms of the man in black, flew up and looked at the people around him vigilantly, because at this time everyone's eyes were on little Lugia. Okay, let's talk about the gossip later. Let the doctor see the little Lugia's condition first. It was Su Che who came. After changing his clothes, after listening to Lugia's words, Su Che came to the elf center. Pushing away the excited Longdu, Su Che directly hugged little Lugia who was beside him. Little Lugia did not resist, and let Su Che hold him and put little Lugia in an infirmary. Chapter 116. The Bell of Peace. It was Su Che who came. After changing his clothes, after listening to Lugia's words, Su Che came to the elf center. Pushing away the excited Longdu, Su Che directly hugged little Lugia next to him. Little Lugia did not resist, and let Su Che hug him and put little Lugia in an infirmary. Su Che and Longdu watched from the side, while the medical staff checked little Lugia's body, while behind the glass partition, a large group of people looked at little Lugia in the room with curious expressions in their eyes. Look. After checking little Lugia and confirming that the medical staff had not left behind Lugia's blood and some feathers, Longdu and Su Che left the infirmary, and the latter took little Lugia in his arms and sat in the hall to rest. Mr. Longdu, please allow me to interview you. Who is the man in black beside you? 423. At this time, a media worker on the side couldn't help it, and rushed forward to ask Longdu, hoping that Longdu would give him an explanation. After little Lugia finished checking, Su Che held little Lugia and Longdu together, sitting in the rest area in the center of the elf, waiting for the passage of time. As for the media workers who followed Longdu, seeing little Lugia and Su Che dressed as men in black, they couldn't take their time, so they rushed forward and took the microphone to speak to Longdu. The questioning words made Longdu a little unhappy, but fortunately, Longdu's self-discipline was good, and he just answered lightly while watching the camera. He is a member of the Alliance Investigators, with the same strength as me, and the code name is hidden. The reporters were also very surprised after listening. This is big news. There are actually trainers of the same level as Longdu in the Alliance, but this is also a big news. It will definitely cause a sensation when it is broadcast. I have to say that this reporter still has little knowledge. The Alliance has a history of thousands of years. Even if some older generation of heavenly kings retire, it does not mean that their strength has regressed. Do you dare to say that the other party is the strength of heavenly kings? How is it possible? The old one, the next generation of heavenly kings, has at least one champion-level elf, just like Wu Lai, the former fire-type heavenly king that Su Che met last time. The firestorm beast in his hand is a champion-level elf. If it wasn't for the firestorm beast's injury, the firestorm beast's strength has regressed, and the current fire element heavenly king is probably still the old man. Think about it, the injured firestorm beast is already a champion-level elf. What about the uninjured firestorm beast? Now there is an open match between Longdu and Mr. Wu Lai. I am afraid that Longdu will have to play 12 points. If it weren't for the older generation of heavenly kings, most of them lost the momentum they had when they were young. Now, the heavenly kings would probably have to line up again. Speaking of which, when the reporter was about to interview Su Che directly interrupted the journalists. Sorry, I don't accept interviews. I have something to say to do now. The fluttering words made the female reporter froze in place, unable to advance or retreat, but fortunately, Longdu made a timely rescue, giving the reporter a step up. We still have things to discuss, the follow-up Consumer Alliance release. The reporter smiled stiffly, opened here, and left a space for the two of them to talk. I have to say that the auras of Su Che and Longdu are in the... There was no one sitting in the surrounding seats, but they looked at the two from a distance. Are you sure the news you got is correct? You need to know that when this news returns to the Alliance, some big families in the alliance will definitely be in great turmoil. Longdu looked at Su-che with a gloomy face, and said in a very solemn tone. I know, but now that the problem has occurred, you have to know that when this kind of thing is released again, which of us will have the ability to rush to the scene? This time we are both there, but next time, what about next time? Su-che looked at Longdu, and also hugged little Lugia and touched little Lugia's head. Hey, I also know, but the rockets are the League's nemesis. If you really want to restrict them, it's not so restrictive. And what you said, especially the Zhao family in the magic capital, it is not so easy to completely destroy them. Longdu understood what Su-che meant. He just wanted to limit the strength of Team Rocket, thereby weakening Team Rocket's strength. But, you have to be clear, Longdu. This time, it's not only Team Rocket, but the Zhao family directly involved. If they let them after catching little Lugia, you and I know what the consequences will be. We can only fundamentally prevent this situation, and by the way, let the big families know the strength of the country and the alliance. Pu was a little tangled in front of him, and directly expressed his thoughts. Let me think about it again. Longdu also had a tangled expression on his face. After thinking about it for a while, he did not reply directly to Su-che's words. The evening, Mio in the port of Modu. Longdu and Su-che are here, and little Lugia is in front of them both. Little Lugia looks at the boundless sea and chirps softly. Galas. After a few seconds, a loud voice sounded. Lugia's figure appeared on the sea, looking at the little Lugia excitedly. When little Lugia saw her mother, her eyes lit up and she rushed forward, communicating with her mother and telling her about her situation. Thank you, human. Lugia looked at Su-che with a grateful light in her eyes. If it wasn't for Su-che, her child would have been arrested long ago. It should be, little Lugia, I'll give you a present 3. 6. When Mio heard Su-che's words, little Lugia looked at Su-che in confusion, and then at his mother. After getting the consent of his mother, little Lugia came to Su-che, with a curious look in his big eyes. Ding bell. Take out a 1 bell from his pocket. Su-che hangs it directly on little Lugia's neck. This bell is an item that Su-che exchanged from the game system. It is the best appeasement bell. Although Lugia lives in seawater, the best appeasement bell is burned with fire. It is fine with freezing. Moreover, Su-che also asked the system. The system said that in the seawater, the pressure of the seawater has no effect on this bell. This is a gift to little Lugia. Chapter 117. Tsunere Lugia, Gintama Bell. Ding bell. Seeing the exquisite bell on her neck, little Lugia was also very happy. After rubbing Su-che intimately, she returned to her mother and showed off her bell. Lugia just looked at her child with loving eyes, and then her expression changed to look back. Wow! A whirlpool suddenly formed, and a figure rushed out from the whirlpool. It was Lugia, the god of the sea. Galas. At the suggestion of the god of the sea, Lugia, one big and one small, returned to the sea. Before leaving, the little Lugia looked at Su-che reluctantly, and finally left with her mother. The port. Long time no see, Su-che. It's been a long time indeed. You are willing to come out this time. The god of the sea who suddenly appeared in front of him, and listening to his telepathy, Su-che also replied with a smile. Longdu, who was beside him, was stunned. Looking at Su-che and Lugia, he wanted to understand that the Lugia in front of him was the one that Su-che said in the group last time. The god of the rogue sea. Longdu looked at Luokia with strange eyes, which made Luochi 21 feel very uncomfortable. Human, what kind of eyes are you looking at this seat? Do you want to die? Luohia, stop pretending. He knows your character. Longdu is my friend. It's our champion. Looking at Longdu's disrespectful eyes, Lugia was going to give the person in front of him a disdain, but he didn't expect Su-che's next words to make him stiff. Lugia looked at Su-che with a resentful look on her face. The god fighter she believed to be, actually sold herself directly. No wonder the other party looked at her so strangely. It's over. It's over. My image is gone. Su-che, you can erase his memory. Looking at Longdu, Lucia suddenly began to meditate, and after a flash of inspiration, she directly came up with the best solution. After thinking of this method, Lugia looked at Suche with excitement. As long as Suche, as soon as he agrees, Lugia's superpowers will burst forth, instantly erasing Longdu's memory. You can pull it down. Suche looked at Lugia, who was eager to try, and a chill in his heart interrupted Lugia's careful thoughts. However, I really thank you this time. This is quite my reward for you. Lugia looked at Suche, as if remembering something, and took out a silver bell. There are also transparent wavy lines on the bell, revealing a mysterious look, and the surrounding stars twinkle, which adds a beautiful feeling. This is... Looking at Lugia in confusion, Suchexi explained it herself. This is my exclusive token, the Gintama bell. You can contact me and summon me. Suche looked at the bell in his hand, and his eyes widened after listening to Luo's words. Although he felt strange, he still accepted the bell, while Longdu on the side looked at Suche enviously. Then, I'm leaving. After talking to Longdu, he walked directly to the hotel where he was resting. Now that it was resolved, although his game was interrupted, he also proved his strength. Although interrupted. Not impossible, participate in the World Championships. At present, Suche's main idea is that after studying hard, he can enter the university and directly challenge the gym, and then he can participate in the Alliance Conference. Watching Suche leave, Longdu didn't say anything. He wanted to come and meet next time. Without special circumstances, it should be the Four Heavenly Kings Championship at the Bird's Nest Stadium in the capital. However, considering Suche's strength, Longdu's I felt a little chill in my heart. If it wasn't for the opponent's fighting experience that was not as good as my own, I would have been defeated by the opponent. Back at the hotel, Suche used his superpower to change his clothes early, so that outsiders couldn't see him another identity. Dong dong dong. Who? The knock on the door sounded, causing Suche, who had just returned, to subconsciously narrow his eyes and ask directly. It's me, Dr. Suche. Wang Jun's voice sounded, making Suche a little strange. What is Wang Jun doing at this time? Master Wang Jun, what are you doing here at this time? Opening the door, looking at Wang Jun across from him, Suche asked in a doubtful tone. It's about our last game. Because of Lugia, the league's open tournament is stopped, but now I don't think it's necessary. Handing out an envelope, Wang Jun looked directly at Suche opposite. This thing is a letter of recommendation from several of our museum owners. I believe this thing will be helpful to you in the future. This letter of recommendation will be of great help in your future travels. Because of your strength, there is no need to continue the open tournament, and I will also devote myself to the work of the Magic City in the future. The open tournament is over. Thank you. Hearing Wang Jun's explanation, Suche also thanked Wang Jun after receiving the letter. The next day, on the high-speed rail back to Zhangcheng, alas, what a pity. The league's open competition was interrupted. The competition between Dr. Suche and Wang Jun is really curious. Yes, but Lugia's power is really powerful. Yeah, the strength of the divine beast is really not something I wait for, it can be speculated and coveted. Hey, a lot of things have really happened in Modu recently, first Lai Kongzai and then Lugia, how come the beasts have appeared one by one recently? Quote. Suche wore sunglasses, listened to the speeches of the people around him, and looked at a letter of recommendation in his hand. This letter of recommendation is the guarantee for Suche to participate in the World Championships, and it is also equivalent to a prerequisite ticket. Ding dong. Zhangcheng Station has arrived. Passengers arriving at the destination, please take your belongings and get off in sequence. Welcome to your next visit. The voice on the radio sounded, and Suche picked up his luggage, got off the high-speed train, and came to the platform. Seeing the familiar scenery around him, Suche walked directly towards his home. I'm back. After an unknown amount of time, Suche came to the door of his house, opened the door and looked at two familiar figures, smiled and said to his parents. Chapter 118. Two House Dogs, School Starts. Welcome home. Mother Sue and Father Sue looked at their son. They were relieved and said to their son with a smile. The mother was worried. How could Sue-Che's parents not be worried? After hearing the news from the magic capital, Sue-Che's parents were also very worried. However, under the persuasion of Su's father, Su's mother also calmed down. Her son's strength is extraordinary, and Latius and Zeraora are there. It will be fine. However, after seeing Sue-Che returning home, the second old really relax. Looking at his parents, Sue-Che also showed a relaxed smile on his face. Sure enough, home is still the most comfortable. Ding dong. Congratulations to the owner for winning the tickets for the World Championship. I hope the owner will make persistent efforts, and hereby reward the house dog for choosing to. At this time, an electronic screen appeared in front of Sue-Che, on which was the first generation, all the house dogs behind. Wind Speed Dog, Black Luga, Big Wolf Dog, Long-Haired Dog, Maned Rock Werewolf, Electric Dog. It's a bit difficult to choose. Seeing so many house dogs, Sue-Che's choice of difficulties appeared, and he was entangled. Look at the screen in front of you. I already have a rock type, although I really want my own main rock werewolf. My own main rock werewolf, but a 6-star elf hatched by myself. To the highest. I still remember that I used the main rock werewolf to brush alone, the 4 kings and champions in various regions. Wind Speed Dog and Black Luga are also good. Black Luga can evolve, it is the best choice. However, because of the relationship of my own team, I already have the main force of the fire element, and the elves of the water element are missing. Why can't I unlock the Koga Ninja Frog? In this way, my elves are even a complete champion team. Okay, let's choose the Wind Speed Dog and the maned rock werewolf. Take out these 2 house dogs first, and the subsequent house dogs can slowly unblock themselves. Bang bang. Sue-Che chose 2 Pokeballs. The 2 Pokeballs appeared directly in Sue-Che's hands. The 2 Pokeballs exploded directly, and 2 figures flashed in white light and appeared directly on the spot, rushing towards Sue-Che. Wong. Ouch. It is the Wind Speed Dog and the maned rock werewolf, and the Wind Speed Dog is an elf that looks like a large dog. It has fluffy flaxen hair that covers the face. Eyes turn brown and the body has black and orange stripes like a tiger. The feet are surrounded by hair, and the tail has a long tail. When running, the body seems to be fused with the wind, which is quite majestic. And the main rock werewolf was Sue-Che's appearance of dusk through time. Outside, the main rock werewolf not only has the same places as the main rock werewolf during the day, such as its body and 444 main rocks on its neck. There are also places that are the same as the main rock werewolf in the dark night, such as the mane on the head, etc. However, it also has different places from the maned rock werewolf in the daytime and the maned rock werewolf at night, such as orange-yellow hair, green eyes, etc. 2 elves appeared. They hugged Sue-Che and licked them fiercely, rubbing against Sue-Che frantically, and their tails kept shaking. Please advise, main rock werewolf, Wind Speed Dog. Woohoo, woohoo. The sky in September is extraordinarily high. The weather in September, grid. Cool outside. The greenery of the earth is still there, and a large area is spread wantonly to the far end. September, there is no July and August, the heat is less, and the bitterness of winter is less, gentle and peaceful and serene. Breeze is cool, the heights are far and wide, the sun can't cross the seasons, and it's time to cool down. Although it is still red and bright, it can only be put on a show, there is really no summer majesty to play. On such days, major schools have also ushered in the opening season, and Zhangcheng No. 2 Middle School is no exception. The holidays always pass quickly, and without everyone noticing, it just slips away quietly, and a new one the semester has begun. The night before, Sue-Che prepared what he had prepared for school, and went directly to the new classroom to prepare for the next semester of study. However, what made Sue-Che feel the most obvious was that the classmates in the class had a different attitude towards him. Before, they didn't know much about their own strength and thought that their strength was not the level of a heavenly king. Therefore, the students in the class always thought that Suche was watching a joke, but a League Open match made everyone understand that Suche's strength was not only a real king, is also a trainer who has continuously defeated the master of the gymnasium, and because of this, the students' attitude towards Suche has changed. Suche was obviously a trainer at the Heavenly King level, and he and others didn't believe it before. Suche has nothing to do with such a situation, and is still doing his own thing. Jingle bell. The class bell rang. Everyone quickly sat in their seats and looked at the teacher who came in. Hello everyone. Now you are in the second year of high school, and your study tasks have begun to become heavier. Under this kind of study pressure, you will inevitably feel anxious, and I hope your classmates will persevere. Good. Looking at the students below, the head teacher Wang Zhang looked at the crowd and nodded. Then, let's introduce to you today, the elf form in the region. So, what is the regional form of the spirit, does everyone know? Looking at the students below, Wang Zhang also started today's lecture, and his lecture is the regional form of elves. Suche also knows the situation of the Haodao regional form. This is because elves have unique characteristics in different regions in order to adapt the natural environment. The appearance of some elves has become completely different from other regions. The ecology is also very different from the known elves of the same species, and the attributes have also changed. This form is called the regional form. When Suche was in his previous life, in the Alola region and Galar region in the animation, he discovered a completely different elf form from other regions before. Then, please come up and talk to everyone, Suche. Everyone applaud. Wah 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 wah, Sudo. Suche looked at Wang Zhang in surprise and didn't understand what Wang Zhang meant, but in the eyes of Wang Yang's encouragement, Suche still came to the stage and said his opinion. The regional form of elves can be interpreted literally, that is, in different regions, the attributes and shapes of elves are different. Chapter 119. Daily, the Discipline Inspection Department is recruiting. The regional form of elves can be interpreted literally, that is, in different regions, the attributes and shapes of elves are different. For example, Teacher Wang Yang's Mountain King. In the Madeira Islands, this kind of spirit has become a steel and ice attribute. And then there is the double bomb gas in the country of Great Britain, which has become a poison and a fairy, these two attributes. The root cause is the surrounding environment. The original elves have new attributes and their shapes have also changed. After the class, everyone seemed to have benefited a lot, and after recalling the content of Suche's lecture, Wang Zhang nodded with satisfaction. With Suche's knowledge and strength, it's more than enough to travel now. The only downside is the prescribed age. After class, some of the classmates gathered to discuss what happened in the Demon City and the Alliance Open, while Suche was curiously listening to his classmates' discussions. If you want me to say, Suche's strength is definitely enough to participate in the Alliance Conference, and the champion of the Alliance Open is definitely 423 pairs of him. I still think that the master of the Wangjun Pavilion has a higher winning rate, and his electric dragon has not evolved. If it weren't for the final accident, it is not necessarily who wins and who loses. It must be Suche who won the final victory. Just think about Bandera's strength, and he directly defeated the Gengar who did not evolve. That's right. That's right. And the electric dragon is also suppressed by Bangira to a certain extent. The final victory must be Suche, okay. Listening to the discussions of the classmates, Suche didn't say much. The battle of the elves was inherently uncertain, and Bangira had an advantage, and the next moment might be overtaken by the electric dragon. By the way, you saw that the school's official website is not recruiting for the Discipline Inspection Department. At this time, a classmate in the class took out his mobile phone at some point, looked at the news posted on the school's official website, and said loudly. At this time, the people on the side couldn't be idle either, and when they heard the news, they immediately became excited, picked up the series of mobile phones and started logging into the school's official website. Specially recruited several trainers because of the lack of personnel in the discipline inspection department. I hope everyone will sign up to participate. Seeing such a top message, Suche touched his chin and thought for a while, then immediately understand. Indeed, due to the graduation of the seniors and sisters of the third year of high school, most of the staff of the discipline inspection department are no longer there, and the new director should be Chen Qing. I believe his Yongjua should also evolve. I clicked on the post, and sure enough, it was a photo of Yixing and Hudi. Thinking of the welfare of the discipline inspection department, Tong couldn't help but gear up. The discipline inspection department is the only group of students in the school who can use elves to fight anywhere in the school. Of the disciplinary inspection department, the consumption is halved when using it, and there is no time limit. At the same time, you can enjoy free elf treatment. The discipline inspection department can apply to the school, and the training cost of an elf. Students in the discipline inspection department do not need to participate in the monthly exams, midterm exams, but you need to ensure that the final exam, the average score of the 3 English, mathematics and English, and the main courses such as the wizard course have passed. However, aside from this welfare, the discipline inspection department is also very hard, mainly responsible for the order in the school. Responsible for responding to challenges from outsiders, responsible for the safety of activities inside and outside the school, and at the same time, must participate in competitions at the municipal level and above. The last condition has made some students discouraged and want to join the discipline inspection department, but they are unable to join the discipline inspection department. The first condition for joining the disciplinary inspection department is to obtain the approval of the Minister of Disciplinary Inspection Department, in other words, to fight against the current Minister Chen Qing to gain his approval. However, because of Long Yu's absence, the current students are gearing up to enter the discipline inspection department. However, Suche felt it was very troublesome because he hated it. Those trivial things. When you think about joining the discipline inspection department, you need to be concerned about this and that. Suche is not interested. This also makes Suche feel strange, because logically, the discipline inspection department of the school should not be at this time come and recruit people directly. However, the next burst of exclamation made Suche continue to look at his mobile phone. Quick, look at the school's official website. A surprised and excited voice sounded, causing Suche to refresh the school's official website subconsciously, and the second message on the top made Suche nodded suddenly. The 15th E-Province Elf College competition will open in October. I hope that outstanding trainers from major colleges and universities will actively sign up. Seeing such a message, Suche also understood why the discipline inspection department wanted to recruit people. Because this is an exchange competition for the entire Hubei province. And the students of the discipline inspection department must attend. In other words, this competition is the most important to Zhangcheng No. 2 Middle School. If it wins, it will be the first choice for many parents to consider their children's schooling. In the previous competitions, most of the school's competitions were in the top 4 and 8th positions. Such results are also the reason why many parents are willing to put their children in Zhangcheng No. 2 Middle School. This kind of competition is very attractive to Suche, and every time you win this kind of competition, you can get some rewards. For the competition is that the students in the school have 3 elves, but most of the students in the second year of high school have 3 elves, and they are eager to sign up. Most of the students submitted their resumes, and the students of the discipline inspection department responsible for statistics, the seniors and sisters of the discipline inspection department are responsible for examining them. Jingle bell. The bell of the evening self-study rang. The students in the first year of high school went home early, and the head teacher Wang Zhang came to mobilize the students in the class, hoping that the students would study hard during this month. In this competition is the students in the second and third grades of high school. Jingle bell. The bell rang at the end of the evening self-study. Wang Zhang still encouraged his students. In his opinion, if Suche is willing to compete, the first place this time must be Zhangcheng No. 2 Middle School. After all, Suche however, in this league open, he was called the uncrowned king. Existence. In the league open competition, Suche showed his strength with his elf. The 3 gym trainers lost to Suche under Suche's powerful strength. Please download Feilu to read the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 120. Daily Practice. Huoban Miao evolves. Scaled Dragon and Shinado go out. Moreover, Huailong and Bangira are elves who have made a fortune without evolution. Such strength in the college exchange competition is like a wolf in a group of lambs. The leaders of the school hope that Suche will bring honor to the school, and that Wang Zhang will mobilize Suche and let Suche participate in the competition. But Wang Zhang just dealt with it and didn't tell Suche about this competition. After all, in his eyes, participating in the college exchange competition also depends on Suche's own intentions. The main competitors of the Fairy Exchange Conference are high school students, and the national college competition is the stage for college students. The threshold of the college competition is the college students in the whole country. The Elf College Exchange competition is held every 2 years, and Suche was lucky enough to meet this time. Huoban Miao, today we will continue the training of Flaming Fang and Energy Storage Flame Attack. After dinner, Suche's spiritual body came to the elf game space. Looking at the elves in front of him, Suche began to formulate a training plan for them. First of all, it was Huoban Miao, the fire attribute different color flashing Huoban Miao. Her talent and strength can be said to be extremely powerful, and under Suche's training, Huoban Miao's strength is steadily improving. The strength of Huoban Miao has reached a 0 point, and he needs to learn powerful tricks, then master the strength of his body, and evolve smoothly. Miao. Huoban Miao listened to Suche's words, and also came to the spirit. It didn't want to get further and further away from its partners, so it worked hard. The evolution of elves, in elves, biology, refers to the genetic state of a population that changes from generation to generation. The most notable feature of the evolution of elves is the change in shape and the increase in strength. Of course, when some elves evolve, the strength of elves will also increase. After some elves evolve, their aptitude and strength will also increase. Many of the evolution of some wild elves is completed because of the danger and early overdraft of their potential. In the wild are also not very qualified. Those elves with very good qualifications have either taken the treasures of heaven and earth, or are children of powerful elves. Some powerful elves often overdraw their ultimate strength before completing their final evolution. That's the momentum. Huoban, come on. Use the flaming teeth. Looking at the fighting-spirited Huoban Miao, Suche nodded and gave his order to Huoban Miao. Miao. Huoban let out a loud cry, and a little bit of fire started to appear on the back. A lot of fire was condensed in the body, and the mouth began to have the light of flames. It is worth mentioning that Huoban Miao's fangs began to shine with fire. After condensing his strength, he confidently looked at the fire-breathing dragon on the opposite side. Go on, Huoban Miao. Suche looked at Huoban Miao with the arrow on the string, and directly gave his order. Miao. Miao Huoban in the game space, after hearing Suche's order, also roared, quickly used his skills, and rushed towards the fire-breathing dragon. Fire-breathing dragon, block it with dragon claws. Seeing Huoban Miao's actions, Suche's eyes lit up, and he directly gave his order to the fire-breathing dragon. Roar! The green dragon-type power lit up on the claws, and a dragon claws directly showed the flaming teeth of Huoban Miao, and took it directly. Boom! A dull explosion sounded, the fire spot attack was taken over by the fire-breathing dragon, and the fire-breathing dragon took over the attack without taking any damage. Because of the level relationship, the fire spot Miao's attack basically broke 5, and the fire dragon's defense. Very good. Huoban Miao. Miao. Miao Huoban heard Suche's words, squinted his eyes and screamed, and suddenly white lights appeared on his body. After a few minutes, the white light stopped, and a new elf appeared on the spot. It was Huoban Miao's evolutionary form, Hot Miao. The bell-like thing on the Hot Miao's neck is the organ, flame bag, that can produce flames. Of the flame bag will rise with the mood of the hot cat, and it will emit flames and make a loud sound like a bell. The hot cat will use the flames emitted by the bell to attack. The cat fists unleashed by the sturdy front and back feet are powerful enough to bend an iron rod or knock a strong man unconscious with one blow. The hot meow's mane is an excellent sensory organ, which can see the surrounding environment even in the dark place, and can sense the every move of one of the hidden enemies. Great, hot meow. Meow. Listening to Suche's happy mood for himself, Hot Meow also smiled and nodded, happy that his strength had improved to a higher level. Roar. It was also at this time that the scaled dragon, who was in seclusion and comprehend his own source power, suddenly opened his eyes and let out a roar. All the elves looked at the scaled dragon subconsciously. And Shanae Duo, who was on the side, suddenly opened his eyes, and the huge superpower broke out instantly, and all the elves looked at Shanae Duo as if they were enemies. The strength of the eldest sister's head would not have reached the level of a divine beast. Those elves looked at Shanado with a look of surprise and solemnity in their eyes. After seeing Shanado, they also worked hard to cultivate. Roar. Shanae. Scaled Dragon and Shanae Duo came to Suche, and Scaled Dragon and Shanae Duo's eyes were filled with excitement. Okay, our harvest today is really good, and we will have a good party tomorrow. Feeling the strength of his elf, Suche also felt a sense of pride in his heart, raised his hand and said, Roar. Meow. Shanae. All the elves looked at Suche, jumped up excitedly, and agreed. The distribution of their elves, strength, Zoroark, champion, Shanae Duo, different colors flash, half step, third level divine path Calio, champions peak fast dragon, champions peak Bangira, champions peak fire breathing dragon, champions peak the last three have suppressed a part of their strength because of their strength. Second Team 22. Scaled Dragon, Quasi-Tianwang Peak Fossil Pterosaur, Quasi-Tianwang Period Hot Meow Idiosyncratic Flash, Quasi-Tianwang Early Stage Fans, Quasi-Tianwang Middle Stage Duolong Baruto, Quasi-Tianwang Peak Divine Beast, Latias, the second level God Zeraora's Different Color Flash, the second level God Lai Kongsi in the later stage, the middle stage of the Super Beast Lugia, the first peak of the Super Beast Wanfang. Chapter 121. Competition in the Park. Main Rock Werewolf Dusk Form. Mid-Championship Wind Speed Dog. Mid-Championship, everyone, it's time for a picnic. Early in the morning, Suche looked at a few Pokeballs directly in the bedroom, carried his space backpack, and had a lot of snacks in the space backpack. And Suche also carried a picnic basket in his hand, which contained the lunchbox. After the elves in the Pokeball heard Suche's words, the Pokeball shook as if in response to Suche's words. Today is a rest day. Suche prepared dry food for a picnic early in the morning, and some elf food. Have a good time with your own spirit. Xiaoche, are the picnic tools ready? The voices of the parents came from behind, and they also held a 4-2-3. Some picnic utensils, looking at the energetic Suche. Get it. Putting all his Pokeballs in his backpack, Suche and his parents walked towards the park not far away. There is a park separated by two roads in Zhangcheng No. 2, which is called Songhai Park. Most of the elves here are insects, and there are some elves of water and grass. There are all kinds of elves in the park. Because there are some changes in activities, there are also 4 elves centers in the park. And, coincidentally, today is the day for a fun competition, and the content of the competition is the Genie Orienteering Competition. Elf orienteering competitions are generally held irregularly by some elf trainer associations. Before the competition, each contestant will get a map of the event. Contestants need to team up with Pokemon to arrive at the designated 555 locations and stamp on the map. Then, the person who returns to the designated spot the fastest wins. In the competition, only the map and compass are allowed to be used, and the winner of the competition will receive a medal from the Elf Association, as well as some special fruits or gifts. Speaking of the Spiritual Association, it is an organization all over the world, and almost every region has at least one building belonging to the association, who like elves to communicate, and also to display each other's collections. Generally, the members here prefer unevolved, cute elves. They don't like fighting, but they like gorgeous contests. However, for some excellent elf trainers, elf friends will still recruit each other. After all, elf battles rely on their own strength. However, Suche was not interested in this kind of competition, so he just subconsciously skipped the situation and came to an open space. The main purpose of my visit today is to get up and have a picnic with the spirit, to relax the spirit of the spirit. Okay, come out my friends. Prepare the tablecloth for the picnic. The 444 corners of the tablecloth. Suche directly took out his elf ball and put his elf out. Hoo, squeak, Shanae. I released all my elves. Fortunately, there were not many people around, and not many tourists came to watch, but some trainers saw these powerful elves. Want to go up to the challenge? Some discerning trainers stopped their companions one after another. Those elves clearly pointed to one person, and that trainer was not someone who could be provoked by themselves and others. Hello everyone, welcome to pay attention to our program. Today at Insongai Park, it is the genie orienteering competition held every few years. I'm Lu Li, a reporter from this station. Let's see how the players are preparing. Having said that, Lu Li and her shooting assistant came to the preparation area of the players and interviewed the players together. This year's competition is a little different. Today's orienteering competition requires the cooperation of trainers and elves. I hope everyone can cheer. Then, let's introduce to you the rules of this orienteering competition. First of all, there are 3 competition points in this orienteering competition. It's Nilan Lake, Stone Pagoda Forest, and One-Horned Rhino Paradise. The players must collect the Tyrannosaurus Dragon Badge, the Small Fist Stone Badge, and the One-Horned Rhino Badge, and then return to the gate to win. There will be some obstacles on the way to collect badges. Players can obtain these badges with the help of elves. The situation in this competition is a little different. For example, in the first stage of the inverse scale lake, you need to use water-type spirits. The specifics will depend on the trainer's reaction ability and your own hard power. Xiaoche, you are you not going to participate? Seeing the lively scene over there, Suche's mother looked at Suche and suggested to Suche, Listening to his mother's words, Suche stuffed something into his mouth, and his hand suddenly paused. After watching the lively game in the distance, he shook his head and made a vague voice. Go ahead and talk. Father Su looked at Suche's appearance, and looked at Suche with black lines all over his head. His child was fine, and sometimes he didn't pay attention to the little things. Everything. I'm going to bully them, and I don't have a water elves. Suche spread out his hands, and answered indifferently. Quote. Listening to the words of his own children, and seeing the natural expressions of those elves, Suche's parents also looked at Suche helplessly. Indeed, 3. This little guy didn't say anything about what he was doing every day. His husband and wife were just paying attention to Suche's studies. Moreover, when Suche was a child, every time Suche came home late, he would always have more scars and a one-elf ball on his body. Fortunately, Suche's parents were more open-minded and did not ask too much about the source of the elf. Now, Suche's strength is already so powerful. Looking at his powerful son, his parents shook their heads helplessly and went with him. The competition, start. Under the order of a referee electronic robot, those participating in the orienteering competition quickly ran over. Okay, most of the trainers are now running towards the first goal. What will the trainers do next to the first level of the knee-scale lake? Chapter 122, Shadows in the Lake. In Songhai Park, there are many floating platforms on the lake. All the floating platforms are linked by iron cables and float on the water. Trainers need to pass through these floating platforms to reach the next level, and there will be some water-based elves around, using water guns to interfere with the trainers. If the trainer wants to pass such a level, he also needs strong reaction ability, and cooperates with the Water Elves to offset the water pistol tricks of the Water Elves. The next one is the Stone Tower Forest, where there will be a large number of small fist stones, and it is necessary for the elf trainers to subdue a small fist stone without damaging the public place. Trainers can only get the badge of the small fist stone after they have captured the small fist stone. The last level is the level of the one-horned rhinoceros armored rhinoceros, which requires trainers and one-horned rhinos to communicate with each other, and ride the one-horned rhinoceros back to the starting point of the spirit center. The final prize is yes, the mysterious water droplets that make the elves improve their strength are very attractive to the water elves. Some trainers come here to obtain such a prop. 21 They believe that after getting the mysterious water drop, the power of the elves will also increase a lot. In Songhai Park, the genie orienteering competition is in full swing. Suche's family is sitting on the grass, watching the big screen in the distance, watching the genie orienteering competition while killing time. Because it is a fun competition program, the staff of Alliance TV are also broadcasting the program live here, so that more people can see it. Okay, the competition has begun. A total of 12 trainers participated in this competition. I hope they can achieve a good result. On the electronic screen, the shadows of some elf trainers will appear from time to time, and in the audio next to them, there are also commentators broadcasting the explanation. And some radio reporters also broadcast live for the audience. After all, this kind of competition is also equivalent to a small competition, and it also needs to be broadcast. On the screen, it could be clearly seen that the frontmost was a girl in a sports suit, and when she saw the girl on the screen, Suche's eyes also showed a strange expression. I didn't expect it to be my squad leader. Wu Yu shouldn't be. The other party is the eldest lady of Feiyong Electronic Technology. If you want any treasures, the family will definitely get them. There is no need to come here to get them. Besides, the battle of cheering it's too big. Looking at a group of people in black in the distance, they are holding a few banners that say "Come on, miss. Everyone in my family has taken action and served it." Suche also understands why the classmates knew her identity on the first day of class. I think it was also the first day of school, in order to prevent some people from being bullied. Well, at this time, Suche's eyes also turned to Wu, a boy, who was actually a boy during military training. Arrived Sun Yao, there is a good show to watch. Wu, the first level is the floating platform of Nilan Lake. In order to set up roadblocks, the distance of the obstacles on the floating platform is just enough for some water spirits to appear. No, some training as soon as the home was on the floating platform, some elves surfaced and began to spray water guns at the dozen or so trainers who participated in the competition. The power of the water gun is not large, but the impact is unexpectedly large. If it is hit, it will definitely be thrown into the water. Mosquito coils frogs, use water guns to stop the water gun. Yupo, water pistol. Looking at the trainers on the screen, the 8 immortals crossing the sea each showing their magical powers, Suche also nodded and watched the game quietly. Rotom's mobile phone was suspended beside him, and according to Suche's request, he recorded some material in the form of video, and then took some photos. In the first level, several trainers were knocked into the water and disqualified from the competition. Because of this, there were only 8 or 9 or 8 players left in the competition. After the trainers got the circular badges printed with water ripples, they immediately go to the next stop, Stone Talon. Stone Tower Forest is a place to commemorate the ancient high platform, where some famous imitation stone towers are recorded, and in the open space beside the stone tower, there are some small fist stones and rumbling stones here. And trainers need to use the Pokeball provided by the game official to conquer a small fist stone without damaging the surrounding environment. Who came here, after selecting their own targets, fight against the water-based elves and the small fist stones, so that they can quickly conquer the small fist stones. Boom, boom, boom. Several subduing voices sounded, and the trainers who subdued the little fist stone placed the Pokeball in the groove of the Pokeball corresponding to their respective names. Picked up the circular badge with the small fist stone, and headed directly to the direction of the one-horned rhinoceros. The last level is also the hardest. It is not an easy thing to establish a bond with the one-horned rhinoceros. In the past, many trainers would fail at the last level, but this level was not difficult for Suche. Using some superpowers by yourself, you can fully communicate with the power of Vibrant, and there is no difficulty in communicating with the one-horned rhinoceros. Suche can see through the electronic screen that the one-horned rhinoceros back has been secured, and the one-horned rhinoceros has been provided for human beings. Place to ride. For after this scene, Che couldn't help but think of the one-horned rhinoceros cross-country race in the animation. In the real world, there are also a series of events such as the one-horned rhinoceros competition and the flaming horse competition in the Olympic Games. Many games are often integrated with the elements of Elves, making everyone feel more in the park should be greeted by the person in charge and the one-horned rhinos. When the trainers came, the trainers rode on the backs of the one-horned rhinos and let them come to the track and ran out directly. The trainers who rode the one-horned rhino quickly gave orders to the one-horned rhino, and the one-horned rhino began to run on the race road. But this is the trainers who set off after suffering. The dust running ahead made them miserable. Fortunately, the organizer also thought of this, and the players also put on protective gear and goggles. Just as the drone flew into the sky, the picture of Knee-Scale Lake also appeared on the big screen, and some trainers also changed their faces. In the lake, the faces of all the people watching the game changed greatly. People are often afraid of the unknown, and it is because of this that everyone is afraid of a dark shadow in the lake. Chapter 123. Sudden Attack, Crazy Tyrannosaurus Dragon. In the lake made the faces of all the people watching the game change greatly. People are often afraid of the unknown, and it is because of this that everyone is afraid of a dark shadow in the lake. Fortunately, someone reacted quickly and wanted to make the organizer stop the contest, but the contestants had no way to find out about this situation. The organizer can only use the intercom to get the protection personnel ready for battle. Wow! Roar! It was at this time that a voice sounded, and a tyrannical carp dragon rushed out of the lake, bringing a large amount of water to everyone's eyes. Rapid Carp Dragon. There is really a tyrannical carp dragon in the Knee-Scale Lake. How is it possible? Is the legend of Knee-Scale Lake true? The contestants looked at this tyrannical carp dragon. All of them were pale, and cold sweat slowly flowed down their faces. The one-horned rhino was also intimidated by the tyrannical carp dragon and stopped in place. Some of the organizers' protection staff didn't look very good either. Judging from the breath, this tyrannical carp dragon was definitely at the peak of the elite level and went to the quasi-celestial king. Moreover, its level is probably still very deep. A small park, I am afraid that it does not have the strength to deal with this tyrannical carp dragon. Even those trainers who participated in the competition, most of them are still the trainers who went to school, came to participate in this competition. Even if the other trainers want to rush over, it's probably too late. Now I can only pray that the tyrannical carp dragon doesn't go mad. Look at the contestants by the lake, and then prepare to go back to the lake. Bang! Roar! At this time, a missile in the distance charged directly and slammed into the body of the storm carp dragon. The sudden change made everyone surprised. Suche subconsciously looked at the tyrannical carp dragon on the screen. The tyrannical carp dragon was already known as a vicious elf, and the tyrannical carp dragon was likely to go berserk in the face of an inexplicable attack. It's my turn, Lotto! Quote. Rotom's mobile phone has a picture book function, and when the elves appear, it always likes to show popular science. Violent carp dragon, ferocious elves. Water, flying attributes, very ferocious personality, the destructive light emitted from the mouth can be burned everything. In the past, a small town angered the tyrannical carp dragon, and in one night, it was burnt down by the tyrannical carp dragon, and in the end nothing was left. I already knew it. Stop reading it. Listening to Rotom's words, Suche spoke directly to Rotom. Beep beep. Got it, Loto. Rotom also smiled embarrassedly. He just said it out of pure knowledge, but his master must not need science here. Xiaoche, is it okay? Looking at the contestants, Su looked at Suche and asked worriedly. It's all right. Of course Suche knew what his parents meant. Suche's mother was not concerned about her own safety, but worried about the contestants. After all, from the picture book function of the Rotom mobile phone just now, I have learned the strength of the Tyrannosaurus carp dragon. It is definitely not that simple. Point is, most of the trainers who participated in the competition were not traveling, or some students. Most of these students are not very strong. Roar! The attacked Tyrannosaurus carp dragon's eyes turned red, and a burst of destruction, the death ray, attacked the place where the missile was launched. Boom! A loud bang sounded, and the orange-yellow destructive light of death slammed on the shore, and suddenly a large amount of soil was thrown up, and at the same time, smoke was lingering with bursts of fire. And a big pit formed by the attack of the destruction and death light reappeared in everyone's eyes. Everyone in the contestants was also surprised when they saw this situation, and looked at the Tyrannosaur with a big change in their faces. The strength of this tyrannical dragon is too powerful. Squeak! The Carp King directly hit the violent carp dragon. Before everyone came back to their senses, a high-voltage current spit out directly from the mouth of the Carp King and hit the body of the Tyrannosaurus carp directly. How is it possible? How can the Carp King use the tricks of the electricity system? I'll go, is that an electric shock trick? I'm torn apart. What's wrong with this world? Quote. Everyone looked at the Carp King's movements, and their eyes widened one after another, and subconsciously said what was in their hearts. Suche also widened his eyes, but he soon realized that something was wrong. Not to mention whether the Carp King can use electricity tricks. The electric shock that lasts for such a long time is unusual. Moreover, how can a Carp King hang in the air? This is definitely not a Carp King. Now no one has noticed, the Tyrannosaurus carp dragon's eyes are getting redder and redder. Roar! Ka! The sky-shattering sound resounded again, and a stream of water burst out from the Tyrannosaurus's tail, slapping the king of carp. Under the hit of the tail of the water stream, the violent carp dragon directly smashed the Carp King. The fragments of the Carp King floated on the water, and the stump of the Carp King also flashed with electric light. Is that the mechanical Carp King? King Carp is made of machinery. No, look at the state of the Tyrannosaurus. The successive attacks let everyone know that the Carp King is not a living creature, but a machine made of machinery. Then why did Lee attack the Tyrannosaur? But someone found that something was wrong with the Tyrannosaur. Brave! Red light, obviously he has been carried away by anger. Go! At this time, the guards in the park discovered the abnormality here, and came over to quickly instruct the participating trainers to evacuate to the distance. Under the rush of the one-horned rhino, the participating trainers slowly evacuated towards the starting point, and the forest rangers also stayed here to prevent the violent carp from attacking. That is to say, at this time, the movement caused by the evacuation of the contestants made the violent carp long subconsciously looked at the evacuated contestants, angry that he had lost his mind, and immediately launched an attack. Roar! With a violent roar, one yellow ball of light was condensed in the mouth of the Tyrannosaurus carp dragon. Looking at the direction the players were evacuating, destroying death light wanted to attack directly. Chapter 124. Violent Carp Dragon, erect the reverse scales. Rumble Rock, destroy the death light. At this time, one of the guards directly took out his Pokeball and released a Pokemon, which is the evolutionary form of the Little Fist Stone, Ronglongyan. Longyan. After the Ronglongyan came out, a small destructive death light instantly condensed. It exploded directly and attacked the opposite carp dragon. Boom! Roar! A small orange light of destruction and death struck directly on the carp dragon. A dull voice sounded, and the carp dragon was immediately hit by the light of destruction. Let out a thunderous roar. Not good. Tyrannosaurus is angry. Everyone, go away. The guards of the park, who are always ready to take action, have been paying attention to the Tyrannosaurus Carposaurus, seeing the current state of the Tyrannosaurus carposaurus. He still didn't know what state the Tyrannosaurus was in, so he hurriedly said to the participating trainers, and at the same time he and his companions began to slowly back away. Roar! The tyrannical carp dragon roared loudly, leaned back slightly, and instantly spewed a huge water column from its mouth, attacking Longlongian. It was the water cannon, which is the ultimate trick of the water system. Longlongian, block it with guard. In the face of such a huge water cannon attack, the only way to stop the attack was the elves. The escort, Ma 543, faced his own rumbling rock and issued an order. After hearing the order, Longlongian took a decisive step forward and stretched out his hands. A deep shout sounded, and a circle of green protective shields spread out around Longlongian's body, directly blocking the water cannon. Roar! Seeing that his move was easily blocked, Tyrannosaurus was furious. Looking at the guards below, the orange ball of light in his mouth condensed, and he wanted to continue to attack. Wind speed dog, spray flames. At this moment, a voice sounded, and I saw a wind speed dog rushing over. A fiery flame spewed out of the wind speed dog's mouth, and directly hit the violent carp dragon. Bang! The stable Tyrannosaurus was angry again, and its body swayed violently. In black and wearing sunglasses appeared here with Fengsugo. Suche could clearly see that this trainer was the man in black who just cheered on Wu Yu. The strength of the family is really amazing. Suche looked at the wind speed dog meaningfully. His face clearly showed a hint of envy. If he had the strength of the family, he would not have hidden his strength from the beginning. Tell the truth, the family has a high place in the family, and the family is also not a place. Thank you for your help, may I ask you? Seeing the trainer who suddenly appeared, the two guards breathed a sigh of relief and wanted to ask each other. Wait for the gossip, stop the carp dragon first. Let you hurt the lady, wind speed dog, use the crazy volt. Seeing that the Tyrannosaurus dragon wanted to attack again, after the trainer answered the guard's words, he was also very angry at the attack of the Tyrannosaurus, and gave an order to the wind speed dog. Wong! After the wind speed dog heard the command, he stepped on his front and back feet, and a strong electric current wrapped his body and rushed towards the direction of the tyrannical carp dragon. Crazy volt! Let the electric current cover the whole body and slam into the opponent to attack, and he will also be attacked. Little damage. Dot. Boom. Roar. The explosion sounded like smoke, and the tyrannical carp dragon was hit by the attack of the wind speed dog, causing a lot of damage. For the typhoon dragon of the water system and flying system, the electric tricks were 4 times the damage of restraint. Scream the sound sounded, and the violent carp dragon behind the thick smoke made it difficult to see the situation. Boom. Wong. The next moment, a destructive deathlight was ejected from the thick smoke behind, directly hitting the wind speed dog and knocking the wind speed dog out. Fortunately, the wind speed dog, with its strong defensive ability, withstood the attack of the destruction of the deathlight. The body is low, and it looks vigilantly in the direction of the tyrannical carp dragon. How is it possible, after being attacked by Crazy Volt, how can Tyrannosaurus still have physical strength? It's over, Tyrannosaurus is really angry. Go, the tyrannical carp dragon might eat them. Quote. Even if the onlookers did not look at the electronic screen, they could hear the sky-shattering roar in the distance. Looking at the situation on the screen, some onlookers immediately. Take your family and prepare to leave here. The strength of this tyrannical carp dragon is really different. It can withstand it directly. It's incredible. It's incredible. What? It can withstand it directly. How is it possible for the wind speed dog to attack the Crazy Volt? The trainer also looked at the tyrannical carp dragon with disbelief. His face was very ugly. I know the strength of my wind speed dog, and it actually resisted my Crazy Volts directly. It's fake. Roar. The Tyrannosaurus carp dragon was glowing red, and the scales on the back armor stood up one by one, making people shudder. Suddenly, the tyrannical carp dragon roared loudly, the violent aura erupted directly, and a beam of light that destroyed the death light erupted instantly and shot straight into the sky. Suche's gaze turned to the direction of coercion, and found that the rays of light that destroyed the death light in the distance directly shot into the sky, which could be seen from here. The huge pressure squeezed the airflow, causing everyone's hair to stand on end, but Suche and his elves were very calm, just an elite quasi-king level tyrannical carp dragon. In the game, Suche didn't know how many times he beaten this little scene is not worth mentioning at all. However, from the voice of the tyrannical carp dragon, it can be heard that the tyrannical carp dragon has gone mad, and from the body of the tyrannical carp dragon, it can be seen that the tyrannical carp dragon can actually use the dragon scale's fury as a trick, and it has already erected an inverse scale. Combined with the name of this lake, could the legend of Niscale Lake be the tyrannical carp dragon? Suche is thinking wildly here, analyzing the situation of the tyrannical carp dragon, but the situation at the scene is not so friendly. Roar! The tyrannical carp dragon roared, the body quickly circled, and attacked the three trainers below, and the scales were slightly red and attacked downward. Dodge! Retreat! Looking at the attack from the distant carp dragon, the three trainers immediately retreated without thinking. Kidding, this kind of attack is not. They can bear it. The strength of their own elves is also the quasi-celestial king, and the strength of the tyrannical carp dragon after going crazy is probably going to be a level. And others are absolutely unable to withstand such an attack. If you are not careful, you will be left here. Chapter 125, Dragon Arrow of Duolong Baruto. Boom! There was a burst of noise from the attack of the tyrannical carp dragon, and a big hole appeared on the ground. Everyone looked at the situation here in surprise from the screen. Now that the inverse scales of the tyrannical carp dragon have erected inverse scales, and the strength has become stronger, the strength of the tyrannical carp dragon is actually so powerful. Moreover, the tyrannical carp dragon in Niscale Lake actually has the skill of Dragon Scale Fury, which is something that no one thought, that the tyrannical carp dragon could actually use the skill of Dragon Scale Wrath. Without the dragon system use the Wrath of Dragon Scales, which is unexpected for everyone, but the fact that it has already appeared cannot tolerate everyone's disbelief. Alas, it's really a dish. Suche looked at the guard on the screen and how the trainer in the back handled it, and complained directly. While the elves around him were tasting the food, they also nodded directly and looked at the tyrannical carp dragon on the screen with a look of disdain. Squeak! Wind Speed Dog, Main Rock Werewolf, Doran Baruto, let's help, other friends stay here, protect my parents. Seeing Duolong Baruto's eagerness to try, Suche also thought of a good idea, and looked at the elf behind him. Listening to Suche's words, the elves behind him nodded in agreement. Of course, Suche did not release Lucario, Latius and Zeraora. However, if you want to come to some high-level officials of the Alliance, they should also know Suche's identity, and they just chose to turn a blind eye. Squeak! Woo! Woo! When the three elves saw Suche standing up, they were eager to try it out, and the wind speed dog bit Suche's back collar and put it on his back. Howling ran directly to where he was going. Whoosh! Looking at the speed of the wind speed dog, Main Rock Werewolf and Duolong Baruto also turned into a bolt of lightning, rushing directly to the destination. Hey, Xiao Che, stay safe. It's alright, don't you know Xiao Che's strength yet? Yiki Juchin, and was also very worried. Suche's father was very relieved by the side, comforted his wife, and gestured to the fast dragons with his eyes. Roar! A kind of elves nodded, continued to take their own food and started to eat. They seemed to relax their vigilance, but the spirit sense of the elves had been adjusted to the highest. Since you want to protect your master's parents, you should also do your due diligence. Damn! Among the contestants, Wu Yu and Sun Yao looked at the situation behind them, and their faces were also ugly. With their own strength, there was no way to help them. This made the two arrogant people bear it, but in reality, both of them looked very pale. Roar! The Tyrannosaurus roared again, and a destructive death light attacked them. The eyes of the three trainers in the back were bloodshot, the contestants looked at the attacking sabotage death light, and also looked pale as the sabotage dead light turned towards them. Sharp stone attack. Just at this critical moment, a faint voice sounded in everyone's ears. Although the voice was not loud, it was clearly conveyed to everyone's ears. Ouch! A wolf-like roar sounded, and the blue stone pillars rose from the ground, blocking the destructive light of the tyrannical carp dragon with ease, and directly attacked the opposite tyrannical carp dragon. Kaka kaka, bang, roar. The sharp stone attack hit the Tyrannosaurus carp dragon, and a burst of smoke erupted at the same time as the explosion. Rock-type tricks are very effective for flying-type elves. Even if the tyrannical carp dragon has the water attribute, it will also be severely injured when attacked by elves far beyond its strength. All the contestants looked at the people who appeared, accurate said to be the figure on the wind speed dog. Black and white casual clothes and sneakers, and some unruly smiles. Sun Yao and Wu Yu looked at the person who came, and their eyes widened at the same time. Su Che. Dr. Su Che. The next attack of the violent carp dragon is an indiscriminate attack. Do you want to stay? Su Che looked back at the people who had stopped, and said nothing. You, be careful. Flower Wu Yu bit her lip and directly controlled the one-horned rhinoceros to run towards the destination, while the contestants were also relieved and ran towards the destination on the one-horned rhinoceros. Okay, what's next? Getting off the wind speed dog, Su Che looked at the tyrannical carp dragon in the distance with a playful look in his eyes. Hello, we are the guards of the park, thank you for your help. 2 park guards came here and saluted Su Che directly. It's alright, go and help the others first. I'll deal with the Tyrannosaurus right here. Looking at the 2 guards in front of him and a trainer behind the guards, Su Che waved his hands and said to them. The 2 guards and the trainer were obviously relieved when they heard Su Che's words. They didn't want to face the violent carp dragon, it was really terrible. Okay, the next step is the violent carp dragon. The carp dragon's problem. Since that's the case, it's no problem to stun it. Feeling the violent carp dragon whose momentum was constantly fluctuating, Su Che murmured in his mouth. Dragon Baruto, Dance of Dragons. Squeak. Under Su Che's order, Duolong Baruto made a strange roar and swam directly in midair. It was the dragon dance trick. Due to the improvement of his characteristic ability, Duolong Baruto's dragon dance moves directly and sharply increased his attack and speed. Doran Baruto, ready. Feeling the momentum of the tyrannical carp dragon, Su Che directly said to Duolong Baluchuo. Squeaky. Doran Baruto is waiting, looking in the direction of the smoke on the opposite side. Roar. The tyrannical carp dragon roared loudly, leaned back slightly, and instantly spewed a huge column of water from its mouth, attacking Duolong Baruto in midair. It was the water cannon. Doran Baruto, dodge. Dragon arrow. Seeing the sudden attack of the tyrannical carp dragon, Su Che directly gave an order. Squeak Roar lowered his head slightly. Duolong Baruto aimed at the opposite Tyrannosaurus, and the dragon arrows formed by Delong Messia in the firing hole in the head quickly attacked the Tyrannosaurus. Please download the ununderlined version of the novel Felu. Chapter 126, Team Rocket reappears. The tyrannical carp dragon was hit by Duolong Baruto's attack, and the power of the 2 dragon arrows suddenly made the tyrannical carp dragon scream and landed in the reverse scale lake. Boom, roar, crash. The tyrannical carp dragon that was hit hard by Duolong Baruto suddenly screamed and fell directly into the lake, splashing a lot of water. Tisk tisk tisk, the tyrannical carp dragon is likely to lose its ability to fight under such an attack. Looking at the bubbling lake surface, Su Che also muttered to himself. Okay, now the key is why this is happening, and who is interested in the Tyrannosaurus carp dragon. There is a saying, this Tyrannosaurus carp dragon's strength is not bad, but the talent is a little lower. Otherwise, it would not be an Elves of the current level at all, but it is precisely because the tyrannical carp dragon can use the skill of Dragon Scale Fury, 543. That's why someone looked at the tyrannical carp dragon. Gululu. At this time, the water surface began to bubbling, and Su Che subconsciously thought that the tyrannical carp dragon had not lost its ability to fight. The werewolf took a step forward and protected Su Che behind him. A behemoth surfaced to the surface. It was the tyrannical carp dragon just now. At this time, the tyrannical carp dragon was covered in scars, and his eyes were piercing. The circle was obviously losing his fighting ability. Shoo! That is, at this time, a one Pokeball was thrown from the bushes on the side and flew towards the Tyrannosaurus. The face of the incapacitated Tyrannosaurus. A one Pokeball can subdue the Tyrannosaurus, but I didn't expect the opponent to have this idea. If he doesn't show up, the other party should wait for the tyrannical carp dragon and the three trainers to lose both, and finally conquer the tyrannical carp dragon. It's a pity, although he doesn't want to conquer the tyrannical carp dragon, Suche takes advantage of himself. I also feel very unhappy. Wind speed dog, spray flames. So, Suche looked at the elf ball that was rushing over, and directly gave an order to the wind speed dog. Woo, boom, ka, Pokeball. The scorching high temperature suddenly overwhelmed the Pokeball and exploded. Damn little devil, how dare you ruin our good deeds. If that's the case, let's take away your elf too. That's it, meow. Who are you? Looking at the three people who appeared. Oh no, it was two people and one meow meow. Although Suche knew who they were, he still asked very cooperatively. Ha ha ha, since it is a sincere question, I will tell you with great mercy. To prevent the world from being destroyed, to protect the peace of the world, and to carry out love and real evil, the cute and charming villain Musashi Kojira. We are shuttled in the galaxy, the white hole of the rockets. A white tomorrow is waiting for us. Meow, this time, accompanied by a grand scene, a woman in a white rockets uniform, and a man in a white rockets uniform, plus a meow appears here. After the very familiar roll call, the rocket team appeared in front of Suche and called Suche by name. It's you again, the three idiots of Team Rocket. Looking at the Team Rocket trio, Suche held his forehead and looked at the trio helplessly. We are the heroic Rockets, not for nothing. Stupid. Since we broke our original plan, we will accept your elf, kid. Go, Arbor. Go, Double Gas. Seeing Suche's unhurried look, the Rockets trio showed angry expressions as they watched Suche dispatch their respective elves directly. Just like the animation in the previous life, the elves sent by Musashi Kojira are the iconic elves Able and Double Bombing Gas in the Unsealed chapter. Come here, I'm not talking about you, I can hit 10 of you guys. 10. Looking at the Aberdeen and the Double Bombing Gas, Suche looked at Musashi and Kojira on the opposite side with disdain, and hooked his fingers at them. Bastard, how dare you underestimate us? Team Rocket looked at Suche, their faces flushed with anger, and they directly gave orders to their elf. Aber Monster. Double Gas. Use poison dust jets together. Kaba. Gas. After hearing his master's order, the Double Bombing Gas and the Aber Monster together used their own tricks to open their mouths wide, their bodies slightly leaned back to condense their own strength, and a piece of purple poisonous dust attacked Suche on the opposite side. Wind Speed Dog, Hot Wind. The face of the poisonous dust blowing over, Suche didn't care about such an attack at all, joking that the Wind Speed Dog was here, how could he miss it? Seeing the attack of the Aber Monster and the Double Bomb Gas, Suche just smiled and immediately. The command was given to the Wind Speed Dog. After Fengsu Dog heard Suche's order, his figure immediately changed. When it moved, the powerful fire energy quickly condensed, and a hot wind formed, which quickly greeted the poisonous dust. Chi chi chi. The hot air and the poisonous dust jet collided with each other, and the toxin quickly vaporized under the action of the high temperature. The hot air quickly covered the poisonous dust, and pressed it directly towards the opposite Aber Monster, as well as the Double Bomb Gas. Chaba. Gas. The Double Bomb Gas and the Aber Monster were attacked by the hot wind, and they screamed subconsciously, but behind them was their owner, they couldn't just leave. Gasping with Double Bomb Gas, the last one. 7 fell to the ground with obvious burn marks on his body. Of the Wind Speed Dog actually made the Arbor Monster and the Double Bomb Gas directly lose their fighting ability, which is incredible. What appeared on the screen was a series of events that had just happened. Seeing Suche's strength, everyone present took a deep breath. He is. That elf is a maned rock werewolf. Duolong Baruto, that is the quasi-god spirit of the dragon system. I remembered that he is Dr. Suche. I have watched his live broadcast before. Quote. As soon as Suche's elf was used, most people also recognized the person on the screen, and that trainer was Suche. After Suche's parents heard everyone's discussion, they also straightened up with a smile, looking proud. Chapter 127. Return to daily life. Group training. Damn, come back. Boy, you are lucky today, I won't let you go next time. Let's retreat today, meow. Team Rocket looked at their elf, who had lost their ability to fight, and couldn't help but look ashen, stared at Suche hatefully, and said to him after taking back the elf. Then, out of nowhere, I took out a smoke bomb and put it on the ground. After the smoke lingered, it gradually dissipated. The rocket team had disappeared in place. Tisk, it's still running so fast. Seeing the trio that suddenly disappeared in front of him, Suche shook his head helplessly. His usual style really hasn't changed. Okay, wait for the medical staff to come. Seeing the tyrannical carp dragon in the lake that had lost its ability to fight, Suche was also waiting in place. Immediately afterwards, the medical staff of the Elf Center rushed to the scene, and after using the power of the elves to lift the Tyrannosaurus to the shore, they directly began to treat the Tyrannosaurus. Fortunately, Suche's attack is not so indiscriminate, and the injury of the Tyrannosaurus is not serious. From the medical staff, Suche also learned about the situation of the Tyrannosaurus. The reason why this place is called Reverse Scale Lake is because there is a Tyrannosaurus dragon that can reverse the scales. The trick of reverse scale, also known as the Fury of Dragon Scale, the tyrannical carp dragon used the reverse scale when it became obvious. The scales of the whole body are red, and the state is a little chaotic, which is caused by the use of the dragon scale's wrath. Come to think of it, Team Rocket should have heard such a legend and wanted to catch the Tyrannosaurus. It is true that there are very few Tyrannosaurs who know the wrath of the dragon scales. According to the idea of the Rockets trio, they are probably also capturing Tyrannosaurus. After the carp dragon, I hope to gain the appreciation of their boss. Roar. After the tyrannical carp dragon woke up and looked at the destroyed environment around it, he also remembered what he had done before, bowed his head and apologized to the trainers surrounding it. And tell the trainers forgive it and return to the lake. However, it is a pity for the Tyrannosaurus carp dragon that the trainer who defeated him is not here, otherwise he would have followed him. In the distance, Suche stood under the tree, quietly watching the direction where the tyrannical carp dragon was leaving. Finally turned over, came to the wind speed dog and returned to his picnic position together with the maned rock werewolf Duolong Baruto. Evening, Suche, who came home, was watching the news broadcast, and today's news was also broadcast in the TV report. Today, in Songhai Park in Zhongcheng City, a tyrannical carp dragon lost his mind because of an attack by an unknown trainer. Fortunately, Dr. Suche's timely action prevented casualties. Let us look at the details together. Report. Xiaoche, you are famous. Suche's mother teased Suche by the side, causing Suche to roll his eyes fiercely. Seeing the reports in the news, Suche felt bored, and went back to his room with Rotom to start preparing the editing of the new video. Xiaopo Wu, standing on the station, Suche's fans can be said to be very fast, breaking through 2 million all at once, and it is still rising steadily. Suche decided to introduce the elves to everyone from the perspective of the game, so he took out the game console immediately. The data collector and synchronous recording were turned on, and Suche started his own game recording. After about an hour, there was probably a part of the recorded material, and Suche began to seriously write the copywriting and popularize the cultivation of elves. After 3 hours, the editing of the video was halfway through. After checking the time, Suche packed up the books for tomorrow's class, and went straight to take a bath and go to bed. Dang dang, dang dang, be late, late. The alarm clock sounded. Suche consciously turned off the alarm clock of the Latam mobile phone, continued to sleep. For a teenager made yesterday, this intensity work Santa still a little bit unbearable, directly lacking sleep and preparing to continue to make up for sleep. Suche, if you don't get up, you will be late for Loto. Rotom's mobile phone floated directly beside him, looking at Suche who was still sleeping on the bed. Snoring. Seeing that Suche was still sleeping, a cross appeared on Rotom's phone. He looked at Suche on the bed very angrily. If that's the case, don't blame me. Main Rock Werewolf. The face of Suche ignoring his own situation, Rotom Pokédex couldn't bear it any longer. He directly touched the button of a one Pokeball, and the Main Rock Werewolf appeared in place in a flash of white light. Maned Rock Werewolf, help. Loto. Woohoo. The Main Rock Werewolf looked at Suche on the bed, and then at Rotom's mobile phone, and instantly understood what Rotom was thinking. He directly brought the pointed rock around his neck to Suche's neck, and quickly scratching Suche. Wait. Main Rock Werewolf, don't. I'm up. Suche, who was sleeping, really couldn't stand such stimulation, and immediately sat up from the bed and started to wash slowly. If you don't hurry, you'll be late Lotto. Rotom's phone floated aside, very helpless, and urged 543 to say to Suche. Well, got it. Hearing the reminder from Rotom's phone, he looked up at the time on his phone, and Suche said with a pair of dead fish eyes. What's your attitude, Lotto? Looking at Suche's attitude, Rotom was quite, hate that iron is not steel. Meaning taste. Rotom, it's not a matter of a day or two for me to get up late, only when I get up late can I rest well. Suche looked at Rotom's mobile phone, who was sulking, and said directly to Rotom in the phone. How dare you say that, Loto? Who sleeps so late at night, Loto? Staying up late to sleep is not good for skin health, vision will also decline, staying up late will also cause gastrointestinal discomfort, staying up late will lead to a decline in the body's immunity, and staying up late can even cause kidney deficiency. The Rotom mobile phone in front of Suche looked at Suche, the screen flickered, directly listing the dangers of staying up late and staying up late. Looking at the Rotom mobile phone in front of him, Suche rolled his eyes. Mew is really getting more and more vicious. After washing up, Suche sorted out his things, went to the snack bar, bought his favorite bean paste buns, and walked to the school. Please download Feifei to read the underlined version of the novel Lu. Chapter 128, Field Practice. Jingle bell. Time flies. The students of Zhangcheng No. 2 Middle School are obviously a little impetuous. The senior leaders of the school see it. They are anxious to hold a meeting today and announce a news. Everyone, I want to announce a news today. After the news is announced, I hope everyone will not be excited. The biennial college exchange competition in Hubei province will be held in a week. I believe everyone knows it. Our school leaders have decided to conduct in-depth training for students in the next week. After hearing the news, everyone's eyes widened. Is the school ready to come for real? For a competition, all the cultural courses were directly dropped. Everyone, go back today and prepare what the trainers should prepare. We will go to the mountains for training tomorrow. Wang Zhang stood on the podium and looked at some students below. After telling the plan this time, he started today's lecture. During the class, most of the students were obviously absent-minded, and their minds were all there. The situation is in. During the class, Wang Zhang clearly noticed the emotions of the students and shook his head helplessly. He could only keep tapping on the blackboard to keep the students focused. After the end of the day, the students left the school in a hurry. Go home and start preparing equipment for field training. Hey, what did you bring? I brought some bug spray, and some elf wound medicine, elf balls and elf food, and some simple medical supplies. I'm pretty much the same, but in order to better capture the elves, I brought a few super balls. Wow, super balls are so expensive. How many do you still have? Quote. The next day, in the classroom, many students were separated from each other, and they exchanged the items they brought for this field training. And Suche sat in the corner of the wall, looking at the scenery outside the window, as if he was concerned about this matter. Like indifference. On November 1st, the weather was fine, and there were still 6 days left before the university exchange competition in Hubei province. Suche changed into a set of sports clothes because he was going to practice in the deep mountains. The weather in November had not cooled down yet. Sleeve sportswear fits perfectly. In the space backpack, Suche prepared a complete set of things. In addition to changing clothes, Suche also brought some food and medicine for elves. As for the medical supplies, Suche did not bring any. Just kidding, with the power of Vitorian in hand, what medical supplies do you need? Suche listened silently to everyone's discussion of field training. Suche, what did you bring? Exclamation mark quote. Zhang Raiji on the side looked at Suche and said cautiously. It's not always those things. Seeing Zhang Raiji's cautiousness, Suche couldn't help but feel amused, but still replied. Did you see our itinerary? Look. Last night, Wang Zhang was already in the class group and announced the itinerary for the next week. The most anticipated one should be the last day, a visit to Dr. Damu Ecological Park. Because of the distance, the school rents there are several buses to take the students to their destination. Free time from 11 p.m. to 2 p.m. Time, students can do their own activities. Of this event, all the students from the second and third year of high school elves participated. There were about 300 to 500 people. Fortunately, next to their destination, there is a resort area, where the school just booked all the rooms for the students to practice. Of course, this money will be earned by the students in the exchange meeting of the competition. After obtaining the grades, the school will still earn it. Suche, what do you think? When we get there, are we going to have a barbecue, go fishing or go exploring around first? Zhang Raiji looked at Suche with a calm face, hoping to know what Suche was thinking. We can take care of what we eat. Since we are practicing in the wild, we should investigate on the spot. Lu Feng, who was sitting in front, heard Zhang Raiji's words, and turned his head and looked at Zhang Raiji seriously. I think that since it is a field practice, it should also look like field training. You can't enter the adventure at the beginning. What if there is a powerful elves? Very quiet on the side, heard this and watched Zhang Raiji express his opinion. Seeing the high-spirited crowd, Suche couldn't help but sigh, as expected, what kind of elves are there, and what kind of trainers are there? The fire-type elf trainer Lu Feng is warm-hearted, while the ice-type trainer Xiao Shui is relatively cold, but she is a cold-hearted person. Looking at the eyes of a circle of classmates looking at the details, Suche also expressed his opinion. Quote. Exploration is definitely an adventure, but I think it's better to act together, don't cause trouble to the teacher. Besides, the action route of the dormitory is not known yet, so take your time. The classmates in the classroom released their elves one after another at this time, playing with the elves and cultivating the feelings of both sides. Teacher Wang Zhang walked into the classroom, looked at the students in the classroom and said, Okay, everyone, be quiet. There is still half an hour before the departure time. Now I want to tell you a few things. However, it was embarrassing that no one paid attention to him, and the noise of human voices and Pokemon still filled the entire classroom. Pung. When Wang Zhang saw this, the veins on his forehead were bursting, and each intersection was standing up. Okay, joking, I can't cure you. He simply picked up the blackboard eraser and slammed it on the podium. This time, the classmates and elves in the classroom stopped what they were doing and looked at Mr. Wang Zhang on the podium. If you don't want to delay your departure, just keep arguing. As soon as this sentence came out, the class was instantly quiet, and sure enough, this trick was the most useful to deal with young students. I know that you are all very excited, so I will make a long story short. During the field practice in the past few days, everyone must abide by the safety rules. I know that you want to explore alone, but you can only go on an expedition with everyone in the morning. It is absolutely not allowed to go out alone at night. This is responsible for your safety. After all, you don't know any powerful elves in the wild, so everyone must abide by the rules. Chapter 129. Reach the destination. In this event, everyone can learn from each other, and mutual learning will make people progress, so I hope everyone can seize this opportunity. Teacher also hopes that everyone, in this field practice, your strength will be improved to a higher level. When they heard that they could learn from each other, all the students in the class lit up. Just kidding, students of this age are usually somewhat contradictory. Everyone is very excited to hear that they can finally get their revenge. In such excitement, everyone boarded the bus and headed for their destination. East Lake Nature Reserve, a scenic spot in Zhangcheng, located in the central urban area of Zhangcheng, is a national 5-level tourist scenic spot. National Civilized Scenic Tourist Area Demonstration Site, the first batch of national key scenic spots, named after it is located in the east of Zhangcheng City, E Province. A tourist attraction with large natural lakes as its core and lakes and mountains as its features. East Lake receives millions of tourists every year and is the largest scenic spot in central China. 54 East Lake is also the largest urban lake in Zhangcheng. Its water area is 33 square kilometers, 6 times that of Hangzhou West Lake. National key universities such as Zhangcheng University are located on the shore of East Lake, which has become an excellent landscape. Famous attractions include Ocean World, Tingtao Scenic Area, Happy Valley, etc. Where Suche and the others are going is an ecological reserve in East Lake, where they practice cultivation. Because of the good connection with the people here, the bus was not blocked from entering here, and they can see beautiful scenery along the way. Some students can't wait. Everyone line up and listen to what the person in charge here has to say. After getting off the bus, Wang Zhang organized the students to line up, and like other teachers, took his students to an open space. With the help of the staff, a stereo was placed next to it, and the person in charge appeared in front of everyone with a microphone, standing on a small high platform. Hello everyone, I'm the person in charge here. This is an ecological reserve in East Lake. The power of the elves here is a bit strong, so I remind everyone to pay attention to safety. When entering the dense forest on the mountain behind me, please be sure to form a team to advance, otherwise there will be a certain danger. Also, the open space under your feet, and the vicious open space in the hotel, you can use it as a training ground. However, I remind everyone that because it is training and cultivation, it is best not to use some extremely harmful tricks. In order to avoid damage to the elves, be careful not to damage some facilities. That's all I have to say. Next, the staff will take everyone to their respective places. After the person in charge finished speaking, some staff came to arrange the rooms. The ecological reserve is also a tourist place open to the outside world, so the built-up hotel next to it can be used by everyone. In such a villa hotel, you can also see some service elves, such as the common medical elves, happy eggs and auspicious eggs. After the rooms are divided, some of the little friends are temporary members, telling the little friends their elves to see if they can complement each other in their areas of expertise. The room is no different from the general quadruple dormitory, with the bed above, and the seat and desk below the office and writing place, but it's just a little more refined, and the room is also very atmospheric and makes people feel very comfortable. Let's talk about it. Let's go in the direction you are good at. Suche and several people were assigned to one place. Zhang Raiji and Lu Feng were both there, and the other was Wang Yang, who was good at using insect elves. After being assigned to the room, Zhang Raiji couldn't wait to talk to the others. Let me come first. The elves I use are the water-based seathorn dragon and mosquito coil tadpole, and a sea star. Looking at the familiar classmates, Zhang Raiji talked about his elf's information. My elf is a fire rock rat, a fire dinosaur and a duck-billed dragon. After Zhang Raiji finished speaking, Lu Feng started talking about his elf again, but after finishing speaking, Zhang Raiji looked at Lu Feng with jealousy and grabbed Lu Feng directly. Where did you catch the elf? How come there is still the evolutionary form of the little fire dragon, the fire dinosaur? Indeed, the energy of the Yusan is very rare in this world. There are indeed very few wild Yusan, and most of the general Yusan are kept in captivity, which is called the reward of the alliance and the elves of some big families. Calm down, there is a great god here. Lu Feng seemed very calm. Indeed, there is a great god next to him. His grades are no big deal. Ah! Zhang Ruiji's body froze immediately. Su Che is indeed a pervert, and no one wants to compare his performance with him. There is no need to say good grades, but the strength is still strong, and the strength is not to mention, the key is that people are handsome and they can't be compared. My elves have flying mantis, Bada butterfly, and a big stinger bee. Wang Yang on the side also smiled slightly and introduced his team directly. You're not too bad. The giant stingray and the giant pincer mantis in the future can evolve. Why can't I come across such things as Jenny turtles? Zhang Ruiji listened to everyone's words, and started to ponder next to him, why is his situation so miserable? My elf-scaled dragon, hot meow, mimic, fossil pterosaur, duolong baruto. Listening to Su Che's team, everyone looked at Su Che speechlessly. What are you pretending to be Zoroark, Kuailong, Bangdira, and that flashy Shinado? So, take it. In the coming days, please give me more advice. Please advise. Seeing the three people bowing to him earnestly, Su Che was also in a dazed state. Please give me more advice. Seeing the attitude of the three of them towards him, Su Che was obviously a little uncomfortable, and said directly to them. Okay, everyone, I believe everyone is familiar with the environment here. In the afternoon, everyone will have a competition, and I hope everyone can participate actively. During lunch, the teacher looked at the students in the hotel lobby, and the teachers of each class spoke to the students. Chapter 130, The Teacher's Test. Hearing the teacher's words, the students took out their mobile phones. The rules of the afternoon activities were already posted in the class group, and the students looked at the rules of the afternoon activities. In the afternoon, there will be an elves cross-country race. The trainer and his elves need to have excellent reflexes when facing some situations. There are some traps in the jungle route. What the students have to do is to avoid the traps and reach the endpoints smoothly. This is the final success. This event, everyone can form a team by themselves, and there are mysterious prizes at the key points. After reading this news, the students in the class are all interested, and their curiosity is often the most important. Looking at such an unknown challenge often stimulates young people who are pursuing adventure. Seeing such news, the eyes of the students were full of fire, and their clothes were full of fighting spirit. By the way, everyone should report their names and the spirits who will participate in the practice next, and the monitor of each class will make statistics. I hope everyone can understand. The next sentence the teacher said made Su Che narrow his eyes subconsciously, and looked meaningfully at the teacher's direction. Tisk tisk. Seeing this rule, Su Che shook his head secretly. He was still too young, these students. For these fledgling students, the teacher's strategy can be implemented smoothly, but Su Che is different. Seeing this kind of activity, Su Che thought a lot in his heart. Is it really an ordinary activity? Why did he see a strange smile in the teacher's eyes? Su Che, who has been a human being from 2 generations, always has a certain degree of this kind of sudden activity. To be prepared, there is a saying that it is good to know yourself and the enemy, and you will be safe in 100 battles. In the teacher's arrangement, the students reported the elves who participated in this practice, as well as their names. The teacher wanted to give the students some challenges. It's too easy. Just wait. There is a good show to watch in the afternoon. However, Su Che also reported his order and the spirit to be used. Scaled Dragon, Hot Meow, Mimic, Fossil Pterosaur, Duolong Baruto, Fast Dragon Backup Team Members, Zhang Ruiji, Wang Yang, Lu Feng, Su Chequan. The endpoint of this movement is on the top of the mountain. I hope everyone can cooperate with each other. After clearing the roadblocks to the top of the mountain, defeating the guard elves is a success. Now, please gather and set off to prepare for the challenge of this event, everyone. After dinner, after the students have a rest, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. 2. At the same time, everyone's mobile phones vibrated at the same time, and the news of the class group was released directly. All the students started to act, teamed up with their little partners, and started to move towards the finish line. Suche's group was no exception. Originally, Suche wanted to set off alone, but Zhang Raiji and the three of them repeatedly requested, and they set off together towards the mountain peak of the nearby nature reserve. Along the way, the dim environment and the cold peaks made people, Zhang Raiji and the three of them hug each other subconsciously, as if only in this way could make them feel safe. However, their situation was too timid, which caused their speed to start descent, just not knowing what difficulties will come ahead of them. However, my group still doesn't know what the situation is, and there are benefits to walking slowly, so it's okay to be vigilant. Cough, I said. Fuck, why are you scaring people to death? Hearing Suche's sudden voice, Zhang Raiji subconsciously shouted. With a look of horror, he looked at Suche behind him. Is the young master so terrible? Suche looked at the situation of the three people, and directly looked at the three of them helplessly, thinking in his heart. Cuckoo. At this time, Zhang Raiji's three people were startled by a sound. A wave landed on a tree trunk, and the black eyes looked at the four people below. Damn, it's just Bobo. Seeing that nothing was happening, Zhang Raiji and the three of them were bold enough to look at Bobo rode on the tree trunk without paying any attention. After watching for a while, he was about to leave, but when he left, Suche gave Bobo a meaningful look and smiled at Bobo. But Bobo doesn't do anything, but if you get close to Bobo, you can find that Bobo doesn't care. Claws in the hair, and it's a bit unnatural in color. Moreover, there is obviously a lens in Bobo's eyes, shooting back and forth. Obviously, this is not a real Bobo, but a surveillance machine. Teacher Wawa will definitely not organize activities for no reason. The main purpose of this practice is to train the students and train the spirits of the students. At this time, in a monitoring room in the hotel, several teachers and a person in charge were here, watching the students under monitoring. As usual, some of the students were still too timid, but some of them cooperated just as well, thinking of walking over the top of the mountain. Among them, there are some students who have provoked the group of giant needle bees. It is worth mentioning that the student wanted to pick one when he saw a fruit tree. But he didn't realize that the fruit trees in this place should have been occupied by elves long ago, not to mention that there are no signs of elves appearing around. Obviously this area is someone else's territory. In the wild, some elves tend to have strong territorial awareness, but I didn't expect it to be a giant stinger, which really caused a big trouble. The surrounding students were directly pursued by the hornet. Some students took out their spirits and began to resist the attack of the hornet. Hey, they have forgotten what I usually told them. Looking at some of the students on the screen, the teachers of the school shook their heads helplessly, and they all hated the way of iron. Young people, they have a lot of fun, let them suffer a little more and know it. Don't talk, don't talk. Old Wong, where are the students in your class? Looking at the students who were not good enough, another teacher looked at Wang Zhang and asked curiously. Suche's team. Suche seems to have discovered it. Pointing to the monitor, there was a smile that Suche turned back, and Wang Zhang replied. As expected of him, the fake Bobo can see it at a glance. What should I do to change the plan and implement it? The teacher on the side also nodded, full of admiration for Suche, and then asked Wang Zhangdao. No, I think that after Suche knows our plan, he shouldn't take action. After all, with his strength, it is easy to block our elves. He may give others the opportunity to practice, and he will choose elves with the same strength as the scaled dragon to train them. Chapter 131. King Nito who is blocking the way. No, I think that after Suche knows our plan, he shouldn't take action. After all, with his strength, it is easy to block our elves. He may give others the opportunity to practice, and he will choose elves with the same strength as the scaled dragon to exercise. Wang Zhang thought about it for a while, but decided not to change his plan, and just said the final word. The other teachers heard Wang Yang's words. They looked at each other and nodded, agreeing with Wang Yang's words. Immediately afterwards, everyone stopped talking and continued to watch the students' situation. By the way, they connected the earphones on their elves from a distance, and asked their elves to protect the students. Wait, look, isn't that a classmate from our class? Looking at the people in front of them, they looked a little flustered. May 4-3. The students, Zhang Raiji spoke directly to the crowd. Looked forward and couldn't help but be startled. He was really a classmate in his class, but he didn't know what was going on. Moreover, in front of them, there is also a Marie Lu, looking nervously at the surrounding environment, as if observing something. Hey, Zhang Raiji, be careful, there are strong elves nearby. Nido. Just when those classmates were about to say something, a roar came, which made Zhang Raiji and his group change their faces, while Suche took advantage of their inattentiveness and went directly behind a big tree to observe their situation. Woods. A huge elf appeared here, making everyone's complexion change. This is a Nido King. Judging from the breath, the strength of Nido King should be at the peak of the elf, and it is approaching the strength of the quasi-celestial king in the early stage. King Nido is a large bipedal elf, much larger than Nidolino and Nidolin. King Nido was purple and had no spots on his body, only his chest and belly were white. The most prominent feature of King Nido is the large, sharp, and poisonous horns on the top of his head. This is his powerful attacking weapon. It has small, pointed spines on the edges of its ears, and the insides of the ears are green. There are 555 teeth on each side of the lower jaw, the fifth is a long tusk, so no matter what. Its mouth can be seen whether it is open or closed. The shape of the eyes is a triangle with black eyeballs and white pupils, which looks very fierce. Has a row of thick spikes from the neck to the tail, and its tail is decorated with several pinstripes. It's actually King Nido, it's over. What to do, what to do. By the way, use your own essence. Quote. That appeared suddenly. With all due respect, the group just now panicked, and Mary Lou also looked at King Nido with hostility. King Nido looked at some of the trainers in front of him with a contemptuous expression, but he obeyed his master's orders and directly slowed down the release of his skills. Mouth opened, the poisonous power in the body quickly condensed, and a purple poisonous dust attacked the students on the opposite side. Fire Rock Rat, shoot flames. Looking at Nido, Wang unexpectedly launched an attack at a disagreement. Lu Feng also jumped and hurriedly dispatched his own elves. If you are hit by this skill, it is not as beautiful as in the animation. This is the real world, and people will definitely die. Therefore, Lu Feng did not dare to be careless, and directly threw the Pokeball and released his own Pokemon. Vanyu. As soon as the Fireball Rat came out, looking at King Nido who launched the attack, the flame on his head and the flame on his tail instantly lit up, the flame energy in his body condensed, and a jet of flame greeted the attack on the opposite side. Fire Rock Rat. Basically similar to the Ball Rat, but with a hair-like flame on the top of the head and a longer body. Similarly, the power of fire is much stronger than that of Fireball Rat, and it is very powerful when using fire attribute moves, which can easily burn opponents. Compared with the Fireball Rat, the Fire Rock Rat is a little braver, and can use the flames on its back to intimidate the opponent, and the flames on its back are a lot more violent. Chi. The jet flame and the poisonous dust jet collided with each other, and the poison quickly vaporized under the action of the high temperature. The last two tricks cancelled each other out, making everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Zhang Raiji and the others have already reacted from such a situation, immediately. Humane to all. Fire Rock Rat, use the smoke screen. Lu Feng looked at the students pulling each other behind him and gave his order again. Vanu. The Fire Rock Rat shouted, took a deep breath and exhaled a thick plume of smoke from its mouth, which spread towards King Nido. At the same time that the thick smoke obscured King Nido's sight, several people also evacuated from here. Hoo hoo, scared people to death. When I came to a stable position below, everyone sat here, panting and saying with a look of fear. How did you get on with King Nido? At this time, Zhang Raiji looked at those people with some doubts and asked inexplicably. It should be known that in the wild, it is rare to see a King Nido acting alone, although it does not mean that there is no precedent for King Nido acting alone. However, you must know that this is a wild nature reserve, not a backyard at home. Under such circumstances, there should be very few Nido kings who act alone in the wild. What's more, the two elves, King Nido and Queen Nido, have lost their ability to reproduce because of their ethnic relationship. I still remember the teacher said when he was giving a lecture, the Wild Ninja 1. The king of many is rare, and it is possible to find it only in the place where Nidolin, Nidona, or Nidolino live. However, in the face of such a powerful King Nido who appeared alone, Zhang Raiji was also a little puzzled. We came from another road, because there is a large swarm of giant stingbees on the other road, we had to come here. But we didn't expect that there would be a King Nido here. We knew we were not on this road. We also tried to fight against King Nido, but I didn't expect that the strength of our elves was still not as strong as King Nido, so we had to fight and retreat. Those students, looking at everyone, tell me what happened to me and others, and truthfully report the situation of myself and others. Chapter 132, Teachers Talk. Wait, you say, are there powerful elves on other roads? Hearing this, Lu Feng obviously thought of something, and asked the students in front of him. Maybe, we also met some other elves. After running a certain distance, those elves went back one after another and stopped chasing us. We finally met King Nido. The students also nodded and said the truth after thinking for a while. Hey, where did Su Che go? Did you see Su Che when we just retreated? Hearing the information from his classmates, Lu Feng also sat on the spot and thought about a lot of questions. Zhang Raiji, who was beside him, also thought about it for a while. But with his reasoning, he really couldn't find anything suspicious. Just as he was about to continue to understand the situation, he suddenly found that Su Che was gone, and immediately stood up and asked. Su Che is right, the others disappeared just now, wouldn't he be hunted down by King Nido? Wang Yang looked around for a week, his face changed greatly, he was also guessing Su Che's whereabouts, but the guessed 16 directions were not a good result. You're talking nonsense, Su Che will be chased by King Nido, and it's almost as if King Nido was chased by him. Zhang Raiji was the first to object. As Su Che's classmate and die-hard fan, Zhang Raiji knew Su Che's strength. The person who defeated himself with just Huoban Miao, how could King Nido hurt him? Indeed, Su Che is sitting on the big tree above their heads at the moment, listening to the discussion below. Su Che is also smiling and shaking his head. And elves like King Nido are indeed very powerful, and that is only for the budding students, and he is not afraid of King Nido. Don't talk about those useless. If Su Che wants to hide, we can't find anyone. The most urgent thing is how to defeat King Nido. In the absence of Su Che, Lu Feng obviously became the leader of the team and said to the others. Everyone noticed that Lu Feng was talking about defeating, not avoiding King Nido. Hearing this, several people's expressions changed, and a classmate who had just been chased by King Nido directly raised an objection. I don't agree. It's too risky. I know better than you how powerful King Nido is. That's not something we can challenge now. Then what do you say? Even if we take a detour, we will encounter powerful elves. Even if we don't face King Nido, we will also face elves of the same level as King Nido. At that time, should we continue to retreat? If so, I'd rather give up this game. It's not my style to retreat again and again. Lu Feng looked at the student and said his thoughts directly. His belief is very firm. He will always remember his father's words, a fire-type trainer, to be enthusiastic and not afraid of difficulties and difficulties. When nervous under the emotions, you will often find a suitable way out. Listening to Lu Feng's words, the student fell silent, with a worried look on his face. Indeed, he didn't want to keep running away. His own strength and inner voice often made him do it subconsciously. Believe in our own strength, our strength can definitely defeat King Nido. I have a plan. Lu Feng looked at the crowd. He knew that he was still too reluctant to defeat King Nido, but with support it would be different. The elves on his side had a complete range of types and could be dealt with together. Lu Feng wanted to prove himself and others. No worse than others. Su Che looked at Lu Feng and nodded. Sure enough, facing danger will make people grow. I didn't expect Lu Feng to be good. Gu. At this time, the monitor-disguised Bobo came to the tree trunk beside him. Watching after taking a look at Su Che, he continued to look at the people below. Tisk, this guy Su Che is really leisurely. In the monitoring room, looking at Su Che's languid look, Wang Zhang used a kind of, hate iron is not steel. Tone of voice. However, everyone present knew that Su Che had the strength to be leisurely. People have such strength and leisure, but to be honest, Pharaoh, you give me your student, and I will give you the top 10 students in the class. What do you think? A middle-aged man on the side looked at Wang Zhang and said with a good look for the two of us. Go as far as you can. Wang Zhang looked at the person who spoke out, and directly rejected the other party's words. Joke, Su Che, a genius, must have a lot of face when taught, how can he be taken away by others? Although he can't usually teach the other person something, Wang Zhang still hoped that Su Che would be in his class. Okay, stop arguing, the two of them together are almost 100 years old, the two teachers, please pay attention to your image. In charge of the monitoring room looked at Wang Zhang and another teacher, and persuaded them. Let's continue to see the performance of the students. Today is also to let them expose their shortcomings and their strengths, and we will train them conveniently in the next few days. Another teacher looked at all the teachers, tapped the table lightly with his fingertips 543, and said to several teachers. After speaking, the entire monitoring room returned to calm. Everyone was paying attention to their students, and they also recorded the strength of their students, so as to facilitate teaching according to their aptitude. Do you understand? Seeing everyone's eyes gradually brightening, Lu Feng also said to everyone. Understood. Then, let's go, defeat King Nido. After Lu Feng finished explaining the action plan, under the circumstances that everyone understood, Lu Feng took out his Pokeball and said to everyone. Oh. Several people cheered together, and all of them went to the place where King Nido haunted just now. Su Che smiled slightly. After the electronic monitor of the side wave flew away, a blue light flashed on Su Che's body, and the wave of thought power spread out, and his body floated and followed. Don't think that Su Che is very relaxed, in fact, he is training his superpower. Roar! Where King Nido haunts, King Nido just drove away some students, and is eating fruit in front of a fruit tree to replenish the lost physical strength. The training this time made King Nido feel boring, not only because of the strength of the students, but also because of the orders of his master. Chapter 133, Defeat King Nido. His master gave him an order, and he couldn't shoot at will, and he couldn't make a heavy hand when he made a shot, which made King Nido very uncomfortable. The current King Nido can't control his strength to the point of returning to the original, so he can only suppress his own strength, not to mention how depressing. Sha. The grass trembled, and King Nido sensed it instantly, and King Nido was instantly alert. He got up and looked at the place where the sound came from. King Nido, we won't lose this time, come out, BB, bird. Bye, BB, bird, use the whirlwind knife. Looking at the sudden appearance of several students, King Nido also roared contemptuously, jokingly wanting to beat me, and go to practice for a few more years. I have to say, BB, birds are still very strong to some extent. Because it can be used as a distraction, and the evolved big bird can also carry people. BB, bird, BB, outside of the bird is a large bird. The feathers are mainly brown, and the face, inside of the wings, the outer front of the wings and the belly are creamy white. It has 3 long clusters of pink feathers on top of its head, and its eyes are black. Its eyes are black, and their eyes are as sharp as their characteristics. The huge pink claws have 3 toes like Bobo, and the tail is red and yellow. Bibi, the bird adds a kind of majesty and seriousness to Bobo. After evolution, Bibi, birds have almost changed their temperament. It would have a vast territory over 60 miles. Also, Bibi, bird will defend its territory, so trainers will avoid Bibi, bird's territory. Although there is no evidence, they will attack people, and their sharp claws can cause a lot of damage. Although its nest is usually the center of its territory, they circle its territory in search of prey and intruders. Fortunately, Bibi, birds are mild-mannered, and do not have a strong sense of territory like the strong finches, otherwise it would be really scary. However, Bibi, the power of the bird whirlwind knife also made the opposite King Nido serious. Bibi, I saw Bibi, the bird's body was spinning rapidly, a whirlwind attack like a knife, and it attacked the opposite King Nido. Nido, King Nido roared and stomped the ground trembled instantly, and several rocks appeared directly, attacking Bibi, the bird. Bang bang bang. What? The rock shattered directly, the two tactics cancelled each other out, the rock turned into a small rock and fell to the ground. The classmate was obviously stunned, and looked in the direction of King Nido incredulously. Nido, King Nido looked at the opposite Bibi, bird, waved, a violent purple liquid instantly appeared, covering Bibi, bird and the student. No, it's King Nido's highly poisonous, fire rock rat, fire dinosaur. Make fire. That King Nido used, Lu Feng's expression changed, and he directly released his elf and gave his orders to the elf. Vanyu, roar. Looking at the attack in front of him, and hearing his master's command, the fire rock rat and fire dinosaur directly used their tricks. Fire rock rat and fire dinosaur condensed the power of fire, sprayed flames together, and attacked directly at the trick used by King Nido. Chi chi chi. Have to say, King Nido is worthy of being an elves of the poison and ground systems. The huge strength and physical strength in his body can allow King Nido to learn a lot of tricks. King Nido's extremely poisonous trick requires the presence of 2 fire-type elves to be able to resist it, which is truly unbelievable. Sea Star, Sea Thorn Dragon, Mosquito Coil Tadpole. Attack with water gun. Zhang Raiji looked in the direction of King Nido, released his elf directly, and gave an order to his elf. Mary Lou, water gun. A student next to him took out his Mary Lou and also gave his order. Bang! Nido. King Nido screamed and was hit by 4 water pistols. Its defense ability was stronger than it was a bit unbearable, so he retreated a few meters away. Poison Rose, use sleeping powder. Bibi, bird, use the wind. A student on the side released another elf, a grass-type poisonous rose. Although King Nido is resistant to grass attribute skills, he is not immune to some abnormal conditions. For example, the current sleeping powder can make King Nido fall asleep. But because of the distance, Bibi, bird's students gave orders to Bibi bird, and Bibi, bird immediately used his own tricks. Bibi, the bird's powerful wings flapped fiercely, fanning the sleeping powder in the direction of King Nido. King Nido immediately felt a little powerless, and then felt a little sleepy, and finally King Nido fell directly on the spot, making a loud snoring sound. Quote. We have won, we have defeated King Nido. Be quiet, do you want to wake it up? Let's go. Quote. The group left the territory of King Nido and continued to move in the direction of the distance. Along the way, the surrounding woods became more and more open, and some battle marks could be seen everywhere, which made everyone more vigilant. Generally speaking, the more you go deeper into the woods, the denser you are, because there are few pedestrians, but there are traces of battles everywhere, and it is obvious that the situation here can be inferred. There should be powerful elves living here, maybe because of turf or other conflicts. The elves here are very strong. Along the way, they avoided some powerful elves, and they could clearly judge the situation here. Looking at the elves with strong breath and scars on their bodies, everyone shuddered. Suche followed behind them, looking at the surrounding environment and elves, but he seemed very leisurely. From time to time, some flying elves were beside him, curiously looking at this flying human. Suche's body. The power of vibrant pan will make all elves have a good impression of Suche, which is why Suche is so reassuring to follow behind Zhang Raiji and the others, and no elves attack Suche who is alone. In the wild will not take the initiative to attack the trainer team, because they do not know the strength of the other party, and these elves with high vigilance will not take the initiative to disturb. Unless some special circumstances, such as the elves, breeding period, etc. Wait, Kusai. At this time, a voice sounded with red light and appeared in front of everyone quickly. Zhang Raiji and the others took out the Pokeball subconsciously and stared at the incoming Pokemon. Chapter 134, Giant Claw Mantis. After a red light, everyone could see the figure of the elf clearly. Zhang Raiji and others widened their eyes in surprise, and said the attacking elf. It's actually a giant pincer mantis. Everyone looked at the giant pincer mantis that appeared, and its body was slightly tense. This was not a joke. The strength of the giant pincer mantis was obvious to all in some game videos. Giant Claw Praying Mantis. The giant pincer mantis is covered with red armor and has 2 pairs of translucent wings on its back. But because it is too heavy to fly, the pincers of the giant pincer mantis are very powerful, and the patterns on it are like eyes, which can be used to intimidate opponents. From becoming overheated during combat, it melts the metal body and uses wings to regulate its body temperature. We all know, the giant pincer mantis is an elf that evolved through communication and evolution by carrying a special metal. But in this world, there is an alloy steel that allows the flying mantis to evolve directly, but that kind of material is very hard to find. Therefore, most trainers will choose to let the flying mantis carry the next level metal coating, then evolve through communication. However, unlike some elf games in this world, some elves can evolve directly by using natural treasures. Then 543 is like a ghost stone. You need a ghost-type secret treasure curse, and some ghost stones can be accumulated. Can evolve into a big steel snake when it comes into contact with a special metal coating, and with the use of steel stones. I have to say that the world of elves is so wonderful, but in the face of giant pincer mantis, Zhang Raiji and the others have more as doubt. The wild giant pincer mantis rarely exists, and they subconsciously think that it is the elves of the teachers. However, Lu Feng discovered that there were obvious scars on the body of the giant pincer mantis, which may have been caused by fighting with opponents for territory. Lu Feng subconsciously stopped everyone, staring at the giant pincer mantis and dare not move. Although the others were slow to respond, they also understood what Lu Feng meant. This giant pincer mantis may not be the elf of the teachers. Name: Giant pincer mantis. Attributes: Insect, Steel. Qualification: Red level, Quasi Tianwang peak. Height: 1. 8. Weight: 75. Features: Light metal. Intimacy: 70. This giant pincer mantis is actually a light metal feature. No wonder it's so fast. It's really interesting, and its weight has dropped a lot. I'm afraid this giant pincer mantis is a hand, so Zhang Raiji and the others will be in danger. Suche took out the Pokeball in his hand, as if he was ready to hold it. Fire Rock Rat, Fire Dinosaur, Jet. Faced with the enormous pressure, Lu Feng couldn't help but threw out his Pokeball and gave orders to the Fire Rock Rat and Fire Dinosaur. Vanyu. Roar. The 2 jet flames rushed towards the giant pincer mantis, combining together to form a huge flame, attacking the giant pincer mantis. Hey, I'm afraid you're not a fool. You set fire to the bottom of the prison, don't you know? In the monitoring room, watching Lu Feng and Zhang Raiji's party, they defeated King Nito with excellent tactics, and some teachers nodded. Can cooperate to defeat King Nito. In the crisis, these students have unearthed their potential. Also, they finally understand the sense of teamwork, which is very good. I believe they can go further in the future. But what's next is the highlight. On their way, there is a powerful giant pincer mantis. It is because of Suche that the teachers assigned them to this route. This giant pincer mantis is the Wang Zhang came to test the elves of Suche's group. The giant pincer mantis was originally one of the best elves in the reserve, so it was a good choice to use this kind of strength for the test. Wang Zhang, these children are not bad. There is such a tactic in the face of King Nido. Also, Lu Feng from your class is a genius just like Su Che. Of the students through the monitor, and watched Wang Zhangdao who kept nodding. It's a prize, it's a prize. Wang Zhang came back to his senses, and after writing the names of these students, he replied politely. My students are much worse. Their strength really envy the students in Teacher Wang's class. On the monitors and said with envy. Indeed, as the best class in the grade, some people with extraordinary family backgrounds and really outstanding people are sent to the first class to go to school, and it is normal for some outstanding students to appear. However, if the giant pincer mantis is concerned, it can only be Su Che to deal with. At this time, a teacher had already seen the appearance of the giant pincer mantis and looked at everyone seriously. Yes, only Su Che can deal with the giant pincer mantis. Wang Zhang also nodded when he heard this, agreeing with the point of view of the teacher just now. This giant pincer mantis should have touched some metal, absorbed it, and finally evolved into a giant pincer mantis. It is extremely fast. Even if I tried to conquer it, it failed. At this time, the words of the person in charge on the side caused all the teachers to look sideways. They really didn't expect this. However, Lu Feng and others are still ignorant. The flame-spraying giant pincer mantis can definitely escape, and this forest may be burned down by skills. What a teacher said suddenly made all the teachers silent and looked at the person in charge of the protected area here. Don't look at me. They have water elves in their hands. Even if they don't know how to put out fires, other elves should come to put them out, so don't worry too much. The person in charge looked at the monitor screen and said to the teachers. Lao Lin, I have wronged you. A teacher looked at the person in charge and also shook his head and said to him. Quote, quote. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and the person in charge showed a very reluctant smile. Kusai. Facing the monstrous flames, the face of the giant pincer mantis changed. He knew that if he was hit by the jet flame, it would be more serious than it would be seriously injured. At the same time as a deep shout sounded, the red electric light flickered, and the giant pincer mantis avoided the attack of the jet flame and came to the rear of the two elves in an instant. Boom, boom. Chapter 135, Suppressing the Giant Claw Mantis. Boom, boom. The explosion sounded and the sound of being knocked out at the same time, and the fire rock rat and fire dinosaur were knocked out. The jet flame just hit the woods behind, and suddenly there was a strong explosion sound, thick smoke billowed and flames filled the air, and the woods in the back suddenly burned. Not good. It seems that it was attacked by the fire rock rat and the fire dinosaur, which stimulated the giant claw mantis and sent the fire rock mouse and fire dinosaur flying. Under Lu Feng's panicked eyes, the giant clamp mantis instantly came to Lu Feng. Kaka! The giant alloy scissors clattered, and they were about to hit Lu Feng. The fire rock rat and fire dinosaur, who were knocked out, rolled on the ground for a distance, looked back at this scene, their eyes instantly flushed red, and they ran in the direction of Lu Feng extremely fast. Scaled dragon, explosive fist. Roar! At this moment, an order sounded, and the small voice was particularly loud. A tall figure appeared in front of Lu Feng, and the elf that appeared in front of him, with his fists blazing with fire and electric light, directly met the pincers of the giant pincer mantis. Bang! Kusai! A dull voice sounded, the giant pincer mantis was forced to retreat by a huge force, flipped in midair, and retreated to the rear to draw a trace. However, the giant pincer mantis had a circle on its head at the moment, shaking its head, obviously in a chaotic look. Explosive fist. Use all your anger to punch an attack, which will definitely confuse the opponent. Moreover, for the giant pincer mantis with the steel attribute, the fighting technique is very effective. If it weren't for the strength of the scale-armored dragon, I am afraid that one move can make the giant pincer mantis lose its fighting ability. Vanu. Howl. I'm fine, I've made you worry. At this time, Fire Rock Rat and Fire Dinosaur came to Lu Feng and looked at Lu Feng with a worried look. Lu Feng came back to his senses and broke out in a cold sweat, and touched the fire rock mouse and fire dinosaur. Scaled dragon, it's Suche. Suche, you are our savior. Zhang Raiji looked at the scaled dragon that appeared on the side, his eyes lit up and looked around, and finally found Suche's figure. Zhang Raiji directly hugged Suche excitedly. The giant pincer mantis is still here. The crisis has not been lifted. Also, I like girls, but I'm not interested in boys. Also, shouldn't your duty be to put out fires? Don't you know how to set fire to a mountain and sit at the bottom of the prison? Suche looked at Zhang Raiji who was hugging him, stretched out his hand and pressed the latter's head, letting Zhang Raiji stay where he was before saying to him. Oh, yes. Come out, friends. Use the extinguisher. Hearing this, Zhang Raiji also returned to normal, took out his own, gave his order, and sprayed water guns in the direction of the raging fire. Kusai. To say that the strength of the giant pincer mantis is also strong, after the physical quality, and the strong defense ability to resist the attack of the blasting fist, the chaos was lifted in a short time. Suche looked at the state of the giant pincer mantis and nodded silently. Indeed, the giant pincer praying mantis is characterized by light metal, and its body weight is directly reduced by half. Although the power of the blasting fist caused damage, the physical contact of this fighting style. The heavier the opponent's weight, the greater the damage. Most of the power of the blasting fist just now was removed by the giant pincer mantis. Although the giant pincer mantis caused damage, the damage of the explosion fist can be said to be reduced by half. Suche, how did it recover so quickly? Zhang Raiji on the side looked at the state of the giant pincer mantis, and subconsciously looked at Suche beside him, with a panicked expression in his eyes. It's interesting. Suche just wanted to continue ordering the scaled dragon to attack, but the two elves on the side stepped forward and stared at the giant pincer mantis on the opposite side. Lu Feng, the giant pincer mantis is handed over to you. As a trainer, you should respond the thoughts of the elves. Suche also saw the state of the fire rock rat and fire dinosaur, and smiled slightly at Lu Feng who was beside him. Good. Looking at the appearance of the fire rock rat and fire dinosaur, and listening to Suche's words, Lu Feng nodded earnestly. It's a close call. In the monitoring room also breathed a sigh of relief when they looked at the picture displayed on the screen. Luckily for the flowers, Suche and them are in a group, otherwise, he and the others would have to fight against the giant pincer mantis. Depending on the situation, the fire rock rat and the fire dinosaur want to fight against the giant pincer mantis. After winning the giant claw mantis, this experience should be able to evolve. A teacher looked at the fire rock rat and fire dinosaur, and looked at Wang Zhang with envy. Obviously, Lu Feng is also a seeded player. After the evolution of the fire rock rat and the fire dinosaur, it is the quasi-king's strength. With such strength to participate in this exchange competition, it is already stable. Start. Wang Zhang looked nervous. Looking at the situation on the screen, his expression also became nervous. Fire rock rat, fire dinosaur, flame vortex. Looking at the direction of the giant pincer mantis, Lu Feng's expression became condensed, and he instantly considered several possibilities in his mind, and directly gave orders to the fire rock rat and fire dinosaur. Vanu. Roar. It seems that in order to vent the dissatisfaction in his heart just now, the fire rock rat and fire dinosaur seemed to use all their strength when they used their tricks. Around the giant pincer mantis, a fiery vortex formed, wrapping the giant pincer mantis. Kusai. Wrapped in fiery flames, it is as strong as the giant pincer mantis' defensive ability, but it is also helpless. 4 times the weak fire, it is now very tormented. The proud speed, but now because of the twisting of the air and the fiery flame, there is no sense of direction and can only be trapped in the flame. Fire dinosaur, use wraith on giant claw mantis. Seeing that the giant pincer mantis was trapped in the vortex of flames, Lu Feng also looked like he was winning, and gave orders to the burning dinosaur. Roar. Purple ghostly flames spewed out of the fire dinosaur's mouth and attacked the giant pincer mantis on the opposite side. Kusai. The giant pincer mantis was hit by the ghost fire and fell directly into a state of burns. Combined with the tricks of the flame vortex, the giant pincer mantis' physical strength began to drop sharply. Beautiful. Zhang Raiji looked at the state of the giant pincer mantis, and also looked at the fire rock rat and the fire dinosaur with admiration. Chapter 136. Fire-breathing dragon, fire beast. Beautiful. Zhang Raiji looked at the state of the giant pincer mantis, and also looked at the fire rock rat and the fire dinosaur with admiration. Vanu. Roar. At this time, the fire dinosaur and the fire rock rat began to glow with white light, and everyone looked at the fire rock rat and the fire dinosaur in surprise. Of course they knew what the state of the fire rock mouse and the fire ball mouse was, which was clearly the light of evolution. The light of hissing evolution suddenly rose sharply, the bodies of fire rock rat and fire dinosaur began to rise, and the last two powerful auras dispersed, and the new forms of fire dinosaur and fire rock rat appeared in front of everyone. A bipedal elf with the characteristics of Western dragons appeared in place, which is the evolutionary form of fire dinosaurs, fire-breathing dragons. Its skin is mainly orange, an evolved color that is more likely to be, made for 3, than fire. Dragons are slightly lighter, cream-colored from the belly to the tip of the tail and the soles of the feet. It has short and sturdy lower limbs and relatively small upper limbs, with 3 sharp claws on the upper limbs and 3 sharp claws on the feet. Unlike before it evolved, the fire-breathing dragon has huge wings on its back that can be used to fly. The inside of the wings is blue-green, and the third joint has a horn-like protrusion. It has a long neck, small blue eyes, and 2 horn-like protrusions on the back of the head. As before it evolved, the end of its long tail was burning with flames. After the evolution of the fire rock rat on the side, the fire storm beast became larger in size compared to before evolution, and its flame became fiercer, more like the hair around the neck, and the evolved fire storm beast was more accustomed to standing. The fire sac at the back of his neck was breathing flames, and he looked at the giant pincer mantis on the opposite side. It's my turn, Lotto. Fire-breathing dragon, flame spirit fire, flying attributes, can spew violent flames, as if even rocks can be scorched, sometimes causing forest fires. It will fly around in the air looking for a strong opponent. Against opponents weaker than it will not spit out the high-temperature flames that can melt everything. Beast, flame spirit fire attribute, fire beast will use scorching flame. Create a heat wave around you to hide your shadow, and the explosion can burn everything. When the heat wave around the firestorm begins to shake, it is a signal that the battle is ready, and when the anger is extreme, it is so hot that it can instantly ignite everything it touches. Great! Seeing the smooth evolution of the fire rock rat and the fire dinosaur, Lu Feng also jumped up excitedly, listening to the explanation on Rotom's mobile phone. His own fire rock mouse and fire dinosaur finally evolved. Next, it is to train the power of the ultimate trick, control the powerful force easily and smoothly, and then start training the little duck-billed dragon. After the little duck-billed dragon evolved into a duck-billed fire beast, it is also a major force of its own. Spray flames. Looking at the direction of the giant pincer mantis, Lu directly gave an order to his elf. Roar. Violent. 2 roars sounded, the firestorm beast and the fire-breathing dragon flashed in the eyes, and they roared loudly, and the 2 jet flames attacked in the direction of the giant pincer mantis. Bang! Kusai! The scorching flames exploded on the body of the giant pincer mantis. Exploded, and a flame directly hit the giant pincer mantis, causing the giant pincer mantis to scream. The giant pincer mantis couldn't withstand such an attack, and fell directly to the ground with 2 eyes, a circle, a look of incapacitated combat. The surrounding flames also showed scorched traces, and the giant mantis with burns appeared in everyone's eyes. That's great, Lu Feng. Fire-breathing dragons and firestorm beasts are amazing. I can't believe that such a powerful giant mantis has lost its fighting ability directly under the final move of spraying flames. The classmates next to him looked at the giant pincer mantis who had lost the ability to fight, and then looked at the fire-breathing dragon and the firestorm beast, with a look of envy in their eyes, and complimented Lu Feng. Fire-breathing dragon and fire beast are two elves, no matter what. The future of Lu Feng is limitless, so the classmates next to him are complimenting Lu Feng as much as possible, and want to have a good relationship with Lu Feng. And Su Che, seeing this scene, also shook his head, took out a bottle of recovery medicine, came to the side of the giant pincer mantis, and sprayed it on the giant pincer mantis goose. At the wound of the giant pincer mantis, through the action of the drug and the function of the giant pincer mantis' own body, the wound of the giant pincer mantis has slowly recovered. After the giant pincer mantis stood up, the fire-breathing dragon and the fire beast looked at the giant pincer mantis as if they were facing enemies. After the giant pincer mantis stood up, it just glanced at the fire-breathing dragon and the firestorm beast, its body turned into a red light, and left here. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, looked at the direction the giant pincer mantis was leaving, and continued on their way to their destination. Along the way, several explosions could be heard from afar, and there were also some exclamations. Su Che, what kind of medicine did you just spray on the giant pliers mantis? It doesn't seem to be available on the market yet, like this kind of immediate effect medicine. A group of people walking towards the destination, Zhang Raiji recalled the state of the giant mantis just now, and couldn't bear the curiosity and asked directly. It's just a little bit of recovery potion, it's nothing. Su Che replied in an understatement, and everyone behind him rolled their eyes. It's just that the healing potion that has added a little material is probably not a little, but 100 million points. Normal healing potions have no such effect. The healing potion can restore physical strength, but it is definitely not one. The 7th of May directly recover the injury. It's obvious just now that the injury and stamina are recovered together. If this is placed in the wild, it will be an excellent life-saving potion. Moreover, in this world, some special healing potions can also be used by humans. It is conceivable that if Su Che used this, if this kind of medicine is made public, how much impact will it bring to the medical industry, big boss? Can't afford it, can't afford it. After turning over a few territories, Su Che and the others finally came to the top of the mountain, looking at the place in the distance. There was a box on the table, even Su Che showed a smile. I finally reached the finish line. The friends behind me were also very excited. After many difficulties, I and others finally reached the finish line and witnessed the evolution of the fire rock rat and fire dinosaur. Chapter 137, Competition. After this event, everyone was deeply impressed. They came to the table and wanted to know when they opened the box and wondered what was inside. However, just when they were about to open the box, another group of people came up. Finally up. Hey, someone else came up before us. At this time, a voice sounded, and everyone looked towards the direction from which the voice came. A small team clearly appeared in front of everyone. Looking at the students who suddenly appeared, Su Che clearly felt that the students around him were all alert. Although I and others can get the final reward, I don't know if the other party will snatch it. Therefore, everyone looked at the person coming in vigilantly, and took out their pokeballs, as if they were ready to shoot at any time. Some students on the opposite side flickered, not knowing what they were thinking. But in the end, after seeing Su Che's figure, died down. Everything has a first come and last come, because we are not as good as others, and the reward is yours. The leader on the opposite side looked very openly and said directly to the crowd. Welcome. Lu Feng and Zhang Raiji looked at each other and said to Su Che and the others in unison. The next thing is simple. After Zhang Raiji and Lu Feng got the reward, they opened it and found that it was a general attribute stone, and the attribute stone had sufficient energy to enhance the power of the elves. This kind of attribute stone is also a prop for improving strength. It is worth mentioning that this kind of attribute stone is equivalent to a medium prop, and the school also has the ability to use this kind of prop as a reward to students. I have to say that the school's reward and punishment system is really good, just like a top-grade dragon attribute stone that Su Che obtained before, but Su Che has not used it yet. I believe that in the future, Duolong Baruto or Scaled Dragon will be able to use it when they hit the level of the king. Now that the rewards were taken, the students also left the forest one after another and came to the square to gather together. The head teachers of each class organized their own students and began to practice. In order to mobilize the enthusiasm of the students, the teacher plans to let Suche and Chen Xing compete. Hearing this news, everyone was excited. Why did they know just by hearing the names of two people? Chen Xing, he ranked second in the last discipline inspection. He has a lot of practical experience, and has been recognized by teachers and students. The position of Minister of Discipline Inspection Department. The uncrowned king of the Tsuchina Elf League Open, the youngest doctor in the league's history, and a trainer at the level of a heavenly king. The two trainers can learn a lot from their battles. Hearing this arrangement, Suche was stunned for a moment, then looked at Chen Xing with eyes full of fighting intent in the distance, and nodded slightly with a smile. Answer to the battle was only because of a piece of news in my mind, defeating Chen Xing and rewarding a water main force. But if it is the same level, the water-type elves will still cause some trouble for themselves, so the main force of this water type is still very timely. Then, the next step is the Minister of Discipline Inspection Chen Chen. Star player, start the game with Suche player. The way of the game is a one-on-one game of singles, please send your own game elves. Because it was not a formal competition, many students left a certain distance and formed a circle, leaving a large distance to form a competition venue. The referee was the teacher in charge, who waved his arm and gave his order. Come out, Hudi. Chen Xing looked at Suche on the opposite side, took out his Pokeball, and threw it into the playing field. Hudi. A white light flashed, and a human-shaped elf appeared in the arena. It was the evolutionary form of Yonghila, Hudi. Hudi. Hudi is a yellow-footed human-type elf. After evolution, its beard becomes longer, its ears become more pointed and longer, and the symbols on its head are gone. Due to the infinite growth of Hudi's brain cells, its forehead has become wider and brighter, and it is said that the older Hudi's head is, the bigger it is. Chest and shoulders were still as if wrapped in brown armor, the wrists had two more brown objects that looked like bracers, the hands had 3 fingers, and both hands held a spoon. Feet become thicker, with brown parts on the knees that look like knee pads, making it more powerful, and Hudi has no tail. A bit interesting, Hudi, who has the strength of the quasi-king level, is a very good opponent. Come out, Mimic. Looking at Hudi on the opposite side, Suche directly released his elf and used the illusion of the middle stage of the quasi-celestial king as his opponent. I'm so nervous. It's the first time I've seen this kind of competition. Who can win the final victory? I can see the power of the mirage. Hudi's strength can be said to be very strong. This fight can be said to be a fight of gods. Fans come on who? Of the students in the auditorium looked at the Hudi and mimesis in the field of competition, and most of them showed curiosity and fanaticism in their eyes. Competition, start. Hudi, use fantasy light. Facing Suche, Chen Xing didn't dare to be careless. When the referee teacher announced the start of the game, he directly gave his order. Hudi's eyes glowed with blue light, the 2 spoons directly touched, and a colored superpower light was emitted directly from Hudi's spoon, heading towards the fascinated attack. Mischief, jump up and dodge, and open the trick space. The face of the attack, Suche calmly looked at Miyu. He believed that Miyu could dodge the attack, so that Miyu was ready for the next step while dodging the attack. Miyu jumped up, and after dodging the attack of the colorful fantasy light, her petite body turned slightly in midair, and a huge amount of energy poured out, forming a square space, wrapping the competition field. Not good. Chen Xing looked at the juggling space that suddenly appeared, his expression suddenly changed, and he secretly said in his heart. Sword dance. Sure enough, after opening the trick space, Suche gave an order to Miyu to increase Miyu's physical attack. Please download Feilu for the ununderlined version of the novel. Chapter 138. Victory. When the body fell to the ground, Miyu made a circle again, directly increasing his attack. Looking at this mysterious skill, Chen Xing's complexion changed greatly. He is an elf who focuses on superpowers, and he knows best what kind of skill the magic space is. The trick room has been opened by Mizuo, and now it's a little troublesome. The trick space is a skill that uses superpowers to create a bizarre space, and the elves who are slow in the round can move first. However, this skill in this world reflects the gain that is beneficial to one's own side. Not that the slow speed becomes faster, but the gain that is specifically for one's own side. That is to say, the speed of mystery is faster than that of Hudi. The simulation speed is not fast, but the physical attack and special attack are extremely high. Combined with the characteristics of the painted skin and the skills of the trick space, it can be said to be a match made in heaven. Hudi, use the mind power again. Facing the opposite Miu and understanding the effect of the trick space, Chen Xing directly issued his own order. Facing such a strong speed, Hudi could only use his ability to catch Miu. Hudi, looking at Miu's direction, Hudi's two spoons collided with each other again, and Hudi's blue psychic power poured out directly, and quickly attacked Miu in the past. Attack. Watching Hudi's moves, Suche directly gave orders to Mizui. Card. Miu heard Suche's order, a phantom energy surged around her body, and her mind power began to gradually dissolve. In the eyes of everyone's disbelief, the mind power lost the effect of the trick, which surprised everyone. Is it still possible? I only know that after physical exercise is strong, it is possible to break free from the shackles of mind power, but I didn't expect this to break mind power. What a delicate energy control. This hand energy control has not yet been achieved by students. During the exams and discussions with the students, the battle situation in the field of competition continued, which made people addicted. Mystery, use Dark Claw. Quickly rushing to the opposite Kamui turtle, Miu came to Hudi in an instant with his own speed. The eyes on the card's skin suddenly lit up, and Mi, who heard the order, suddenly moved. I saw that a purple claw protruded from the underside of the painted skin and directly hit the Hudi in front of him. Hudi! A scream sounded, and the ghost-type moves did great damage to the superpower moves, although they did not lose their ability to fight. But Hudi was still beaten to the rear, and Miu also took advantage of the situation to retreat to the distance, preparing for the next battle. Meditation. Card. Swinging his body quickly, Mi intends to increase his special attack and special defense, and his ability has been improved again. Hudi, Shadow Ball. Facing the illusion, Chen Xing said that it had not been triggered yet, and Chen Xing didn't want to admit defeat directly, so he gave another order to his Hudi. Hudi condensed a one purple-black energy ball in front of Hudi, and then when Hudi touched his spoon, the purple-black energy ball was about to attack Fascinate. Jump up to avoid Hudi's attack. We also use shadow balls. Ka facing Howdy's attack. Mi intends to jump directly, avoid the attack of the opponent's shadow ball, and then quickly condense his own strength. A purple energy ball quickly formed, and the shadow ball attacked Hudi. Bang! Hudi's purple energy ball exploded. Hudi was beaten again and then withdrew, with a painful expression on his face, but he has not lost his ability to fight yet. This Hudi is worthy of being Chen Xing's elf, and if he trains well, if he thinks of winning, he still needs a lot of effort. Meditation. Miu reuses skills after landing. A halo lights up on Miu's body. Miu's special attack and special defense increase again. I went and meditated twice. Senior Chen Xing is a little dangerous. Zhang Raiji watched the match between Su Che and Chen Xing, and also analyzed the situation of the match. Of meditation was learned in the elf trick course, and many people understood what the effect of this skill was. Hudi, can't wait any longer, use mental distraction. Chen Xing's face changed, he knew that he was too bad, and in a panic, he gave his order directly. Hudi looked at the mimic on the opposite side, and after hearing Chen Xing's order, a pair of spoons touched, and the powerful superpower surged out, wrapping it towards the mimic on the opposite side. There is nothing wrong with Chen Xing's order, but the problem is that he ignores the characteristics of the mimetic, and this is the most likely problem in the panic. Quote. Take it and use the shadow ball directly. Seeing the attack from the opposite side, Su Che's eyes also lit up. This was the result he wanted. With the characteristics of Mi Mu, Hu Di should lose his fighting ability. The purple-black energy ball condensed and attacked in the direction of Hu Di. Hu Di's attack hit at this time, and the mimetic painted skin was instantly knocked off, and his neck was directly crooked to the side, as if his neck was broken. Chen Xing was shocked when he saw this scene, but he could only watch helplessly as the shadow ball's attack hit Hu Di. Boom! Hu Di! In the end, Hu Di screamed and was knocked out by the shadow ball and landed on the ground with his eyes blazing. Circle, he lost his ability to fight, Li Hao. What is impossible? Everyone looked at Hu Di's direction, all eyes widened with disbelief. After all, the head of the Discipline Inspection Department was directly defeated. Hu Di lost his ability to fight, and Mi intends to win, so the final winner is Su Che. The referee teacher on the side looked at the situation on the field, waved his arm, and directly announced the result of the game. Wow! At this time, the trick space used by the fans also gradually disintegrated at this time, turning into snowflakes and disappearing in the field of competition. Come back, Hu Di, thank you for your advice. He took back his land and came to Su Che and stretched out his hand. Welcome. Shaking hands with Chen Xing, Su Che handed over the home to the teacher, and asked the teacher to announce the next activities for the students. Chapter 139, Laplace, the main force of the water system. After a match, the students looked at Su Che with deep awe in addition to admiration. Because, Su Che's strength is really too strong, and playing against him will only feel enormous pressure. Facing the delicate atmosphere around him, Su Che was also aware of it, but he had nothing to say, and he wouldn't want to go to the competition if it wasn't for his main force in the water system. I am not a high-profile person, I just hope to live a normal life and protect my parents with my knowledge and strength. The rest is just hope that I can leave no regrets. If I can meet some legendary spirits and some interesting things, I will be satisfied. Next, under the mobilization of the teacher, everyone starts to train each other. The teacher takes out the recorded information, step-by-step advice. However, when he came to Su Che, the teacher suddenly froze. Why? Because there is really nothing to say. Let's put aside Su Che's strength for now. Su Che himself is already a doctor, so the teacher thinks there is no need to tell Su Che about some training methods. Immediately, Wang Zhang only encouraged Su Che 543, and then let Su Che train on his own. He took out his notebook, and began to write and draw, and did some targeted training. Then, a prompt sound was heard in Su Che's mind, making Su Che smile slightly. Defeat Hu Di, reward, Laplace in the early stage of the king. The elf in a one advanced ball in the pocket is Laplace. Laplace, also known as the dragon, Laplace has a gray on his back. The shell is very hard. The unevenness protruding from the shell may be used by the rider to hold the handle for stability. Laplace is good at swimming and skating, and can master a lot of water and ice type moves. It has a very smart mind, has a high IQ that can understand human language, and a few Laplaces can even use telepathy to communicate with humans. Laplace communicated with each other through singing, and transmitted information on water temperature and ocean currents to distant companions, which was faster and more accurate than radar. Before Su Che crossed, Laplace was still in the Galar region, with a special supergiant form. Moreover, his Laplace should be restrained, with powerful special attacks, and excellent. The defensive ability of Laplace can be said to make up for the lack of water and ice elves in Su Che's team. Start training. Looking at an open space in the distance, Su Che threw out his elf, ready to start special training. The movement of the elf made all teachers and students look here subconsciously. Some teachers and students, there was an envious gleam in his eyes. Why? Because Su Che's elf is not only powerful, but rare, is synonymous with power in the eyes of everyone. But they didn't know that the materials that Suche wasted in the past few years could have bought a piece of tourism development land in reality. Suche's own elf's strength has reached the peak, and he needs to use some secret treasures to help him understand the power of the source, so that his elf strength can be improved again. Evening, when we dined in the hotel, we started to discuss some face knowledge. Suche listened silently to the side, while eating, recalling the strength of his team, and looking forward to the follow-up exchange competition. The next day was still a day of training and cultivation. Came to the back mountain forest. Squeak. And beside him, followed by a strange elf, with a triangular head ghost and a tail that is about to disappear, it is DeLong Baruto. As early as yesterday, Suche put forward a request to train alone. Just because the teacher has some other things to announce, he didn't agree to Suche's request. Now, the teacher has also agreed to Suche's request and agreed to let Suche be alone in the field. Bring your own clothes and tents. As for food and Pokeballs, you can show them in your game system, so you don't have to worry about food. You don't have to worry about making a fire either. You don't need to bring a lighter or anything. The flashlight, Suche had already brought it with him when he was preparing for field training, and he didn't need to bring too many Pokeballs. Anyway, he could exchange them through virtual games. The world's famous Elves outdoor sports expert once said in a program, "The most painful thing in the world is that you find a group of elves in the wild, and you like them very much, sadly to find that you can't beat them." So, is there a more painful fact? The more painful thing is that you can beat them, but find out that you don't have a Pokeball. There are also some elf food, which can also be exchanged in virtual games. The most important ones are their own medicines and some panacea. In the wild, there are often other accidents, so it is normal to prepare some panacea for training home use. After a good night's sleep last night, Suche directly took his own items and released DeLong Baloo after asking for the back, set off towards the back mountain. Although the protected area here is a tourist place, generally no one will run to the back mountain, and Suche went directly to the back mountain. There are 3 small mountains around. The scenery on the mountains is very beautiful, and there are some shadows of elves. Along the way, although Suche and others were on their way, Suche's training on the elves did not fail, and the speed at which DeLong Baruto's skills were released began to increase. You can see the training effects after some special training. You can already see that the release speed of skills has become faster, and the power of final moves has also become powerful. Along the way, I occasionally see some wild elves. These elves often become the training objects of their own elves, and cultivate the elves' independent fighting consciousness through some battles. The training of Doran Baruto is also very simple. Because of the relationship between ghosts and dragons, the first thing is to make Doran Baruto adapt to the cold of the ice system. Laplace, come out. When he came to an empty place, Suche directly released his elf. Woo! An ethereal voice sounded after the white light passed, and Laplace appeared in front of Suche, with his big head rubbing against Suche, looking very intimate. Okay, darling. Chapter 140, Alados. Okay, darling. Touching Laplace's cold head, Suche was also filled with emotion. When will he bring all his friends into this world? Laplace, using the freezing light, created a get out of the igloo. Woo, woo, Laplace let out an affectionate cry. The cold energy in his body quickly condensed, and he directly used his own skills, and the ice blue light shot out towards the open space, forming a large igloo. Doran Baruto, if you want to become stronger, you must first have a certain resistance to ice-type tricks. You can train in the igloo. Looking at Laplace's subtle control, Suche nodded incessantly. It was indeed his former partner. After the optimization of the system, he was a top-quality elf. Squeak. Doran Baruto nodded. A wagging tail came to the igloo, and as soon as he entered the igloo, Doran Baruto first felt a chill hit him. After a slight shiver, Doran Baruto calmed down and began to mobilize his strength to resist the cold. For DeLong Baruto of the ghost and dragon types, some of the tricks to restrain it are a bit troublesome, and the ice attribute tricks have already doubled the damage to a single ghost type. Coupled with the attribute of the dragon element, Duolong Baludo will suffer a little in the face of the ice element, so Suche wants to exercise Duolong Baludo's cold resistance ability. In a battle of the same level, no matter. As long as the power of the skill is slower than others, there will always be a certain attack. Therefore, Suche would usually subconsciously exercise the Elves' ability to defend and counterattack. It is also during this kind of exercise that Suche's elves have developed their own style of play, so that they can also train themselves in a targeted manner. Looking at the surrounding environment, Suche also nodded. His position is equivalent to a dividing line. The powerful elves will not go down and cross the boundary, and the weak elves will not go up. Suche's field training this time was also very simple, that is, he used his elf who only had the strength of a quasi-celestial king to fight directly all the way up. Quick dragon, you look at Doran Baruto. We're going up to challenge. Releasing his fast dragon and taking back Laplace, under the guarantee of the fast dragon, Suche and his elf walked up the mountain. As long as you climb over this mountain and reach the mountain behind, it is still a good place to practice. However, it is very troublesome to cross this mountain, but Suche's plan is to push it all the way. As for why the scaled dragon is not allowed to do anti-icing training, it is because the scaled dragon's defensive ability, strong physique and fighting attributes are more suitable for physical exercise, which is the way of fighters. Therefore, most of the overtime, Suche has been exercising his scaly physique and powerful physical attack ability. In the following time, some powerful elves will come from time to time, and they will be found by Suche's elves, and they will fight against those elves without Suche's order. In such an environment, Suche's elves' vigilance and reaction ability improved rapidly, and it was also under such training that the elves' strength slowly increased. Hiss! At this time, a voice sounded, a genie appeared on the tree trunk, and the surrounding tree trunks began to appear. Looking at the figures of the elves, Suche directly recognized what kind of elves those elves were. It is a spider-like elf, Alados. Alados is like a spider, it only has a head and belly, and its pupils are purple. Its red head grows a horn, it has bipedal legs, its colors are yellow and purple, and its abdomen has tentacles and spikes. Its abdomen is red and black like a ladybug, there are 2 black spots on the abdomen, and a yellow horn grows on the back of the abdomen. Because the abdomen and the head are a little similar in shape, you may not recognize which side is the head. It's my turn, Lotto. At the elf that appeared, he followed Suche on the Rotom mobile phone, and directly showed his presence. The silk thread spit out from the mouth is very strong and can be used as a nest material immediately. In addition, the wild Alados has a more irascible temperament, and will feel angry when he feels offended and take the initiative to attack the other party. Flowers however, Alados is a very reliable elf, loyal and meticulous when it comes to being a trainer's partner. As expected of a Rotom mobile phone, it is equipped with a picture book function, which can directly find the information of the elves and explain them. Suche, we seem to have entered the territory of Alados, Loto. Rotom's mobile phone kept reminding Suche, hoping that Suche would know the current situation. Well, it seems so. At Alados around him and answered without caring. What does it seem like we should evacuate quickly at this time? The Rotom mobile phone beside Suche looked at Suche, and from nowhere, an arm turned out of nowhere, pulling Suche and hoping that Suche would evacuate from this place. Don't panic, don't panic. There's nothing to panic. Suche looked at the group of Alados around him, and looked at Rotom very calmly. Afraida, just hit it directly. Meow. Jingle. Hot Meow took a step forward, the bell on the neck made a crisp sound, came to the front of Suche, and looked at a group of Alados who were about to move. Alados looked at the elf and Suche opposite, and issued a warning sound from the mouthparts of his mouth. It's over, it's over. Suche, if something happens to you, I will remember today. Don't worry, I will burn paper money for you, Lotto. Besides Suche looked at the surrounding Alados, and said with a sad face. Saying so, but Rotom's phone did not show a timid expression, but instead looked very excited. Roar! The fossilized pterosaur released by Suche looked at Alados and roared badly. Hoo! At this time, seeing Suche still not retreating, the Alados became angry, and spewed clumps of spider silk from their mouths, forming a large net to block all the surrounding roads. A cobweb trick. You want to block my retreat. These Alados are not bad. It feels so organized. Chapter 141. The First Night. Looking at the surrounding environment, Suche nodded and analyzed his expression without worry. Alados looked at Suche, who was not worried, thinking that they despised him, so many Alados were angry. Many Alados looked at Suche, and the fangs began to emit purple light, as if they were about to use a trick. Hot meow, use Ghost Mars. Seeing Alados' movements, Suche smiled slightly at his hot meow and gave his order. Meow. After the hot meow heard Suche's order, he couldn't get used to Alados for a long time, and immediately vented his anger. A group of ghost fires appeared on the front paws, and one by one, purple high-speed stars wrapped in ghost fires attacked Alados. This trick is exactly the May 4-3, created by Suche. Trick is a collection of ghost fire and high-speed stars, which is the double attack of ghost fire and high-speed stars. Bang bang bang. Ghost sparks hit the body of many Alados quickly, and thick smoke was everywhere. Some Alados also lost their ability to fight because of burns. However, there were still some Alados who persisted, staring at Suche earnestly, wanting to launch their own unique moves to attack again. Well, these Alados are quite united. However, the fossilized pterosaur air blade. Looking at the struggling bodies of Alados, Suche directly gave orders to the fossilized pterosaur. Ouch! As the overlord in the sky, the fossilized pterosaurs looked down on these little bugs, and now watching them do something to their masters, the fossilized pterosaurs launched their own attacks after hearing the order. With a roar, the fossilized pterosaurs' wings flapped fiercely, and one after another, white air blades attacked in the direction of Alados. Bang 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 bang. Another dull sound rang out. Most of the Alados, after being hit by the fossilized pterosaur's attack, lost their ability to fight due to the severe pain. Squeak. The strong leading Alados looked at Suche and struggled to stand up, but fell to the ground and lost his ability to fight. Good job, fossil pterosaur. Meow. Seeing that the surrounding environment was not damaged much, Suche praised Ling. Looking at the surrounding environment that has not been destroyed, the fossilized pterosaur and the hot cat, the control of their own power is very powerful. In this way, what I need is to improve their physical fitness, and then strengthen the power of their unique skills. Thinking of his next training plan, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. And those elves looked at Suche's smile and slapped one after another. Was thinking when he showed this smile. I have to face the training week of hell again, and the days to come are a bit hard, but it is worth it. The elves all looked at each other and smiled, their eyes obviously encouraging each other. At night, the mountains and forests are covered with deep blackness, and the ferocious-looking trees emit icy laughter in the dark. There is a rustling movement in the distance of the woods, and the mountains and forests shrouded in darkness always make people tremble. Trees were interlaced, the moonlight passed through the gaps and cast a little starlight, and from time to time there was a long cry, and pairs of nocturnal elves showed their green eyes, dormant behind the jungle. Night is the paradise of some elves, and it is also the carnival of predators. Suche must find a place to live as soon as possible, otherwise it will be difficult. Duolong Baludo and Kuailong have returned, and the night is Duolong Baludo's favorite environment. The spooky one works like a duck in the night environment. Because he needed to temporarily stay in the forest for one night, Suche's requirements were not very high, and it was best to have a flat location near the water and leeward. Of course, there should be some caves in the mountains, and it would be best if they were empty caves. Thinking like this, Suche turned to look at the group of Alados on the ground, and Suche directly stepped over and walked towards the distance. Alados is a kind of gregarious elves, and Suche does not intend to subdue the other party, although he can subdue them. Even if he does not use them, he can get money to sell them on the black market of elves. However, that little money Suche really doesn't like. The props in his game system can be directly used to sell a lot of money, and doing so by himself will easily damage the ecological environment of the elves here, so Suche decided to put as a training ground. There are also elves who can practice with their own elves, and use this place as a place to level up. After Suche and the elves chose a place, they were ready to set up camp. It is also very strange to say that it has a strange scenery. The surrounding trees are lush, and there are some powerful elves. But while these elves are powerful, they are very gentle in character, and there seems to be a powerful heaven and earth energy around them, which can provide the elves with their cultivation. There is a lake in the distance, and it is on the outskirts of the mountain forest, so the flat ground with the leeward wind is also suitable. Due to the bright night light and the starry sky, it was not very dark here. After cleaning up the surrounding sleeping places, Suche and the elves set up a tent together. The huge tent was just enough to accommodate Suche and all the elves, and it was also very convenient to set up a tent in the wild. Hold up the shelf and fix it at the end. Take out a large pot of water from the lake, use the props exchanged from the game system to make a simple water filter, and filter the water in the lake before drinking. I and the elves ate some fruit to supplement the power, and came to 1:07 after entering the tent, admiring the beautiful surroundings, I fell asleep unknowingly. At night, everything seemed very quiet, but on Suche's body, the power of Vibrant Pan didn't know what was going on, and it directly activated and nourished Suche's body. In the lake, a green slate began to flash, and the little starlight echoed Suche's power of Vibrant Pan, and the surrounding elves noticed Suche's strangeness. Just wanted to wake Suche up, but they were wrapped in that warm power and closed their eyes again and fell asleep. One night, Suche's vibrant power and something in the lake echoed each other, and the surrounding elves also benefited. The body was tempered, and the dark wounds on the body after cultivation were healed, and Suche's body was washed away visibly. Chapter 142, Grass-type Emerald Slate. A little black thing came out of Suche's pores, turned into a streak of dust and disappeared, and the muscle lines on Suche's body became a lot more beautiful, and his body strength also increased again. One night, without Suche's knowledge, his physical fitness improved again. In the early morning mountain forest, there are faint clouds and mists, overlapping mountains and shadows, with a fairy tale mystery. The babbling creeks gathered together and scurried forward, making cheerful and agile sounds. The clear blue lake is surrounded by blue smoke, and from time to time, some flying elves pass by, causing circles of ripples. Opened his eyes and felt his physical quality was different from usual. A surprised look appeared in Suche's eyes. What the hell happened last night? He clenched his fist and felt the flexibility of his body again. Suche instantly widened eyes. How is this possible? It's only for one night. How is it possible? Moreover, my vibrant power and superpower seem to have been exercised. When I used the power, I still felt a blockage, but now I just feel extremely smooth. In the animation of the previous life, the power of Vibrant was praised as the ability to communicate and heal with spirits, and the specific manifestation was the light green light. But after a night, his vibrant power seemed to have been exercised, and it turned into a golden green feeling. I know, what chance did you meet, young master? Why did you feel like this? Tisk tisk, the whole person has become a lot more handsome. Who are you, Loto? Where did you go, Loto? Tell me, or I'll let you feel my 100,000 volts, Lotto. Just as Suche was taking a selfie with his mobile phone, Rotom's mobile phone made a sound, and he looked at Suche in a funny way. Rotom, your skin is itchy, right? Do you want Doran Baruto to tell you about the smell of shadow balls and 100,000 volts? Suche looked at Rotom's phone with a strange smile, and said to it viciously. Voice matches 100%, Suche is still a black belly, but why has he changed? Rotom stretched out two small hands, touched Suche's face, and looked around curiously. Are you finished? Still a little surprised, Loto. Suche, will you change your face? Rotom, I'm going to kill you. So, the voice calling me came from this lake, but what's in the lake? Suche came to the lake not far away, looked at the clear bottom of the lake, and muttered to himself a little dazedly. Wow! At this moment, Luli, in front of a figure Suche, all the elves took half a step forward and looked at the elves that appeared. Seeing the elf that appeared suddenly, Suche's eyes showed a strange look. Unexpectedly, in the wild, there is an elves like Mari Luli. Mary Luli has grown taller since its evolution, but its characteristics have not changed. It has two pink and tall ears. The body is nearly circular in shape, with 666 white spherical skins of different sizes on the body, all of which are blue on the body. It also has white wavy skin on its belly, and its tail is a black curved shape at first, but ends with a blue ball. Body. Mary Luli has developed hearing, and the patterns on her body are often used to deceive enemies. It's my turn, Lotto. Rotom looked at the elf that appeared on his mobile phone, and directly used the picture book function to start his own explanation. Mari Luli, water bunny, water, fairies, attributes, and long ears are important sensors for Mari Luli. Just by listening carefully, even in the rushing river, you can tell the kinds of spirits there. You can make air balloons, and if you encounter a drowning elf, you will take out the air balloons for it so that it can breathe. Luli. Mary Luli looked at Suche, who appeared in front of her with a vigilant expression in her eyes, as if she wanted to do something. Laplace, come out. My dear, there is something in the lake that has the same aura as my vibrant power, please bring it up for me. Ignoring Mary Luli, Suche just released his Laplace, touched Laplace's head, and said to Laplace. Woo! Laplace rubbed Suche, nodded and then dived directly into the lake to find the object Suche said. And Mari Luli, who was on the side, didn't feel the danger. She just stood aside and looked at Suche and the elves around her curiously. Wow! After a while, the lake water splashed a large wave, and Laplace came to Suche with something in his mouth. Looking at something like that, Suche's expression immediately changed. The green color is similar to the shape of a board, and the pattern of a grass blade above it is the grass attribute green slate in the Arceus slate. My god, this is the first time I have found other slates, not directly exchanged from the system. I still remember that in the Legend of Creation, several slates of Arceus were scattered, and the scattered slates were the source of the earth, the source of water, the source of grass, the source of thunder, and the source of dragon. These 5 powers form the life orb, which is the 543 life orb in the animation. However, this world seems to be different. Suche himself has not thought that he will see grass-type green slate here. A purplish-black mist filled the void space, and a huge figure suddenly appeared. A light curtain appeared in front of it. The big blood-red eyes looked at the situation ahead, and in the light curtain were Suche and his elves. Did Arceus grass-type slate appear? Hey! This human has the figures of Lugia and Likong sitting on his body, which is a bit interesting. Looking at the 2 figures looming behind Suche, these figures became interested in Suche, and looked at Suche directly and curiously. However, Suche in the picture seemed to have sensed it, looking directly at the void in front of him, and said 4 words with his mouth shape, causing the figure to vibrate instantly. This human being, know their names. After taking the grass-type slate in his hand, Suche suddenly felt a sense of peeping. Feeling a little uncomfortable, he hurriedly asked the system. System, what was the peeping feeling? And answered the host, who the system did not monitor, only the source and a void. Is void space Arceus Felu reminds you, 3 things to read. Chapter 143, Defeating Mary Lully. System, what was the peeping feeling? And answered the host, who the system did not monitor, only the source and a void. Could it be that Arceus is wrong in the void space? Arceus should still be asleep, then it should be the 3 dragons. I don't know who is looking at me, and if I look at myself through the void space, there should only be 2 of the 3 dragons. Palkia, the god of space, Giratina, the dragon of the underworld. Only these 2 can see themselves. One of them is monitoring human beings in the void space, and the other is monitoring reality in the reversed space. It can be said that the 3 divine dragons each have their own duties, but I don't know who is looking at him, looking at the void in front of him, feeling that kind of peeping feeling, Suche said directly to himself. Is it Palkia or Giratina or Dialga? Can you come out and talk? Holding the slate in his hand, Suche calmly looked at the void in front of him, waiting for the action of the elves in the dark. But in the next moment, Suche felt that the feeling of peeping suddenly disappeared, and Suche asked the system in his mind with a dazed expression. Hey, system, what's the situation? The big guys are gone. The mysterious power has disappeared, and the exact direction of the disappearance cannot be tracked. No matter what, just take the things and leave. Lully. The Mary Lully didn't want to. It looked at Suche very angrily, and warned Suche to put the slate in the lake. Who possesses the power of Vibrant Pan, also finds it funny when he sees the meaning expressed by Mary Lully in front of him. Mary Lully said that this secret treasure belonged to them, and Suche could not take it away at will. Hearing this, Suche also felt amused. Secret treasures are already used by elves here, not to mention the jungle where the weak eat the strong. Mary Lully said this is not in line with reality at all. It is nothing more than that Mary Lully wants to use this secret treasure alone, but Suche also guessed it. There will be Marie Lully here, and she should have grown through the power of the slate. I think it should be Mari Lully who used the power in the slate to cultivate alone. Now, seeing that the things she cultivated were about to be taken away, Mari Lully was of course unwilling, and wanted to directly use this reason to let Suche keep the slate. Of course, Suche wasn't a fool either. Listening to Mary Lully's words, she obviously found a loophole in her words. If it was really the secret treasure of the surrounding elves, it wouldn't be placed at the bottom of the lake. You probably put it at the bottom of the lake. Exclamation mark quote. Listening to Mari Lully's words, when many elves were hesitating, Suche's words directly changed all elves' impression of Mari Lully. Indeed, the elves in the wild have strong competitiveness. When they see items that are helpful to their own strength, how can they share them with other elves? All the elves are looking at Mary Lully. As long as Mary Lully makes a move, all the elves will strike their opponents like thunder. Lully. Mary Lully looked at Suche opposite, listening to Suche's words. Her face clenched her fists with anger, and an ice blue light flashed quickly, which was Mary Lully's unique trick. Roar. Seeing that Mari Lully made her move directly, the Sioux elves were reluctant, and the scaled dragon took the lead. A flash of electric light flashed on his fist, and he grabbed it in the direction of Mari Lully, with a light palm. Can't believe it. If outsiders see that the scaled dragon can thunder light palms, they will be shocked and speechless. Bang! Lully! Roar! The frozen fist and the thunder palm collided with each other. A dull sound rang out, and a wave of air quickly spread to the surroundings, and the 2 moves cancelled each other out. However, it can be seen that the scaled dragon and Mari Lully were still injured, and the 2 sides collided with each other and returned to their original positions. Roar! The fossilized pterosaur saw this scene, and immediately used its own tricks. The rock formed quickly, and it hit Mari Lully. It was the rock avalanche trick. Bang bang bang. Pieces of rock hit Mary Lully, and Mary Lully was instantly knocked back, and the powerful rock was smashed back several steps by the rock fall. The damage of the rock avalanche is indeed considerable, but for the water-type Mari Lully, the damage is not very high. At most it only knocks Mari Lully back a few steps. Roar! Doran Baruto opened his mouth, and the purple-black shadow ball instantly condensed. Looking at the opposite Mari Luli, a one shadow ball attacked Mari Luli. Boom! A dull voice rang out along with the screams, and Mari Luli was hit by Doran Baruto's attack, and she screamed and shrouded in smoke. Card. Mizuo was on the side, and the tail-shaped object instantly became larger and surrounded by purple light, forming a wood-like appearance and hitting Mari Luli. Boom! Luli! Mary Luli screamed again. The mallet is very harmful to the water, attribute Mary Luli. Looking at the state of Mary Luli, the hot cat on the side also wants to make up for it with one move. It directly knocked Mari Luli out of combat ability. Meow! Blazing flames spewed out of the hot Nai's mouth, and attacked in the direction of Mari Luli. Luli! Facing the sudden jet of flames, Mari Luli screamed in agony. Luli! In the face of multiple attacks, Mari Luli couldn't stand it, and fell to the ground staggeringly, with her eyes blazing. The circle lost her ability to fight. Alright, let's go. Seeing that Mari Luli lost her fighting ability, Suche said directly to a few elves. How many times? The elf nodded and followed Suche to the distance. On the way, Suche flipped his wrist and placed the origin of grass slate directly in the space. Numerous elves in retreat in the space also felt this power, and came directly to the bottom of the source of grass, feeling the rich life force. Luli. After Suche left, Mari Luli stood up from the ground, shook her head to wake herself up, and saw that there was no shadow of Suche around. She suddenly screamed and disturbed the atmosphere. The end. Mary Luli also sighed and returned directly to the lake. The next night, Suche returned to his camp. Seeing that the surrounding environment had not changed, Suche nodded silently. Was late at night, darkness enveloped the earth, some nocturnal elves became active again, and the elves in nature began to play a harmonious movement. Chapter 144, Days of Cultivation. An appa snake emerged from the jungle, and its eyes looked at the tent in the distance. There is a fire next to it. There are some sparks burning at the fire, and there are some food made on the side. Appa snake looked at this open space, and just wanted to go forward to investigate, but it clearly felt a powerful threat in its perception. After thinking about it for a while, this appa snake still chose to leave here. The food on the opposite side is really good, but it needs to have this life to endure. However, even so, there are also some blind spirits, who can't stand their own curiosity, want to satisfy the desire in his belly. Like at this moment, a rice spoon snake is emerging from the jungle, spitting out snake letters slightly, and sliding towards the direction of the tent. However, before it could get close to the tent, a pair of eyes opened instantly in the darkness. It was a huge figure with a triangular head and a transparent tail. It was the elf Doran Baruto in the night. Doran Baruto's dragon arrow is aimed at Doran Baruto, and the triangular head looks at Doran Baruto. As long as the snake takes a step forward, Doran Baruto will directly attack. The five-spoon snake instantly felt the danger, looked at the figure on the opposite side, and stopped the forward figure directly, the great danger and the terrifying pressure. Swish! In an instant, he came to the front of the snake with a green spoon, and his tail was glowing with green light. It was the dragon's tail trick that Duolong Baruto used. Bang! A tail hit the snake rice spoon, a dull voice sounded, and the snake rice spoon was hit and flew out, panicking in midair looking for a focus. Squeak! Doran Baruto looked at the spoon snake struggling in the air, a fierce light flashed in his eyes, and he used his own tricks again. Whoosh! Boom! Two dragon arrows formed by the dragon messiah were launched, hitting the rice spoon snake directly. The two dragon arrows hit the rice spoon snake, causing huge damage to the rice spoon snake. Similarly, the rice spoon snake was knocked out by the impact of the dragon arrows. Some elves around looked at this situation, their pupils shrank, took a deep look at Doran Baruto, and slowly retreated into the jungle. Squeak! After revealing his aura and repelling the attacking rice spoon snake, Doran Baruto nodded in satisfaction, looked at Suche's tent, and continued to meditate on the tree trunk. In the darkness, some stories keep happening, silently. What Doran Baruto may not know is that the place where the rice flew out is the same place where they met Alados before. Alarmed the rice spoon of the Alados tribe. Lidos would not be polite to it, so this spoon snake became the supper of the Alados. A group of Alados gathered around, and after drinking the blood of the snake, waited for the snake's body to dry out, and when the breeze blew the snake's venom, the snake turned into grit and dissipated here. If this scene were seen, the scalp would definitely be numb, but the snake's body turned solid. I really can't believe it. Unfortunately, the law of the jungle is like this, only the strong in this jungle can survive. This night, for Su-che, it was a good rest. In the first half of the night, he was meditating and cultivating his superpower. The power of vigor and victory. I slept beautifully in the second half of the night. Because of the protection of Duolong Baruto, Su-che could say that he slept very peacefully. After all, after cultivating for a day in the morning, Su-che and his elves are still very tired under the high-intensity practice, although in order to rest well for Duolong Baludo, Kuailong and Duolong Baludo take turns to keep watch at night. The next day, Su-che was awakened by the sound of raindrops, opened the tent, and saw the figures of Kuailong and Duolong Baruto. Roar! A dragon pounced and hugged Su-che in his arms. Su-che touched Kuailong's head. Kuailong was the most sticky to Su-che. Looking at the rainy scenery around him, Su-che took a deep breath and watched the rainy scenery in this mountain. However, the current weather is still changeable, and in the blink of an eye, the strong wind swept the torrential rain, and it was whipping the ground like countless whips. Big droplets of rain shot like bullets, making the leaves rattle, and the strong wind caught the raindrops, as if they were looking for something on the ground, slamming east and west. The students and teachers in the training ground at the back of the hotel hurried away, but they couldn't block the crazy attack of the rain. Boom! A thunderstorm sounded, and the sound of thunder, wind, and rain mixed together, as if the sky was about to fall. The rain kept falling, and after a while, the irritability just now gradually disappeared, and it began to slowly become gentle. It dripped down the leaves, turned into a string of pearls, and jumped down from a height, and there was still a smell of earth in the air. However, looking at the wet land around him, Su-che shook his head helplessly. The weather forecast said light rain, but I didn't expect the weather in the mountains to be so changeable, but it rained heavily for a while. Such weather is also normal. After all, in this world, many elves have the ability to change the weather. Therefore, the weather forecast by the Meteorological Bureau is sometimes not very accurate, which has long been known by people, and it is not a big deal, let alone in the wild. Fortunately, the tent has excellent rain resistance, and the backpack and some salutes did not get wet. However, in the distance of the lake, Su-che also saw some other elves. King carp with fish head exposed in the lake, some water mouse Mary Lou, some wubo swimming on the water surface, some mosquito coiled tadpoles, etc. Of course, agate jellyfish and starfish are rarely seen in fresh water, and there are some elves living in seawater. However, Su-che saw the big-tongued scallops from the water in the distant stream, which made Su-che widen his eyes in surprise. Elves like the oysters usually live in the ice. How could there be oysters here? Could it be a new group? After a simple wash, Su-che started training with his elf. There are some quasi-king level elves, and Su-che's goal is them. Looking at the surrounding environment, Su-che couldn't help frowning. He really didn't like such a humid environment. Quick dragon, let the sun shine. Su-che gave his order to the fast dragon beside him. Baho. Chapter 145, Overlord Elf Rumble Rock. Bahu. Kuailong nodded after hearing it. The curved dragon horn moved and moved, the clearing trick was used instantly, and the fierce sunlight shone down. The wet land loses its original moisture, and the air slowly it dries up. Okay, we're off to practice. Looking at the elves behind him, Su-che also spoke directly to them, and headed towards the forest behind. A group of elves behind him quickly followed Su-che towards the depths. Su-che's target this time was mainly the overlord elves that lived in the depths. What is the Overlord Spirit? In the animation of the previous life, it was the Alola region, the test in the island tour, and the last few powerful spirits appeared. This elf is extra large compared to the same type, and the whole body is covered with a special aura, which can cause psychological pressure to the enemy. When fighting it, it will call its buddies to help. Except for the large body, the Overlord elves are no different from ordinary elves of this type, and they will not increase the racial value, change the attributes or change the characteristics like the super evolution. However, the Overlord elves may call on the same type of elves, and cooperate with each other to form a good helper. However, according to Su Che's investigation, the Overlord elves in this world are considered to be the rulers of a region, and they are very powerful. If anyone provokes them in the wild, sorry and good luck. And Su Che's goal is to dominate the elves. His elves have reached a bottleneck stage, and only by challenging the elves can they break through under pressure. The environment in the wild is very gloomy and humid. Looking at the surrounding environment, Su Che nodded. The jungle here is obviously denser than the jungle just now, and Zhou Weidong's environment all means that he has reached his destination. I just don't know what kind of elves are the Overlord elves here. If they face some poison-type elves, I'm afraid it will be a little troublesome. What Su Che doesn't know is that when an elves observe them, they will immediately run in the far direction. Longyan. After walking for a while, the surrounding environment gradually becomes open up, and there are still some rocks. There was a roar from the weather, and a huge rock came to Su Che, and Su Che subconsciously stepped back. The elves behind Su Che were also looking at the stone in front of them, and they felt a dangerous aura from the stone. Along the way, that big stone crushed some trees, and the powerful force directly crushed the trees. The stone in front of him suddenly moved, and the curled body appeared in front of Su Che, letting Su Che understand the face of this elf. It is a rumbling rock whose body is like a big sphere covered by rocks. Longlongyan's head protrudes from the center of the body, each of his hands has 3 fingers, and each of his feet has 5, 4 of which are in front and 1 behind, all with sharp nails. Different from before the evolution is that Takashi has red eyes, and his face is no longer rock-like, more like a turtle, and has 2 jaws. Teeth. Compared to running with feet, Rumble Rock will usually retract into the body when moving fast and roll like a ball. Long Yan. Looking at Su Che and his elves in front of him, Longyan suddenly roared, and the aura of a huge overlord directly covered his entire body, causing Su Che to narrow his eyes subconsciously. Oh, it's Rumble Rock, Loto. Rumbling Rock. Heavyweight elves, rocks, ground attributes, are covered with a hard shell like a rock plate, and the rock skin will be peeled off once a year to become larger. Consists of a rock-hard body that can be blasted with yellow dynamite without harming it. The exploratory eyes were opened, and Su Che checked the information of this rumbling rock. Name: Rumbling Rock. Attributes: rock, ground. Qualification: Overlord Spirit level, Heavenly King. Peak height, 4. 2 weight, 600 features, sand. Hidden intimacy, 70. Overlord Elf's exclusive skill, Rock Bomb. Note: there are a lot of electrical stones around this Rumble Rock. Because of eating such tourmaline stones by mistake, Rumble Rock has learned certain things. Exclusive skills. I rely on flowers. This rumbling rock is really a domineering elf, and its strength has reached the peak of the king. It is incredible, and it has special exclusive skills. Sure enough, what is the strength of elves? They are all born from the environment. I am afraid that such overlord elves have been cultivated for several years. Longyan, I want to use your strength to train my elves. Please accept my challenge. Looking at the 3 times the size in front of him, Rumble Rock, Su Che faced the Rumble Rock road directly. Longyan. Looking at Su Che's serious face, feeling the momentum coming from Su Che's body, Longyan agreed to Su Che's request. Bang 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 roared loudly, the light in his eyes flickered, and many rocks were erected around, wrapping the surrounding, forming a natural cultivation place. How amazing! This move directly shocked Su Che. Although his own Bangira can do it, Bangira has never done it directly by directly mobilizing power like Longlongian. Ordinary elves use their own power to manifest their unique skills, while Longlongian directly controls the power of nature, which is something only those divine beasts can do. Can the Overlord Spirit control the surrounding area? Sure enough, it is correct to come here to cultivate. Sure enough, his strength is not strong enough. If he faces an elves of this level, his strength may not be enough. Everyone has it. Use some tricks that are effective against rocks and ground to attack each other. Seeing the appearance of the Overlord Longlongian, Suche directly ordered his elves. The face of elves of this level, their pressure is a good medicine, allowing their elves to break through under pressure, so Suche asked all elves to participate in this siege. Roar! All the elves exploded immediately after hearing it, and some unique moves hit the opposite rumble rock. Cultivation officially started. Boom! A loud noise suddenly came from the quiet mountain forest. When I looked closely, I saw a red and white hot meow, and a scaled dragon that was knocked out and landed on the ground for a few minutes. Chapter 146, Time to Practice. Hot Meow and Scaled Dragon wanted to stand up and continue the game, but the scars on their bodies no longer allowed them to continue, so they could only retreat to look at the few elves in the distance. Doran Baruto, Mystery, Fossil Pterodactyl, 2 attacked from the air, 1 tripped from below. Duolong Baruto used the dragon dance twice on the side, and under the effect of the characteristic ability improvement, the physical attack and speed were doubled and increased by 4 levels. Then, the dragon arrows attacked the Overlord Longlongian as if they were desperate, and they attacked Longlongian precisely in the way of guerrilla warfare. Don't look at the characteristics of Doran Baruto, it is penetration and ability improvement. Doran Baruto can also fly. The fossil pterosaur interferes with the sight of Longlongian. Because of its own attributes, the fossil pterosaur can only use some flight type and rock type tricks, 543 inches. Such shortcomings will not be displayed in normal times, but in high-level battles, such shortcomings will be infinitely magnified. Once you lose a high-level battle, your opponent will not give you time to fully consider the next situation. Looking at the fossilized pterosaur in midair, Suche thought about a lot of training methods for the fossilized pterosaur, and believed that after this performance, the fossilized pterosaur would grow a lot. Mizui was just watching his own tricks, trying to cause damage to Longlongian as much as possible, but the damage was not enough. Although the racial value of Longlongian is very ordinary, its attack and defense can be said to be extremely high, and the defense has reached a terrifying 130 points. And even if the Mitsu uses a special attack skill, the Rumble Rock at the peak of the King of Heaven is not. The current MI Mirage can defeat it. Looking at Longlongian's attack, Suche felt more and more that the Overlord Elf was powerful. This was no longer the level of a normal elf. Although it was said in the animation that the race value of the Overlord Elf did not change, in certain circumstances, in reality, the elves often have some special abilities. It is precisely because of this ability that the Overlord Spirit is so powerful. Longlongian shouted, a khaki light enveloped all the elves, and these elves were instantly pressed to the ground. The surrounding gravity seemed to be affected to some extent, and the sudden attack made Suche's eyes widen. Sure enough, nature is extremely mysterious, and it actually controls gravity directly. This is obviously something that can only be done at the level of a beast, and it can also be done by an Overlord Elf. I really can't believe it. Roar. Card. The 3 elves looked at the rumbling rock in front of them in disbelief, and they all wanted to break through this shackle and launch their attacks again. However, how could Longlongian let go of the 3 elves like this? The pressure would be heavier. Under such strong pressure, Dalyuto's bottleneck finally loosened. A slight voice sounded, but in Baruto's ears, this sound seemed to be the sound of nature, belonging to Doran Baruto's breath rekindle. Who was suppressed by the rumbling rock before, is no longer there. Duolong Baluto reappeared in midair, and a dragon wave was ejected from his mouth to hit the rumbling rock below. Boom! Longlongian was knocked back half a step for the first time, and the hard rock on his body was also shattered a little, which made Duolong Baruto's eyes light up. Sudden changes. The gravitational effect of the rumbling rock lost its effect, and the fossilized pterosaur and Mizu regained the distance and wanted to continue to attack. Okay. Seeing that the three elves wanted to continue to attack, Suche directly clapped his hands to stop the three elves, because he knew that if he continued to fight like this, he would not be able to defeat the overlord Long Longyan unless his own team made one shot. Seeing the horror of the overlord elves this time is also a good thing for Suche and his elves. Thank you, Rumble Rock. Looking at Long Longyan, after Suche asked his spirit to come back, he said to Long Longyan. Long Yan. Looking at Suche, Long Longyan also nodded, and finally shrank into a ball, rolled back and left here. Strange to say, when Long Longyan left, the surrounding stone pillars also retracted into the ground, and Suche was even more afraid of the power control of the overlord spirit. Roar. Card. A few elves looked at Suche and didn't understand why Suche asked them to stop attacking. You have also seen the pressure of the overlord elves, so let's train hard. Looking at his elves, Suche also looked at them. This training has been very good. Fossil Pterosaur and Dalong Baruto have benefited the most, and understand their own shortcomings. Mew, Scale Armored Dragon and Hot Meows also understood their own strengths, and if they continued to fight, they would only hit them, so Suche told them to stop attacking and continue to practice. However, before cultivating, Suche had to deal with his previous objects, that is, the medicine to temper his body. Releasing his elves, there were still 3 pills left. Suche spent money in the game system to exchange 3 pills. After taking them for his elves, he blocked his ears. This kind of medicine for tempering the body, Suche, has not yet been tested. I think when Suche used the superpower crystal to awaken his superpower, he was still in pain. Therefore, Suche has never tried this kind of medicine pill, which can temper the body, but it should be the same as when he used the super energy crystal. Roar. Sure enough, when they took this drug, the elves all roared in pain, but they were much stronger than human senses after all. After knowing the changes in their bodies, they began to endure this torture. It is worth mentioning that, from time to time, there will be a burst of 1.7 pain. The sound of bitterness made the cultivating students at the foot of the mountain panic, and they had a new view on the elves in the forest. There must be powerful elves in the mountains and forests, otherwise those elves will be chased and killed like this. Over time, because of such rumors, there have been many fewer students going to the mountains alone. Okay, how do you feel? After a while, looking at the situation of his elves, Suche smiled slightly. However, the elves are far away at the moment, because the impurities in the body are discharged. Everyone's body is covered with a black layer, which is really too stinky. But it is also very exciting to feel that the body becomes lighter and the strength becomes stronger. Okay, let's wash your body first. Fast Dragon, it's going to rain heavily in Laplace. Chapter 147. Assemble, return to the team. Okay, let's wash your body first. Fast Dragon, it's going to rain heavily in Laplace. Because of the fact that his body was transformed by the slate yesterday, there was no impurities in Suche's body. Seeing the state of many elves, Suche ordered directly. Wu, Baho, Kuailong and Laplace started directly. The trick of begging for rain was sent out through a mysterious force, and the next moment, the clear sky changed color. Rumbling. A dull thunderous sound sounded. Silver snakes rolled wantonly in the air. A large cloud filled the air. Raindrops the size of beans fell quickly, and it suddenly started to pour downpour. The rain falls on the elves, helping the elves sort out the impurities on their bodies. The fire-breathing dragon didn't seem to adapt to such an environment. After washing away the impurities on his body, he came to a rock and dried his body with his own strength. After the hot cat was also washed away, he hurriedly went to the next place with the fire-breathing dragon and began to dry his body. 16 scenes. Suche also shook his head amusedly. Sure enough, fire-type elves are still a little afraid of water. However, the wind-speed dog on the side felt very comfortable, jumping and jumping in the heavy rain. look like. Shanae Duo on the side floated up, and instantly shook his body. Under the action of powerful superpowers, he directly shook off the impurities on his body. He is also good at helping others, cleaning up impurities from other elves. After the elves felt their own power, they looked at each other with bad intentions. Bangira was the first to search for the opponent, occasionally clenching his fists and looking at the elves. Roar! Kuailong also looked at Bangira eagerly, clenching his fists, as if he wanted to do it at any time. Bang! Boom! It unfolded in an instant, and the fists of Kuailong and Bangira collided, shocking the sky. The air waves suddenly erupted, and a deafening explosion sounded. In the sudden situation, all the elves looked at the fast dragon and Bangira subconsciously. I don't know when, the two elves had collided with each other. Bangira's fist glowed with icy blue light, which was the trick of Frozen Fist, and Kuailong's arm also glowed with white light, which was the trick of Splitting Tiles. The two elves collided with each other, causing all the elves to narrow their eyes. This level of battle can be described as unprecedented. The strength of the two elves is at the champion level. If the two sides are serious, the terrain will be overturned by them. Roar! Both sides showed a smile on the corners of their mouths, looking eager for both sides. At the same time, the two elves started at the same time, took a step back and attacked again. Roar! Kuailong and Bangira once again condensed their own strengths. It was a frozen fist to split tiles, and both sides roared and attacked each other. The faces of many elves changed for the first time, and they quickly retreated to leave the battlefield. Laplace's freezing light formed an ice road and quickly left the area. The other elves all retreated a distance and left this area. Suche also wrapped himself with superpowers, and went to the distance to watch Bangira and Kuailong. The rain fell and was wrapped by superpowers. There were no traces left on his body, and his superpower isolated Suche's body. Boom! When Kuailong and Bangira's fists collided, the scenery between heaven and earth suddenly became so quiet. Looking at Bangira and Kuailong's direction, Suche's face suddenly changed greatly and he quickly used his superpower to isolate himself. Ear! Loud noise sounded, the attacks of the fast dragon and Bangira collided with each other, and a strong air wave broke out, and the attacks of Bangira and the fast dragon punched to the flesh. The nearby ground burst open in an instant, a block of rocks rose, and the surrounding water vapor was swept away. Bang bang bang. Immediately afterwards, the two sides started to attack each other, and every time they collided with each other with ordinary tricks. But how could Suche and his elf not be able to see the original power contained in the trick? Every time the two sides attack and touch, it will drive the surrounding water vapor, which will form ripples visible to the naked eye and spread out to the surrounding. Hoo hoo hoo. Finally, the two sides finally stopped fighting, and came to Suche panting a little. Although their physical strength was exhausted, Bangira and Kuailong's eyes were full of unfinished business. Okay, let's prepare for the next stage of training. We must become the strongest in the world. Looking at the elves around him, Suche's heart also burst into a sense of pride, and said directly to the elves. Roar! The elves present all looked at Suche. All of them excitedly looked in Suche's direction, and responded to Suche with a loud roar. At this time, the heavy rain gradually stopped, and a beam of sunlight appeared on Suche's body, casting a layer of golden light on Suche's figure, as if, what does it symbolize? The fifth day. The days of practice are always short. Yes, during this period of time, the students of Zhangcheng No. 2 Middle School have grown in strength, and now they are concentrating on the playground in front of the hotel, playing free games. Assemble. All classes line up. 543 inches. After all the students heard the order, they acted quickly and lined up in front of the head teacher of each class. During these few days of training, Dr. Damu also came to visit and introduced. Although he did not study Suche's elves, he also obtained some elves' information. In the end, Dr. Damu gave the students some words of encouragement and left here. I have to say that in these few days of training, everyone has matured a lot, and there are even some students' elves. For some reasons, the elves have been trained and finally successfully evolved. Dear students, during this training period, everyone's strength has improved a lot, and because of this, do you have confidence in the next game? Yes. Listening to the sonorous and powerful answer below, the leading teacher on the high platform also smiled and nodded. The strength of the students during this period of time, the teacher can be said to be obvious to all. However, the person who most concerned about the teacher was not present, glanced at the phalanx of the second year of high school, did not see the familiar figure. The teacher also secretly said a pity. Roar. At this time, a dragon roar came from the sky, and the next moment, a huge elf appeared in midair, and the powerful aura of the slightly fat body was the fast dragon. Please download Philo to read the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 148. Before the college exchange competition, a tense atmosphere. At this moment, a dragon roar came from the sky, and the next moment, a huge elf appeared in the air. The powerful aura of the slightly fat body was the Kuailong. Kuailong, is that Su-che? Everyone present looked at the sky. The fast dragon in the middle, clearly saw a vague figure behind the fast dragon. When the fast dragon descended, the figure turned over and looked at the crowd, and a clear voice sounded throughout the square. Su-che, you have finished your training, and I now request to return to the team. All the teachers and students looked at Su-che with disbelief on their faces. 5 days passed in a flash, and Su-che's body was still unstained. Those who didn't know it thought that Su-che was going on vacation. There was no trace of cultivation on Su-che's body at all. On the contrary, he looked a lot more handsome. Yes, it gives the impression that he has become a lot more handsome. Since you have returned to the team, let's go back to your class. Looking at Su-che's figure, the teacher also showed a smile. Su-che was the face of the school, and such students and teachers were very concerned. Although the other students were concerned about Su-che's situation, those teachers kept their eyes on Kuailong. From Kuailong's physique, they could see that Kuailong's physique was stronger than before. This made those teachers feel very surprised. The strength of the fast dragon is very strong. Generally speaking, the stronger the elf, the slower the increase in strength. However, Su-che could actually increase the strength of the fast dragon again, which was unexpected for the teachers. However, the teachers were still very happy. If Su-che participated in the competition, why would he worry about his school's ranking? Then, the teacher continued to summarize the results of the training, and at the same time affirmed the situation of the students and gave encouragement to the students. The end, the students got on the school's special bus and returned to the school. In the bus, everyone began to exchange their experience in actual combat training, while Su-che took out his blindfold and started to sleep at the back. However, Su-che, who seemed to be sleeping, had long since sunk into the space of the game system. In the system game space, the environment is still the same as before, but there are a few more roars. Many elves are training. Latias and Zeraora are serving as sparring partners, and 2 elves at the level of divine beasts are training with other elves. As the eldest sister of many elves, Shinado opened her own domain skills in the rear, assisting other elves to fight against Zeraola and Latias. However, their strength is still far from that of Zeraora and Latias, and they can't find any flaws for a while. Some elves still have unyielding eyes in their eyes, and they also know that there is still a gap between their own strength and the level of divine beasts. It is precisely because of this that they are the same as Zeraora and put pressure on themselves, but Zeraora and Latias are like chopping wood and cutting melons. Easy to attack them and directly inflict damage on themselves. This battle was really a bit embarrassing. Okay, everyone, take a rest. With a slight lift of the right hand, a force of permanent pan was injected into the grass-type slate, and a strong breath of life spread out, healing all the internal injuries of several elves. Hearing Su-che's words, many elves also stopped their movements, sat cross-legged on the ground, realized their own strength, and healed their wounds quietly. Woo! When Latias saw Su-che come in, he rubbed up affectionately and acted coquettishly at Su-che. Latias has completely recognized Su-che, so his attitude towards Suche has changed a lot, and he has also let go of his guard against Suche. In the space of the game system, Latius could clearly feel that his strength was steadily improving. Under such emotions, Latius became more and more identified with Suche. Watching his elves continue to cultivate, Suche also flashed a helpless expression in his eyes. It seems that Shinedo's strength to break through the shackles has given them a sense of crisis. The strength after the peak of the championship, the trainers in this world, often refer to this type of elves as master-level elves. However, in terms of strength, it should be divided into 3 categories of divine beasts: second-level divine beasts, first-level divine beasts, and super-divine beasts. However, wanting to break through to the peak of the championship is not an easy thing. Even if it is Shinedo, it is only after comprehending his own source power and combining with the superpower stone slab that he can break through the strength. Therefore, Suche has 2 paths to take next. One is to collect attribute slates, and the other is to use the hard power of elves to break that barrier. However, the most important thing now is the next college exchange competition. It happens that Duolong Baruto has broken through the king. Let's use it to test the strength of college students. Not only Zhangcheng No. 2 Middle School, but also preparing for the biennial college exchange. Some colleges and universities are also preparing for this exchange competition. Zhangcheng No. 6 Middle School, as the rival and mortal enemy of Zhangcheng No. 2 Middle School, the students of Zhangcheng No. 6 Middle School are also rapidly improving their strength under the guidance of their teachers. Of Suche in Zhangcheng too, it has invisibly caused a lot of pressure to other schools. Some schools completely ignored their resources and used them all for some outstanding students. Some students from big families also used their own families' opportunities to hope that their children would perform well in the exchange competition. Because this is a provincial-level exchange competition, some provincial and city leaders will come to watch. If they are favored by their big figures, their children will also have a good position in the future. A long way to go. Right now, on the playground of Zhangcheng No. 6 Middle School, a horse-like elf is pacing back and forth. The teacher on the side looked at the elf and the students beside him, and his eyes also showed pride. This boy is Sun Yao, and the elf beside him is Raging Flame Horse Trouble. The little fire horse that was trained in the military at the beginning has successfully evolved into a flaming horse. With strong muscles and excellent strength, Sun Yao, who has a flaming horse, is very dazzling in school. Quote. Sun Yao, your strength is already the strongest. Do you have the confidence to win the first place in the exchange competition? Looking at his students, the instructor in front of him smiled at Sun Yao Dao. Not to mention getting the first place, at least not the bottom. Sun Yao looked very open, because he knew the situation of his own strength. As long as there was that person, he would definitely not be able to get the first place, so Sun Yao said what he said in his heart. Chapter 149. E-Province Stadium, the beginning of the exchange game. No, I think you can definitely get the first place. The teacher's eyes were shining brightly. Looking at Sun Yao's expression, he smiled and encouraged Sun Yao Dao. Why do you say that? Sun Yao didn't understand his teacher's smile, because he knew who he was facing. That was the ruthless man who defeated several gym trainers. This is the information I collected. You have a look first. Take out a few pieces of paper. The information on the elf Suche is on it, and there are even some special analysis. This is the data I analyzed, the opponent's play style and ideas, and some of his routines. I hope you take a good look at it. Moreover, he should not use his full strength in this exchange game, and should exercise his second echelon, so here is your chance. Teacher looked at Sun Yao, and also said his analysis results with a smile. With such conditions, the teacher believed that Sun Yao would definitely get good grades. Yes, teacher, Flame Horse, let's do our best. The information in his hand tightly, Sun Yao's eyes shone brightly, facing the flaming horses beside him. Sigh! Exclamation mark! After the flame horse next to him snorted, he nodded seriously and looked at Sun Yao. is in the center of E province, and a stadium with lakes and mountains around 54 is standing in the open space on the shore. This is E province stadium. As a place for provincial competitions, it is quite famous here. The surrounding environment simulates the wild scene, but it is full of modern technology. These two colors are not in conflict with each other, but are unusually harmonious. In addition, the E Province Stadium is located in the central city of the entire E Province, a modern science and technology city, Fengyuan City. Early in the morning, the instructor of the disciplinary inspection department came here by plane with a dozen students, who were exactly the same. The students selected by Zhangcheng No. 2 Middle School. These students are not yet trainers. Only by successfully passing the college entrance examination can they successfully obtain the qualification certificate of trainers. Okay, let's go in. Looking at the students behind him looking around, the teacher of the discipline inspection department looked at those students and said to them, "The E Province Stadium is a stadium integrated with the hotel. It is for this reason that the entire stadium covers a large area. There are 3 small venues next to it. These small venues are also used as a place for fighting. It is worth mentioning that the type of venue built on the water is just like this. Some water performances and special competitions will be held here." Came to the area belonging to Zhangcheng No. 2 Middle School, Che immediately came to the sports map to learn about the distribution of stadiums. Of course, in the afternoon, there are also staff from the stadium, who came to lead you to visit the stadium, in order to let everyone familiar with the atmosphere here. Counting Zhangcheng No. 2 Middle School, there are dozens of schools in this exchange competition. It can be said to be a small league meeting. After all, it is a provincial competition and it is normal for many schools to participate. It is worth mentioning that, in order to test the students' learning situation, the exchange competition is not only a battle of elves, but a combination of answering questions and battles. In other words, the exchange conference here is very similar. Olympic Games, combined with the Union Congress. There are a total of more than a dozen projects that students need to participate in. This exchange competition is a point system, and the school with the most points in more than a dozen projects wins. The contestants of Zhangcheng No. 2 Middle School were also selected based on this, and every student was carefully selected by the school. A student can participate in 3 projects, but the personnel limit is only a dozen people. Under the arrangement of the teacher, more than a dozen students of Zhangcheng No. 2 Middle School also signed up. Suche felt relieved after he understood the project he was going to participate in. Suche wanted to participate in the flying disc shooting competition. The elves were quick to answer, and the last one was the final competition. After understanding his mission, Suche then he and other students came to a small conference room, which is also the activity room of Zhangcheng No. 2 Middle School. "Students, the teacher believes in your strength. You are the best, come on. Come on." When the students heard the teacher's encouragement, they were also gearing up, hoping that they would have a great time at the exchange meeting. With Suche in this competition, my school's 3 items must be full marks, and it is impossible to lose the competition. In this case, I have the confidence to fight. Thinking of this, everyone's hearts are burning with flames. I can't wait to get on the stage right away. In the afternoon, some stadium staff took the students to visit the E Province Stadium, and briefly conducted a rehearsal. Some school students looked at each other, and when they looked at each other, a lot of sparks flashed in their eyes. Bang 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 sounded like the sky, fireworks lit up in the air, and the exchange competition between colleges and universities in Hubei province began. Looking outside. That is, the direction of the E Province Stadium. Next, no matter what. Who are engaged in what kind of work look at the direction of the E Province Stadium, and their eyes are filled with excitement. Time passed slowly, the sun was high, and all the spectators and game personnel entered the stadium. Looking at the spectators who were already in the stadium, they couldn't wait to watch the game. A host platform was raised next to the competition venue, and the host's voice sounded. "Ladies and gentlemen, this Hubei University exchange competition will start soon. Please let's all focus on here and cheer for the contestants. Oh! Warm applause broke out. Everyone looked at the host and applauded warmly, hoping that the game could start soon. Let's welcome the many guests with warm applause. They are Mr. Wang Yuan, Minister of Education of Hubei Province. In the VIP seat, a middle-aged man smiled and waved to the audience and some contestants. Mr. Li Feng, Governor of Hubei Province, and the deputy mayors of various cities, let us welcome them with warm applause. Similarly, our Open is also being broadcast live on multiple platforms. In the live broadcast room of the official Xiaopaowu, there are also grand prizes. I hope everyone will participate more. Then, let us welcome the contestants participating in this competition with the warmest applause. Chapter 150, Disc Shooting Competition. Boom, boom, accompanied by the sound of fireworks, and the cheers and applause of the audience, square formations came to the central stadium, which were the contestants from different schools. So, now for our first activity, the contestants take the oath. Please come to the stage and lead our trainers to take the oath. Host invites a player representative and asks the representative to lead the trainer to make an oath. All contestants please make a fist with their right hand, put it on their left chest, and take the oath. I swear, abide by the great discipline, abide by the rules of the game, respect the law, and fight bravely. Fight for the first place. No regrets. Swearer. The uniform sound of the oath sounded, which made all the contestants excited, because the competition is about to begin. The second item of the conference, the Minister of the Provincial Ministry of Education, Mr. Wang Yuan, will speak for everyone. Host took the microphone, said, and once again handed the microphone to Wang Yuan next to him. Hello everyone, I'm Wang Yuan. Oh! Like a tsunami of cheers, the spectators in the auditorium looked at Wang Yuan with eager eyes, because they knew the game was about to start. Hello, all the contestants participating in the college exchange competition. I just want to say a word to you. The players who came here, your strength has been recognized by the teachers. You are all the best here. I hope you can get good results in the competition. So, now let everyone see your strength. Clap clap. After Wang Yuan finished speaking, the audience burst into warm applause again, and the enthusiasm of the audience and contestants was mobilized. So, now, Mr. Li Feng, please announce that this college exchange competition has officially started. Handing the microphone to the governor of Hubei Province, the host bowed slightly. Next, I announce the biennial college exchange competition. Officially, start. Bang bang bang. The sound of fireworks and salute sounded again. This time the sound of fireworks means the official start of the game. At this time, the audience was extremely excited and eagerly looked at the center of the field, hoping to start the game soon. Then, please return to your rest area in an orderly manner, and our game will start immediately. When the players heard this, they also exited in an orderly manner. Okay, let's focus our attention on here. This opening match is still our old rule, the flying disc shooting competition. Let's all look at the big screen with me. Flying disc shooting competition. On the playing field, hands can only use one sprite to attack some discs that are ejected from the machine. The more discs you shoot down, the higher the number you get. Finally, according to the ratio, calculate the final score. Total of about 150 discs will pop up. A special device on the disc can sense the attack, and the counter on the side can also display the last data. Tisk tisk. It's interesting. Looking at the situation in front of him, Suche rolled his eyes and immediately thought of his own solution. Then, here's the referee for our game. After the narrator looked at the big screen and introduced the rules, he directly called the referee and walked on his own. On the stage, this also means that this college exchange competition has officially started. Next, please college student contestants, come forward to participate in the competition. The referee on the side came to his place, held the list in his hand, and started his own registration announcement. Please release your spirits when the contestants are ready. Looking at the player in front of him, the referee also said directly to the player. "Come out, Iron Claw Lobster." A player came to his position, listened to the referee's order, and directly released his elf. "Ha. This is a red lobster-like elf with a 5-pointed star on its head and a blue pattern on its chest. It is very large. It's my turn, Lotto." The preparation room. Rotom's phone floated directly out to look at the elf on the screen, and began to brush his own presence. Iron Claw lobsters, rogue lobster-like elves, are very belligerent. They often take the initiative to provoke disputes, and they will throw out all elves on their own territory. Flowers. The carapace is soft when it has just shed its skin. Before the carapace becomes hard, in order to avoid the enemy's attack, it will hide in a cave at the bottom of the river. Rotom's mobile phone pointed at the Iron Claw lobster, and directly popularized the information of the Iron Claw lobster. Oh, the contestant sent his own claw lobster, so what will he do next? Looking at the Iron Claw lobster in the game position, the commentator also explained the game intently. Start. Of the Iron Claw lobster and waved his arm directly. Shoo shoo shoo. After getting the referee's order, the machine next to it popped out discs one by one, and the discs that appeared quickly made the contestant's eyes narrow, and gave an order to the Iron Claw lobster. Iron Claw lobster, foam ray. Ha. The Iron Claw lobster screamed, the tongs opened directly, and a light formed by foam attacked the discs. Bang bang bang. Some discs were knocked down, because the discs had a special induction system. Under the induction system, the number of those discs that were hit appeared on the counter next to them. Wow, I actually hit 120. Looking at the Iron Claw lobster below, some audience members were shocked. You must know that there are only more than 150 of these discs in total, and shooting down 120 is already a very good result. Okay, the next one please. Because it is the opening reason, you can see a lot of things from the performance of these experiences, but the audience is different, and the audience is bored watching the game below. Hey, sure enough, it's so boring. Yeah, we really want to watch the game. What else can I do? The students who participated in the competition can only be at this level. Quote. Some of the audience sighed drowsily, far less energetic than before. Suche was also waiting in the rest area, and he was going to play immediately. It is worth mentioning that 3 of my classmates participated in this college exchange competition. It was Wu Yu, Lu Feng, and Zhang Raiji.